You good? Good morning, everyone. The Board of Zoning Adjustment meeting for June 12th, 2024 is called to our meeting today. I'd first like to thank all city staff who have prepared cases for us today, excuse me. The staff works. Oh, sorry about that. The staff works very hard to bring your cases to the docket to us. So I want to thank them for their hard work. I also want to thank my fellow board members who sit around me. They give up their time at least one day a month, sometimes more. And this is an unpaid position, and we do it at the pleasure of our mayor, and we're honored to do that. So with that in mind, Anna, can you tell us about the meeting today and the procedures?
Yep. Thank you. So I'm going to describe the procedures for this hybrid meeting. For those online, there are two categories of people participating right now. We have attendees and panelists. The only panelists are going to be any commission members or board members who are virtual or any staff who are virtual. If you are an applicant or a citizen who is interested in a case, you're going to use the raised hand function when the chair calls the case, and this will let city staff know that you want to be promoted to a panelist position. You're going to see a ribbon at the bottom of your screen, full hand icon. If you're on Zoom through a web browser or a computer or a smartphone, you're going to click this button to raise your hand. When that promotion happens, you will need to accept the promotion, and it will temporarily appear that you've been disconnected from the meeting, but please don't panic. This is just Zoom reconnecting you and changing your position from being an attendee to a panelist. If you are joining us, like I said, on an app, on a phone, on a computer, through a web browser, please change your screen name to reflect your legal name. This is going to help with the promotion process. If you are calling in on a standard phone line, we understand that you can't adjust your name, but you can still provide testimony by raising your hand. Instead of the icon, you're going to use the star followed by the number 9 key to let city staff know that you wish to speak on a case. At the time of promotion, everyone needs to turn on their camera and microphone so that the board can see and hear you when it's time for you to speak. Unless if you are not actively giving testimony, please have your microphone muted at all times. This is going to help with any negative audio feedback. For those in person, please approach the microphone when it is time for you to give testimony. If you are in person, there's also no need for you to be in the Zoom meeting. Sometimes when multiple microphones are on at the same time, that can also cause audio distortions, and we would like to minimize those as much as possible. This applies to all testimony, whether you're in person or virtual. The BZA secretary or their representative is going to identify you when it is time for you to speak. You are then going to be sworn in under oath. Applicants will receive 15 minutes for their presentation, and all other testimony is going to be given 2 minutes if you represent a single interest like yourself, or 5 minutes if you are representing an established organization like a neighborhood association, an HOA, a nonprofit, etc. You will be hearing an alarm when your allotted time is over, so please be respectful and wrap up once you hear that alarm, and no repetitive or irrelevant testimony, please. If you wish to admit any exhibits, for example, a PowerPoint presentation, photos, maps, have those ready on a jump drive so we can share those on, or ready to share them on your screen if you're presenting virtually. And if those exhibits are admitted, you are going to email them to the assigned planner after the hearing. This is a reminder that the chat box on Zoom is only for questions about the agenda or logistics about Zoom. Merits of the case cannot be discussed in the chat box. And then the BZA is subject to take several breaks. For example, around 10:30, 12:30, or 3 o'clock if the meeting lasts past 2. And that concludes my overview of the hybrid meeting, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. Before we start to review cases, I'd like to swear in all city staff. Anna, will you verify that people are ready to go?
Connor. Yep, I believe everyone's here.
Okay. Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this hearing today?
And yeah, okay. Anna Nanisky, I do. Let's do him real quick.
Gustafson, I do. Thank you.
Genevieve,
I do. Bruce Vitale, I do.
Andrew Clark, I do.
Stephanie Soldari, I do.
Connor Bowman, I do.
Thank you. Anyone else? That's it. Perfect. Anna, I'm going to turn it over to you to identify the continuances for today's hearing.
first item being continued is docket item number 3. This is case CD SUP 2024-15. This is a request to approve a special use permit for a parking lot expansion in District R-6, which is a residential zoning district on about 17.01 acres, generally located at the northwest corner of Main Street and West 57th Street. We request that this case be continued to August 14th. This is so it can be reviewed by the City Planning Commission. We also have docket item 11. There's 11.1 and 11.2 CD BZA 2023-00168. This is a request to approve a special exception to permit a 6-foot fence on the subject site, plus any other needed special exceptions on about 0.1 acres, generally located at 812 Linwood Boulevard. Companion case CD BZA 2023-00169. This is a request to approve a special exception to permit a 6-foot fence on the subject site, plus any other needed special exceptions on about 0.1 acres, generally located at 812 East Linwood Boulevard. One's 812, one's 814. My apologies. And both are requested to be continued to August 14th as well, for the applicant to be in attendance at this meeting. We have docket item 15. This is case CD BZA 2023-137. This is a request to appeal zoning violations related to a prohibited use in adult business on about 0.4 acres, generally located at 208 Westport Road. This is being continued to September 11th, also in order for the applicant to attend the meeting. We have docket item 30. This is case CD BZA 2024-62. This is a request to appeal a denial for certificate legal non-conforming use on about 0.67 acres, generally located at 208 Westport Road. This is also a request for a continuance to September 11th to allow for the applicant to be present at the meeting. And then final for the continuances is docket item 33, case CD BZA 2024-66. This is a request to approve a variance to the lot and building standards to expand the front setback plus any other needed variances on about 0.15 acres located on 6645 Edgevale Road. This is a continuance request to July 10th because they did not meet their sign posting deadline. That concludes the continuances, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Is there any public testimony on these continuances? Seeing none?
One second.
Oh, sorry.
Can you make me a host
Sure.
of Zoom? Do you know? Or does this one work?
Do we have somebody? Yes, no?
One second. There's someone online that raised their
Okay.
hand, but I need permissions to promote them.
All right.
Bear with us.
Technical difficulties.
Person online, you're reminded we can't talk about the merits of the case you want. You want continuance, just the continuance itself.
Thank you. Patricia Jensen has been connected.
Say it again.
Patricia Jensen has been connected.
Okay.
Mr. Chair,
Hello, Ms. Jensen. Please raise your right hand to be sworn in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this meeting today?
I do.
Please
And
identify.
Patricia Jensen. I am the attorney for the applicant on 15 and 30 I'm sorry to cause the delay. I was just gonna say I'm online to answer any questions as to the length of the continuance. I'll just give you a little bit of background. So the certificate of legal nonconforming use was denied. And they did it based upon the business not being in operation in 1976, when the first CX zoning ordinance was adopted. This needs a very detailed analysis of the changes of the adult use ordinance since that time. I'm hopeful these cases will go away because we'll be able to show staff what has changed over the subsequent years. And normally I would ask for a continuance to August to allow that time, but I am going to be out of the country until August 5th. So that's the reason for the delay to September.
Thank you very much for that testimony. Board members have any questions to Ms. Jensen? All right, thank you, Ms. Jensen.
Okay, thank you.
Board members, a motion on these various continuances and dates of continuance.
Okay, I move that we continue docket item number 3 to the July meeting, docket item number 11.1 and 11.2 to the August meeting, docket item number 15 to the September meeting, docket item number 30 to the September meeting, and docket item number 33 to the July meeting.
Docket item 3 to August.
Oh, I thought I said that.
It does, but.
Oh,
it
to
changed.
August instead of
Yes.
July. Okay,
Yes.
sorry.
All
Okay,
right.
I changed my motion to
Yeah.
August for number 3.
Perfect. You have a second from someone?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Gorens. Please call the roll.
Lawrence,
Aye.
Moran,
Aye.
Wright. Aye. Hayes.
Aye.
Meyer
Aye.
and Evans.
Aye,
Yeah, it's just continuance, but.
thank you. We've had a request from the director to move up a item. Is that correct, Ms. Anna?
Yes.
Is that number 25? Okay. We're gonna move that one up to the first item. And to those in the virtual and live audience, we're going to try to get through as many cases as we can today. We'll have a good idea by 1 o'clock if we're going to get to your case, especially if you're low in the docket. And that way you won't have to be online or sit in the audience here if we don't think we're going to make it. But we're going to do our best to get through all these items. All right. And we had one member recuse himself. And Anna, tell us about this case, please.
We have docket item 25. This is case CD SUP 2024-10. This is a request to approve a special use permit for the expansion of a vehicular use area for an elementary school in District R 7.5 on about 14.6 acres, generally located at Northwest 87th Terrace and North Platte Purchase Drive. Larissa Chomby is the staff planner associated with this case. And if you are the applicant on this item, please raise your hand now or approach the front desk. Promoting Braden right now. This is also a reminder for anyone who wishes to provide public testimony on the site, so we can note who wants to provide public testimony on this case. Raise your hand now or approach the microphone. Okay,
No one?
Braden's connected.
Great. Good morning. Would you like to raise your right hand, please, to be sworn in? Who do we have in the virtual audience, right?
Correct.
And I missed her name, Anna.
Braden,
I'm here.
Hey, thank you. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this hearing today, sir?
Yes, sir.
Please state your name for the court reporter.
Braden Taylor.
Thank you, Braden. There's a list of administrative exhibits labeled. Anna, how many exhibits? 10?
yes.
Okay, 1 to 10. We need to admit those to hear your case today, sir. Do we have your permission to do that?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Those are admitted. Part of that is a presentation by our staff person. Please take the floor.
All right, good morning. Larissa Chambi, City Planning. Let me share my screen. So as was previously mentioned, this is a special use permit for Pathfinder Elementary School at 1951 Northwest 87th Terrace. Here's the subject, the location of the property in relation to the rest of Kansas City. It's located in the Line Creek Valley area. Highlighted is the location of the school. We're focusing on the blue part on the map. Here is the proposed parking lot. The expansion is for a total of 38 additional stalls. Access to the site will remain the same, and they're just adding another row of parking behind the existing parking. The applicant worked with staff to submit and receive approval for a minor subdivision application that moves the lines for their detention tract and made sure that no property line was crossing that parking lot. So that has already been approved. The applicant also worked with staff to revise their landscape plan. At the CPC hearing, they did ask for an alternative compliance parking or landscaping plan. And so we reviewed that in between the two meetings. This is what we have come up with. It's a mix of maple and bald cypress. And so the approval of that alternative landscaping plan is included in the approval of the special use permit. The application complies with all of the standards, and I'll just highlight all of the criteria for the special use permit, and I'll highlight two. Criteria A is it complies with the applicable standards of the Zoning and Development Code. They worked with staff to make sure that A was completely compatible in between the CPC meeting and this meeting. And D is compatible with the character of the surrounding area. It is a school. They're going to have the same operating hours as previously used, and will have outdoor lighting, noise, and traffic generation that will be the same as previously approved for this school. Here are some pictures of the site, the direct view from Northwest 87th Terrace, and you can see there's already cars parked for that existing parking lot. And then the expansion will be just to the right of where these cars are. So you can see where my mouse is, that's where the expansion will go. And then down here is that detention track that they worked to revise those lines for. And then here's a view from further up Northwest 87th Terrace showing the location of the parking lot. There are a couple conditions since the City Plan Commission meeting that we'd like to have reconsidered. Condition 5, that they apply for a minor subdivision that corrects the property lines prior to the issuance of any permit. The applicant has already received that approval, so staff is asking that this be removed. And same with condition number 6, which was added at the City Plan Commission meeting, that they work with staff for an alternative compliance landscaping plan. And since they have already submitted an approvable alternative compliance landscaping plan, staff is also requesting that that one be removed as well. And so with that, the City Plan Commission recommended approval with conditions for this special use permit. And I can answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Board members, any questions of Ms. Larissa? Seeing none. Mr. Taylor, why should we approve your case today, sir?
Yes, thank you for hearing that. I think Larissa did a great job of explaining our project. Overall, I'll just add a few more things here. It's a good project, pretty small in nature. The goal here is to expand that parking lot out front of Pathfinder for a few reasons, to get some additional parking that the school needs, but also to provide better car stacking during car pickup and drop off operations there. That's really the priority there, to try to reduce cars backing up onto the public street system, which I think is a good thing. Try to get more of those on site and to kind of operate the two schools, Berry Elementary School and Pathfinder Elementary School, little bit better with car circulation there. And then just overall too, this is just kind of one of the phases that the school district's trying to get done this summer so that the following summer that they can do some additional improvements out there to the site. So no, good project, small in nature, and I think Larissa and the city have been good to work with overall on this one. I don't have anything additional. I guess the one other thing I was going to ask was talking on condition number 1 about the SUP lasting for a period of 2 years. With this, I guess with this being a school and the school's been there a really, really long time, and it's going to be there for a long time, the 2-year limit on the special use permit just seems a little short, and just wanted to talk through that a little bit more, if there was a way to extend that longer or indefinite, with it being a school and it's not necessarily like a private developer. Just wanted to talk a little bit more on that, or if there's a way to extend that period or even remove condition 1.
So we can't remove it. Perhaps my fellow board members might extend it to 5 years. Usually we don't go beyond 5, sir.
Okay. I think 5 years would be acceptable. Good compromise for the school district.
Makes sense. Yeah. Board members, questions of Mr. Taylor? And Ms. Larissa, do we need a revised site plan, or has that already been submitted to you?
The landscape plan was handed out at the beginning of this, and it's included in the PowerPoint.
Okay,
So I can
so
include
we're
it.
good.
Mhm.
All right, thank
Yep.
you.
Yeah, that exhibits 10.
Okay, thank you.
That they just handed out.
All right. Board members, questions, comments?
How do we approve the 5-year?
That would be when you give your motion, you would say condition number 1 for 5 years.
I just have a question for the staff. Are there any code requirements for the time limit on this particular type of special use permit?
Staff put that on there to make sure that it was built just to city standards. Just gives us a chance to come back and look at it and see if it was constructed to city standards, and that the circulation is working and there's no concern from the neighborhood with the new addition.
Okay, so do you agree with the 5 years, or does that seem kind of long if you're just going to go back and check and make sure they built it correctly?
I think 5 years is fine.
Okay.
Yeah.
Board members, any other questions or comments or motions?
I'll make a motion on docket item number 25, case number 2024-10. I move that we grant the special use permit requested with the 9 conditions recommended by the City Plan Commission, changing condition number 1 to make it a 5-year approval and deleting conditions 5 and 6. And all in accordance with the plan submitted, including the alternate landscaping plan and the staff report.
Good motion. I have a motion. Do I have a second from someone?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Gorens.
Lawrence,
Aye.
Moran,
Aye.
Wright. Aye. Hayes
Aye.
and Ebbets.
Aye. Your motion is approved. Mr. Taylor, good luck with the project.
Thank you, board. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Anna, what's our next case?
Docket item 1, this is case CD SUP 9. This is a request to approve a special use permit to allow a hotel adjacent to a designated parkway in District B3-5, that is a commercial zoning district, on about 1 acre, generally located at the southeast corner of Ward Parkway and Royal Road. Genevieve Kahn is the staff planner associated with this case. The applicant team is in the room with us, and there are 9 exhibits attached to this item.
Great,
Just
thank
a
you.
reminder for anyone who wishes to provide public testimony to please come up to the microphone now or raise your hand in Zoom. Okay,
Seeing none?
seeing none.
All right. Good morning. Please raise your right hands to be sworn in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this hearing today? Thank you. You want to start, Roxanne?
Yes, Roxanne Koch with Pulcinelli representing the applicant today.
Thank you. Next.
Don Booz with Director of Real Estate for Blue Beacon International and the Lighthouse Properties, the owner.
Right, Mr. McClure.
James McClure, Postonelli, attorney on behalf of the client or the applicant.
Thank you very much. Gentlemen, there's a list of administrative exhibits, usually labeled 1 to 10. I'm just trying to locate that now. Almost there. Sorry, there it is. We need to admit those for your case today. And almost there. Fellow board members, do you see how many exhibits there are?
There's 9.
There's 9. Thank you very much, Larissa. Do we have your permission to admit those?
Yes.
Thank you. Who's going to speak? Ms. Koch or Mr. McClure?
So I'm going to let our fine young associate, Jim McClure, lead this conversation. I think that we'll wrap up before 10 o'clock. If we do not, just want to let you know that I'm going to need to excuse myself for a meeting on 29. So
Okay, hopefully we won't go that long. And anyone in the live audience who wants to testify on this motion or this application? Okay, seeing none. We have Ms. Khan, who's going to tell us about the case today. Genevieve, please tell us.
Good morning. And did we only read number 1 and then we'll,
Yes.
okay. So docket item number 1, as stated, is for a special use permit.
Oh, pause. Let's go ahead and read docket item 2 as well. This docket item 2, case CD BZA 2024-19. This is a request to approve variances to the Boulevard and Parkway setbacks, vehicular use area, parking garage, transparency and fencing standards, as well as lot and building standards, and any other associated variances in District B3-5, which is a commercial district on about 1 acre, generally located at 321 Ward Parkway. Genevieve Khan is the staff planner. This is a companion case to the special use permit, so her presentation is going to go over both. So we
Perfect,
can
thank you.
read both.
And you're reminded that both of you're sworn in on both cases. Thank you very much. Genevieve, thank you.
Yes, so first we'll start with the special use permit for the site. It is generally located in the Country Club Plaza area. This is the subject site itself. It was 2 parcels containing the historic Raphael Hotel building with associated parking garage. The applicant has since combined those properties, so the parking is located on the same property as the structure now. This applicant also went through a rezoning process in order to bring the site into compliance. So this is a step after that, as the site was previously zoned residentially, and now it is rezoned to B3-5, which is a commercial zoning district, which allows the hotel use. However, with the site being located on a parkway, that's where the special use permit requirement comes in per the use table in the zoning code. And this is the zoning code stating permitted with a special use permit if adjacent and within 150 feet of the parkway. This was the site plan that was submitted and reviewed. Again, we have the existing structure and associated parking. There's no anticipated changes to the building or the parking or the use itself. It's just bringing the site into full compliance. And then just a couple of site views, street views of the site. We have the hotel building fronting Ward Parkway. And then the associated parking to the rear of the building. And then one condition which the applicant has met is for screening the existing dumpster area. So this proposed enclosure is provided in the staff report and plan set. The City Plan Commission recommended approval subject to conditions for this special use permit. And I can move on to speak about the variances or take any questions about the special use permit at this time.
Board members, any other questions? Go ahead.
So moving on to the variances requested due to this structure being It's considered legally non-conforming as it has been operating in continuous use as the hotel, and the structure has been there for, I believe, 100 years now. However, the property owner would like to avoid any potential issues in the future by just seeking the variances that will run with the land. So variance request A, or the handful of first variances, are related to the Boulevard and Parkway standards. This first one has to do with the front setback of the building. The zoning code requires a 20-foot setback. The building is currently set back 14 feet, so a variance of 6 feet is requested. No substantial change is expected as this structure is non-conforming and has existed for many years. And the only way to obviate this difficulty would be to demolish the entire building, which is not feasible. Variance B, as related to the fencing permitted for the Boulevard and Parkway standards. No fencing shall extend beyond the front building line. As you can see in the street view image, we do have this decorative fencing, which the applicant is seeking the variance to this standard. It is not a substantial change or impact. It is less than 4 feet, which is what would otherwise be allowed if it was in line with the building, and again, could be only obviated by complete removal. Variance C is related to the transparency requirements for the building facade. The code requires 33% transparency on the front. The structure only has about 28%, so the variance requested is 5%. Again, no substantial change or impact, and could only be obviated with major redesign. This is the plan that was provided in the staff report where the existing transparency was calculated. And then variance D for the vehicular use area. As you saw, there's the drop-off vehicular drive area. Boulevard and Parkway standards requires that if there is vehicular use area in front of the building, that it be screened with a porte cochere. So the variance requested is to allow the vehicular use area without the porte cochere. Again, as you saw, many decorative elements already in the front of the building, and no substantial change is expected and could only be obviated with major construction to a historic building. And then moving on to the lot and building standard related variances, mostly just for the setbacks of the building. We have a street side setback on the northwest corner of the property abutting Ornell. The street side setback requirement is 15 feet due to this property abutting an R-zoned property and needing to have a 15-foot setback. The existing setback is 7 feet, so the variance requested is 8 feet. Again, no substantial change and could only be obviated by demolition of the building. And that the highlighted area of the plan is that existing 7-foot setback. And then the second setback variance is for the parking garage to the rear. It is an interior side setback, which is required to be 8 feet. The existing is 5 feet, so the variance requested is 3 feet. And again, no substantial change expected or impact. And the highlighted area is that existing setback of 5 feet. And then I believe the last variance we have is for the bicycle parking standards in 88-420-09, which requires short-term bicycle parking spaces in the amount of 10% of the vehicular spaces provided. The applicant is complying with the long-term bicycle parking spaces, which are also required. However, they are seeking a variance in full to the short-term spaces.
due to the location of this property being in the Country Club Plaza, highly pedestrian active area, staff does believe that this variance requested is substantial and would set a precedent for development in this pedestrian area in granting relief to those bicycle standards. And the difficulty could be obviated by providing those bicycle racks. And that concludes the variances and the full presentation. I can take any questions.
Thank you. Very, very nice, Genevieve. You did a great job. Board members, any questions of Ms. Khan? Mr. McClure, why should we approve your request today?
So I've got a little presentation for you guys that I think staff did a great job covering, so I'll just try and get through it quickly. So
We'll admit that as Exhibit 11, I believe. Go ahead.
I think that would be Exhibit 10.
Thank you.
Oh, no, there's another exhibit.
Which one?
One
Exhibit
that's-
10?
Yeah. the
Yeah,
one-
that's the zip drive. or
Okay, I
whatever.
know she heard it.
I've got that.
Thank you.
That's me already.
And Genevieve, we want to be sure that's screened out to the audience, or not this audience, but all the audiences. I think you share the screen somehow. There you go. Perfect.
All right, so wonderful. As we said, commissioners, thank you guys for having us here today and considering this matter. We're here on the Raphael, like staff said, this is located in the Country Club Plaza, right in between Warnell and Ward Parkway. And this building was originally built in 1928 and was changed by J.C. Nichols to the Raphael Hotel in 1975. Was acquired by the applicant in 2005 and placed on the National Historic Registry in 2009. During this process, we have become recently aware that there were some issues as staff addressed. We are trying to bring the building and the whole property into compliance with the code. This is the entire purpose of all of our rezonings and the SUP and the variances we're seeking here today. There are no planned changes to this site or to the use of the property other than those that we've worked with staff with some additional landscaping, screening for the dumpsters, and the additional long-term bike parking. As staff mentioned, we're requesting an SUP to allow the continued use of this historic hotel along Ward Parkway, which is prohibited by the Boulevard and Parkway standards without this special use permit. There are several conditions in the SUP that we would like to discuss. Modifying condition 3 is related to the additional screening that we're putting up for the electrical infrastructure. So it is essentially two trees that we're placing in along to help screen some of the electrical equipment. It is that we're submitting an affidavit to city planning staff prior to the certificate of occupancy. We already have our certificate of occupancy for the building, so we were hoping to change that to within 80 days of the granting of the SUP, assuming that it's granted. Condition 4 and 5, we are requesting be removed. They're not very applicable to the current ask of the applicant. Currently, there's no construction being done related to the property. These two comments from Parks and Rec are related to changing of the streetscape, the sidewalks, the other parks related right-of-way areas. There are no planned changes to these areas. And as such, they're really better left for when we actually do come in, if ever, asking for construction related to those. So that's why we ask for conditions 4 and 5 to be removed. Happy to answer any questions on the SUP, or I can move through my zoning, the variance presentation as well.
Steph, what's your comment on his request to remove these conditions before we?
Conditions 4 and 5 are placed by the Parks Department. I do agree that there's no work to be done, so although these are standard conditions, they're probably not necessary to associate with this special use permit. And I'm in agreement with the modification to number 3. And then I guess we'll,
Not asking for 2.
okay. Never mind. Then yes, I'm in agreement.
Okay, thank you. Staff, any other questions? Then we'll have Mr. McClure continue on. Go ahead.
Wonderful. So, and Genevieve has gone through the review criteria and the factors to be considered. Initially, we were requesting 9 variances. We've worked with staff to address 2 of them. First, as staff mentioned, is the setback. The next 2 were related to the parking garage. We have, I believe, you should have an email between us that we would like entered into the record as well, stating staff's position as to the interpretation of these 2 provisions. Essentially, they are related to the parking structure that is located on the facility. Number 2, so under that section states that the parking garage is required to have improved structures along the outside. So be like retail, office, or other uses, improving the outside. So it's just not a parking garage. Staff believes that the parking garage is an accessory use and is no longer necessary. So we are removing that ask. Number 3 talks about whether or not it's required to be behind and conceal the building, behind the buildings, and away from view. The staff's interpretation is that it is behind the building and therefore it is both behind and concealed from the view. And so we're just asking that this be entered onto the record and we're removing our requests.
Could I ask, on our staff report, it shows variance requests A, B, C, D, and I'm having trouble figuring out, you're talking about 1, 2, 3, and
No, I'm sorry, when I put the presentation together, I didn't realize the staff comments had A, B, C.
okay, I'm just having trouble figuring out which one you're talking about.
So 2 and 3 are actually not in your staff report. Those are 2 that were removed by staff prior to.
Okay.
And just this morning, staff and the applicant have agreed to the interpretation of staff and have removed the asks. Due to the short time, I was unable to remove them from the presentation and just
Okay.
wanted to get them on the record.
Okay.
So.
Okay.
As staff has stated, number 4, which would be item B, is related to the fencing. We're just asking that the fencing be allowed. We've got a transparency, we're requesting the transparency, and then as well to allow the porte cochere, the 2 setbacks for the sides, and the short-term bike parking. As you can see here, we've got about 14 feet, so we need a variance of 6 feet from the front setback. There are the 2 emails confirming the understanding for variances 2 and 3 that are no longer being requested. I don't know why that one came. It's supposed to show a pretty picture of the fencing, as you've seen. Apparently this is going to go across all of my slides. Let's see. The glass calculation was supposed to be shown as it was shown in staff's report. We do show a total of 26% transparency over all of the front facades, which has been staff's interpretation that the code requires that the facade facing the parkway is required to have the 33%. We are currently able to obtain 26%. If you sum all of the faces together, we get to 26%. Otherwise, we're at approximately 18, 20%, and 44% for the 4 various phases.
If I may just, I just want to point just exactly what he's attempting to say there, that under the code, there's a potential interpretation that each of the individual facades need to be evaluated separately. And with the way the building is set, where you essentially have potentially 4 facades that face the parkway, we understand staff is saying, let's look at them in the totality and adopt a variance based on that. We have made a request for a variance that gives us the most variance that we might need, should it ever be interpreted that you look at each facade individually.
Thank you.
So is what staff, this is variance request C, and staff says
Correct.
28% transparency. I heard you say 26 and
My mistake. All four of those facades that Roxanne was just explaining, it should be a 26% total. So
Okay.
the variance requested should be the 33 minus the 26%. So we might need to amend that by just 2%.
okay, so it's a variance of
7%.
7%?
Correct.
And if I may, just to highlight, to be clear, so one of the facades, it has lower
Yes.
transparency than the totality of them.
Oh.
And we do want to make sure we have that on the record, that should it be decided ever in the future that each facade needs to stand on its own, that we have a variance to address the facades individually.
Go ahead, Ms. Khan.
I
You're
was just gonna say,
hesitating.
as we've discussed, the interpretation was the totality of the transparency. It's at all facades that are facing the parkway to have that intent of transparency. So the number for that would be the 26%. I don't know that we can say 26% or the breakdown of each one. That was provided, but the total number is our interpretation.
Skoke?
I'm just going to add to that, if we have that on the record, that is the interpretation, so that we've established that and we have no issues going forward, I think we're comfortable proceeding with that.
So how would you say that? 7% variance to the transparency standards for the totality of the four facades?
All facades fronting on Ward Parkway. Thank you.
Okay.
Mr. McClure, keep going.
Wonderful. So variance 6 is the portraiture, and I apologize. I think all of my slides are going to be slightly a little tweaked from the last minute addition. So I apologize if the pictures don't quite match up with what was anticipated to be shown. But as staff has stated, we have got a nice, pretty front to the building, which should have a portraiture in accordance with the Boulevard and Parkway standards, but it would require a large amount of construction and then working with the historical registries just to be able to make that happen. So we are asking for a variance to allow us to have the vehicular use area in front of the building without the portraiture. As staff has mentioned, we have side setbacks, both on each side. One is 7 feet, one is 14, a little over 14 feet, so that we are asking for the variance of 7 feet to allow us to that maximum of 7 feet, as we're close to the parkway, or I guess that's Warnell on the side. 8 is the rear, or the side interior setback, which would be along what you would think is the rear of the building, which has nothing to do with glass. It is required 8 feet. We have 5 feet, as staff showed in their presentation. And so we're asking for the variance of 3 feet to allow for that additional space. We're also asking for the short-term bike parking variance. It does require us to provide 10% of the bike parking, or of the 10% of the parking spaces that we currently have. We currently have 96, which would require 9 bike parking spaces. We are asking that for a variance from that, because no matter where we put the bike parking on the place, we would have to come for a different variance, just depending on where we put it, there is almost no place on the property that we could place this that would not require us to come back for another variance based on the requirements stated in the code. As well, so. Here are the bike parking variances. It has nothing to do with glass. But no matter where we put it along the property, we would need to seek some sort of a variance, whether it's lighting variances, whether it is the location of the bikes, or it would dramatically change the landscaping that we would have to do, removing large amounts of trees and other shrubbery in order to accommodate or to place it inside the parking structure, which would be a different violation or a different code variance that we would need in order to actually put it closer to the front of the building, which is where short-term bike parking is supposed to be located. So with that, I think happy to take any questions, or Don, if you have any comments you'd like to make.
My only comment in short is we're very proud of the property. We've owned it since 2005. The property was in conformance in 1928. It was in conformance in 1975 when J.C. Nichols converted it to a hotel. It was in conformance in 2005 when we acquired it, and then we spent the subsequent 4 years completely redeveloping the inside, replacing all the plumbing, electrical, placed it on the registry. In 2009, it was still in conformance. And we found out back in December that the property hasn't changed. The ordinance has changed. The Boulevard and Parks ordinance was new, so we wanted to be sure that the property was in conformance in the event of some major damage, that we knew that the property could be rebuilt exactly as is. It's a treasure in Kansas City, certainly in the hotel industry. And then as far as Marriott's concerned, we're constantly in the top 5 of Marriott autographs in the world. So we want to make sure that it can stay exactly as it is.
Thank you for that. Board members, other questions?
I'd just like us to ask staff to respond to the bicycle parking. The applicant saying it would be impossible to comply with this, and I know staff believes they should comply with it.
There's also an opportunity for alternative compliance bicycle parking, which is the ability for staff to provide flexibility, whether that be in the number of spaces, the placement of spaces. It's a separate application where there's the ability to compromise on some things. Perhaps there's other pedestrian enhancements made in lieu of some spaces. We did not discuss fully that option for this particular project, but that would be another alternative.
If I may, just note that we have extremely, limited site to work with on this particular piece of property. So again, we want to maintain as much as we can the existence of it as is. We have not found in the code where we can do a bike parking variance. There is certainly in the code the ability to do a parking variance, but not bike parking. So
To clarify, board members, we don't believe we can find in the code a place to do the alternative bike parking plan. We can get a variance from the bike spaces, but we are unable to find in the code where we have the authority to seek an alternative bike parking plan. We have not been able to find it to date.
It's a large building on a small parcel.
Yeah.
I mean, you're
And then if I
limited
may,
space.
we were faced with 2 issues, short-term bike and long-term bike. So there just wasn't sufficient space to address both. The long-term bicycle parking required the cover. So we felt that, and it was more in tune with the hotel, that we'd have a long-term use than a short-term use. So we felt by providing those, we met the spirit of bicycle parking without compromising the site.
Staff.
To be clear, the long-term bicycle parking spaces are still a requirement.
Yeah.
The applicant is required to provide
And we
both.
are.
And he's doing that. Yes.
only the long-term.
Yeah,
space.
that's what I meant.
And
Yeah.
does staff agree that there's nothing in the code that would
Mhm.
allow an alternative?
No, in section 88 570 02 F, bicycle parking, it's in the administrative adjustments section of the zoning code. It allows the city planning and development director or staff on their behalf typically to authorize to approve an administrative adjustment, reducing the number of bicycle parking spaces required. Such administrative adjustment may be approved only when the city planning and development director determines that use will generate reduced bicycle traffic or that it would be impossible to provide bicycle parking at the subject location. So those are the criteria.
So does the applicant have a response to that? I'm just trying to figure this all out.
Yeah, so I appreciate that. We have discussed this on other matters related. This is the first we are hearing of it. As an administrative adjustment is a different section than an alternative bike parking plan. This is the first we're hearing of it in this location. So I'm happy to review and discuss. If you'd give me a moment, I'd be happy to review the section and take a look.
Is there bike parking presently?
No.
Does anyone ride bikes to, I'm guessing that would be employees?
I would have to investigate. I'm not sure,
Okay.
but we've had no guest complaints on that much.
Right,
And so we are introducing the long-term parking.
right.
To be in compliance.
Okay.
Where would the long-term parking be? Like,
Between the parking facility, I think we had it on the plan, and the building, covered structure.
okay. Is there, is it just a hotel? Is there like a restaurant?
There
or
is a
something?
restaurant.
Yeah, see, I could see perhaps like visitors to the restaurant may wanting to cycle there.
Right. Right.
The bike parking is shown where Genevieve's showing here. It's in between our parking structure in the rear of our building here. I
Visible
believe we-
from Warnell.
Yeah.
On the Warnell side.
And I believe we gave up 3 parking spaces there when we put that in, two or three parking.
Yeah.
So, as you know, parking in the plaza area is a hot commodity, and to give them up is also hard as well. So,
Our assumption is that they'd be used for short-term or long-term as the
Right.
need arises.
I guess I've kind of gotten used to seeing bike racks in front of a lot of restaurants, and so
yeah, in order to comply with the code and put them in the front of the building, one, we have an outdoor patio area currently in that location, but it requires 7 feet of head clearance above those bike parking, and it would require us to do new construction to the outside of the building to remove several light fixtures that are there that are historic on the building in those locations. And so if I had my presentation with proper pictures, I could show you that 1928, even in the 28 picture, you can see the lights, not the same lights, but were in those positions. And so it would require us to remove those lights in order to give the required headspace. So we would need another variance there, or we'd have to modify the facade, which would include going before the Historic Registry Board to make sure and get the approvals to make those modifications.
or get the staff.
Or it does
approved.
appear that there is an administrative adjustment that staff has the ability to grant that. We're not sure what that is or what would be entitled there, but.
Board members, any other questions? Motions?
I'll say I'm fine with all of the special use permits and all of the variances, but with the exception of the bike parking variance, I take the staff's point of we don't like to set precedents on, we have the rules for a reason, but just one board member, those are my thoughts.
And condition 2 on the special use permit, do I understand staff to say that's no longer needed? Because they've already put up the screening, or did I?
We typically prefer to keep the condition on just to ensure that what is provided in the plans is actually installed, just because in this case, as was mentioned, there's already a certificate of occupancy. That's typically the time when the inspector goes in and then checks if they've met all the conditions. But
Okay.
since we don't have that, we just prefer to leave it on.
Okay, and you were okay with the 3 being changed to 180 days
Yes.
and removing 4 and 5, right?
Yes.
Okay, I can try to make a motion.
Okay.
On docket item number 1, case number SUP 2024-9. I move that we grant the requested special use permit with the changes to the conditions recommended by the City Plan Commission to change number 3 to require this within 180 days, remove 4 and 5, all in accordance with the plans submitted by the applicant and the staff report.
That's good.
A second.
Okay, thank you. So we have a motion and a second.
Goritz,
Aye.
Moran,
Aye.
Wright,
Aye.
Hayes.
Aye.
And Debbitz.
Aye. Number 2,
On
No.
doc,
So I
Go
had a
ahead.
question on the
Sure.
variance. The last one regarding the bikes, is it possible for us to give them the opportunity to listen to staff administration approval on that? Like, can we leave that off and give them time to review that instead of making that ruling?
Yeah, well, you could vote to remove those variances and then add a condition that that administrative adjustment be attached to the special use permit.
Okay.
But even though the special use permit was just
Being that
approved.
they just realized that that was an option, give them time to review that option.
well, are you talking about keeping it pending?
Yeah.
So we'd have to create a new case, I guess.
Maggie. They're giving us 4 bike spots long term, right? We're not amending
Six
Six
bike
spots.
parks.
6 spots
Mhm.
long term.
Yeah.
And so Jazz is concerned that we don't have any short-term biking. Okay, but we have 6 long-term.
Yeah, but those are a little different because those are in the parking garage. That's, somebody biking up to use the restaurant
Right.
probably isn't gonna
Right.
see that or know it's there or.
Right.
I believe that's also when part of the discussions we had with staff was potentially giving up additional parking spaces in order to provide the short-term bike parking. So that was part of the discussion we had with staff, was the location which would be in the parking garage area. In order to meet the required 10 bike parking spaces, we would give up at least 4 parking spaces in the garage in order to satisfy that requirement. So
I mean, it sounds like this would be best to have negotiated with staff. I mean, staff understands the restraints of the site and how important this hotel is to Kansas City and
Of course, we're willing to talk through alternative options that we're able to administratively approve. That I don't recall that conversation of, essentially negotiating, do we put 2 extra here? Do we put 1 there? We didn't have a detailed conversation about that,
but you could.
but we could.
And I think it's not an alternative plan, so it allows them to administratively reduce the number of bike parking spaces. So even if we were to agree with staff as to a reduced number, we would still have to follow the code and we would be back for different variances for those, whatever reduced number of bike parking spaces. So the plan doesn't allow us to change the requirements of the code, or at least my very brief read of that code section. We would still have to come back for variances related to those, whatever the reduced number. If we were able to work with staff to reduce that number, we'd still be back for more variances.
Can I clarify, how many exactly permanent spaces are in the plan? Because I see in the plan,
Six are currently being
Okay.
provided.
I see a I see a shelter in this plan that's 3. Is there another 3 I'm missing?
I believe they're allowed to be on dual sides, so each, it may just be how that was rendered, but I believe that each side is allowed to be a space, so you would have that three
Three
rungs.
pairs.
Yeah, 3 pairs, 3 rung, that each rung being. a
Oh,
pair.
okay.
Okay, I'll try to do motion on docket item number 2, case number BZA 2024-19. I move that we grant the variances requested with a change to number C, or it's not number, variance request C in the staff report, so that it's a 7% variance instead of, I think it says in the staff report, 5%. And eliminating variance G for the short-term parking, but encouraging instead an administrative approval, which allows the staff to make a reasonable approval for short-term parking that either involves substituting some of the long-term or whatever they can do to make this work for everybody involved. That's in accordance with the staff report and site plan.
Thank you, Ms. Moran. Second, someone?
A second.
Thank you, Ms. Wright.
Goritz,
Aye.
Moran,
Aye.
Wright,
Aye.
Hayes.
Aye.
And Devitt.
Aye. Your motion is approved, your ordinance, your request is approved. Good luck with it. And thank you for keeping the hotel in Kansas City. It looks great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Number 4.
We have docket item number 4. This is case CD BZ 2024-51. This is a request to approve a variance to permit an accessory structure in the front yard, plus any other needed variances on about 0.39 acres, generally located at 1400 West 50th Street. Stephanie Saldari is the staff planner associated with this case. The applicant is in the room with us, and this is a reminder for anyone else who wishes to provide public testimony to please approach the microphone now or raise their hand on Zoom so we can note you for the public testimony portion of this hearing.
Good morning, Mr. Graves, I'm assuming.
Yes,
Hey, raise your right hand to be sworn in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this hearing today?
I do.
Please state your name again for the court reporter.
David Graves.
Thank you, sir. There's a list of administrative exhibits associated with your case, and they are
1 through 9.
1 through 9. We need to
Excuse
admit
me, 1
those.
through 10.
Excuse me, 1 through 10. We need to,
We'll do that during.
well, we need to admit those to hear your case. Is that okay?
Yes.
Thank you. Part of that is a presentation by
Who's your
Ms.
chair?
Stephanie. Oh, and then we have some other people. Okay, great. We'll swear you in just a second. Anyone else in the live audience, or we see 2 people at the live audience?
We have 1 person online.
Okay. Can we swear everybody in at one time?
Let's do that.
Okay. And the person online is?
Richard,
Okay. Richard, can you turn on your camera and microphone to get you sworn in?
Sorry, I thought it was on.
All right, I see your name lighting up. There you are. Sir, it looks like your microphone's off. Can you turn it on? There you go. Nope. Nope.
On?
Yes, there you are.
Sorry.
Sir and ladies, please raise your right hands to be sworn in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this hearing today? Richard, let's start with you.
it's his microphone's off.
Your microphone's off again, sir.
Okay, yes, I do.
Thank you. And state your name for the court reporter.
Richard Farnan,
Thank you.
4801 Wyoming Street.
What was the address on Wyoming?
4801
Thank
Wyoming.
you. Ladies?
Linda Dewar.
And Linda, you say I do, right? Thank you. And thank you, Ms. Smith. All right. Let's have Ms. Saldari tell us about the Ladies, stay up there because you're gonna give testimony.
I just told them to sit down.
Oh,
Sorry.
you did?
Yeah.
If you want to sit down, you can sit down. We'll bring you back up, whatever you want to do. All right, Stephanie.
Good morning. So I am presenting docket item number 4, CDBCA 2024-00051, located on 1400 West 50th Street, zone R-6, and the applicant is seeking an approval of a variance to the location of accessory structures to permit multiple accessory structures on the front yard of the subject site. So the site is located here on the southwest side of Kansas City. So this is the location highlighted in yellow. One thing to note, the home is facing westward. However, the actual front yard, per the definition of the code, is on 50th Street. So the westward side is technically the street side yard. So this is the site plan. And let me zoom in here. So the applicant is seeking to put in a shed on the northwest corner of the front yard and a pool. And the dots in the darker green is existing plants, trees, etc. The light green dots is gonna be proposed new trees and greenery. And then there will be a 4-foot fence to comply with the pool standards. So it will be screened. I uploaded this to Compass KC, but this is the applicant's reason for their variance request. And then here are some pictures of the site. So as you can see, this is the front of the house, back of the house. Got the west side of the house and the south side of the house. So variance request A is a variance to the accessory building standards to allow an accessory structure on the front yard of the subject site. So this will be for the shed. This is a complete deviation. A change to the character of the neighborhood is anticipated since accessory structures is not usual in the front yard. However, the difficulty cannot be obviated by change in the sign due to the placement on the house of the lot. There is no room in the rear yard to place any accessory structures, or at least a code conforming structure. And variance request B is again for the accessory structure standards in the front yard. And this is for the swimming pool. Again, it's a complete deviation. It does create a change to the character of the neighborhood since this is unusual to have it in the front yard. But again, due to the placement on the house on the lot, it does not allow any room in the rear yard to place this pool. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Ms. Stephanie. Board members, any questions? Ms. Sildari? Seeing none. So, Ms. Stephanie, I've got a quick one here. On the pictures that we see, maybe photo number 11. That's the one across the street, I think it is. No, that's the one at the backyard. Is that where the pool's going to go?
Yes, it's on the south side of the lot. So yes, that's.
Okay. And will you see the pool from the street side?
I will let the applicant.
Okay, I'll let him
answer.
address that.
Mhm.
All right, well, thank you. Mr. Graves, why should we approve your request today, sir?
Yeah, so Stephanie did a nice job of covering the reasons, but at a high level, the way the house sits on the lot, the effective front of the house, the functional front faces east versus south, which is considered the front based on the address. So the functional rear of the house is the back of the house, which abuts to our neighbor's property and really leaves us about 10 feet of functional usable space for a private area or usage for recreation at all. And so what we want to do is put a garden recreation area on the south side, which is the front. But if you looked at the house from the street or drove around the house, you would think that was a side yard. And the way we would do that is we're going to put a retaining wall in from the sidewalk in the street. It rises about 6 feet. It's kind of hard to tell in that picture, but if you look across that picture, you can see that there's a hill there that rises about 6 feet from the street. We're going to put a retaining wall inside the sidewalk about 13 feet and make that area flat. And then what we're going to do is put an ornamental metal fence around that you can see through, and we're going to put vegetation all along the street and all around that area in order to block any view, and do that in a very tasteful manner by using a landscape contractor to make sure we do it all right, and so it won't be visible from outside the property. The house was built in 1921. We bought it in 2020. It was in great disrepair. We bought it as is. We've done a lot of work to bring the house back to basically its 1921 glory. We removed steel siding, repaired the tile roof. We've maintained the tile roof. We could have made that a composite roof. There aren't many tile roofs in that neighborhood. It's really the only one remaining, but we kept it. We have painted the entire exterior. We fixed all the wood rot that was there. There was a very large leaning retaining wall that we've repaired. And we've gotten a lot of very, very good comments from everyone. There's a lot of walking traffic around that peninsula. And a lot of people have stopped and said how much they appreciate what we've done with the property. And we intend to make this improvement exactly like if somebody had built it in 1921. So it's going to look like the structures, everything is going to look like somebody had planned for it to be there originally and was part of the project originally.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Graves. Board members, questions of Mr. Graves?
Will there need to be a fence variance if you're putting how tall would the fence be on top of the retaining wall?
4 feet.
4 feet, okay.
Okay. Let's start with the ladies in the room. Miss Linda, you want to go first? Are you in support or in opposition?
I'm in opposition somewhat.
Okay, somewhat.
Thank you. And I'd like to apologize for being really unfamiliar with how this works, but we live at 1406 West 50th Street. So we are the adjoining neighbors to Dave and Stacy. The street is a hill and we sit basically just a little bit above them on the hill. Our house was built in 1916, so we also value the historical nature of the neighborhood. I think my issue with what they would like to do, and I agree they've done lots of wonderful things to the house, is not so much the pool, because I feel like according to the plans that they've drawn up, it could be very unattractive and very, very unobtrusive for the rest of the neighbors on the block. I think for my husband and myself, our issue is more with the garden shed, the size of it. It's fairly sizable. It's 14 feet by 11. The 14-foot side would sit right on the border of our front yard property line, and really significantly obstruct our view of the entire neighborhood looking down the street. It rises up about 10 feet at its top. And I think it's really going to be quite a detriment to our property. I feel like also that certain compromises could be made in terms of a garden shed, in terms of its placement. They do have a hot tub also up against the sort of property line, right behind where they propose to put the garden shed. And a suggestion was made by one of the board members of the HOA to possibly switch the plans for the garden shed to go to, where the hot tub is, and then move the hot tub up front because it sits lower. There was something said about needing 10 feet, need to be 10 feet from the house. But it technically is a side yard, an interior side yard. And I feel like if it was in fire code, it actually could sit where the hot tub is. And it could make a big difference for us in terms of this obstruction it will create. And honestly, I understand that their house faces Westwood Terrace, but as I have kind of pointed out before, for the rest of 50th Street, that is still our front yard.
Right.
And we still view that yard is their front yard.
Thank you, Miss Linda. Miss Margaret, you're next.
My name is Margaret Smith, and I'm the president of the board of homeowners of Westwood Park Homes Association.
And speaking to the microphone a little bit more. Thank you. Thank you.
Better?
I think so. Yeah.
Margaret Smith, Westwood Park Homes Association, Board of Directors President. We are in support given certain parameters. In November 9th, 1915, the Declaration of Restrictions on Westwood Park by the original developer, L.R. Wright, established the setback requirements for lots on the north side of 50th Street between Westwood Terrace and Wyoming at 55 feet from the right-of-way. Covered porches are allowed to extend 10 feet into the front setback. Restrictions for further dictated that lots 102, which is this particular lot, and 108, which is the corner of Wyoming and 50th Street, were to be fronted on 50th Street. The city recognized the importance of maintaining established setbacks, front yard setbacks in older neighborhoods when it adopted the infill development standards 88-110-07 a few years ago. Homes along the north side of 50th Street on this block sit high above the sidewalk with porches providing articulation of the otherwise uniform setback. Many of these lots have approximately 5-foot-high stone retaining walls near the sidewalk. Members of the Westwood Park Homes Association do not support granting the variance as written in the submitted description. There was a general description submitted that's a little different than the staff report that requested development standards for side yards to be applied to the front yard of this residence. However, given the distance of the house from the right-of-way and the elevation of the area to be developed in relation to the sidewalk, we believe development of the front yard is possible without adversely affecting the character of the block face. We would accept a variance that allows for construction of a terrace pool and a small garden shed within the front yard with certain parameters. These include terracing the front yard in such a way that the maximum exposed height of the retaining wall at the southeast corner, which would be the highest part of it, is 4 feet. It is understood that the exposed height of the retaining wall will diminish as it extends west into the hill, the rising grade. The exposed face is to be stone, similar to the adjacent walls. Grade remains at its existing slope on the public side of that retaining wall, from the base of the retaining wall down to the sidewalk. The perimeter fence is ornamental metal, and it is to be inset from the house, towards the house from the retaining wall. Landscaping within the fence screens the pool from the street, and the garden shed is not to exceed 11 feet by 14 foot footprint. It is to be tucked into the northwest corner of the front yard. The house at 1400 West 50th Street stands out in Westwood Park for its striking architecture and the setting up high on the hill at the intersection of Westwood Terrace and 50th Street. We're happy the current owners are taking good care of it, and we recognize the corner lots have certain restrictions that a house with conventional front, rear, and side yards do not. We believe that allowing for development of the front yard within the parameters described above will allow the owners to provide private recreational space without compromising the character of the neighborhood.
Thank you, Miss Margaret. I appreciate it. Richard, in the
Yes.
Zoom audience, what do you have to say about this case? Are you supporting or opposition?
I'm in opposition to a part of it.
Okay.
I'm I'm opposed to that portion of the variance that would allow an accessory building, a garden shed in this case, in the front yard on West 50th Street and Westwood Park. I know that originally, as Margaret mentioned, the submittal was different. It was then revised June the 3rd, and a submission was made again yesterday, 6/11, and today a set of stipulations were submitted by Mr. Graves. I'm not opposed to the swimming pool. Everyone has described how that would be unobtrusive and not really visible from the sidewalk. And I'm not opposed to any of the stipulations that Mr. Graves has agreed to. I agree with the staff that this would require substantial deviation in the lot and building standards in Westwood Park. I agree with Linda Dewar that it's a substantial detriment to their neighboring property. I disagree with staff because I think this could easily be obviated by building the accessory structure in what is an ample rear yard on Westwood Road. I think everyone keeps looking at the west property line adjacent to the Dewar property as if it were the rear yard. It's not. While they may wish it was the rear yard, it's a side yard. I believe, though, you could provide if they build in the rear yard at 11 by 14, there's not even a permit required. I would support the variance allowing the pool and the wall and the stipulations, but moving the garden shed back so that it does not, is not any closer to the street than the principal dwelling. That west side yard is, by their own drawings, 26.48 feet wide. I don't understand this concern that suggests that you only have 10 feet available. It's 26.48 feet. And my understanding is that's an interior lot line, and the accessory building could be within 1.5 feet of that interior property line. And I'm not sure there's anything magic about a 14 by 11. Maybe it's 10 by 16, give the same square footage. So again, I simply think that it does make a substantial deviation in the lot and building standards. I think it sets a terrible precedent. We're all going to now be allowed to build accessory buildings in our 55-foot setbacks on 50th Street. I don't believe it. And I believe that Linda's right, that while it is not negatively affecting other owners on 50th Street, it's definitely is a detriment to them. And then finally, they can build it in the rear yard or.
Thank you very much for your testimony today, sir. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Board members' comments to the property owner, Mr. Graves, or other people?
I have a question about that last suggestion. What the rear yard is straight west of the house, or? Is that
No,
what you're talking
that's a
about?
side yard.
It's on the north side of the house.
Yeah. so
North
the
side,
rear-
okay.
Yes.
So clear on the opposite side of the house from the pool.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, and this is the interior side yard.
Is the accessory structure supposed to be connected with the pool? Is that like a pool house or?
No, it's supposed to be a garden shed, but the area that we really want to do the gardening is in that area. We had planned to have some storage for the pool in that structure as well. And so it was the best place to put it. And we're gonna, to be honest, it's going to be made in exactly sort of a replica of the house itself. So it's going to have the stone of the house. It's going to have the same stucco, and it's going to have a tile roof. And we just thought it would be really nice to have that there as far as just the aesthetics of it. The other concern that we had, the two concerns we had, is we just put a great deal of flat work with a new side. Everything had to be kind of replaced when we moved in. So we put new flat work in that north side area in order to create an entrance to the house on that side. As well as, I think that the challenge there also is that since that yard faces Westwood Terrace, that it wouldn't meet the exact, the things you could do there wouldn't apply like a backyard because it also faces a street. So we might have, you know, there might be a whole new set of challenges there. We thought it was the best way to make it not visible from anywhere was the location. Yeah, go ahead if you have a question.
Do we have a photo of the property from the view from Westwood?
Yeah, so that right there is, so that's the back of the property. The right photo for me is the back of the property. And you can see there where there's flat work that rises up from a staircase that comes off the driveway and goes in back. And there's a pathway that we had put there. And if we did anything in that area, you know, we basically have to kind of re-architect that. It would be a challenge, and it's not the project that we'd hope to do. The only thing I'd mention just very quickly, and not to get argumentative here necessarily, but you know, we've had discussions with Mr. Ballman and Ms. Doer about the view, and as she said, that their house is about my height, higher than ours going up the hill. So the hill's very steep. And we're going to have to grade down that part of the property because the hill goes down away from the house to make everything flat with the retaining wall. So we're going to have to grade down about 2 feet lower than the way it is now before we would put that structure in. And if we won't necessarily build it 10 feet high, I think that's the restriction, but we're going to try to make it shorter if we can. So it's kind of the effective height at the base of their house will be somewhere between 2 and 3 feet. So about the height of a medium-sized bush is what the top of this property will be. And we feel respectfully that the part of the view that it's going to be an issue. And I guess the other thing I'd mention is there's a thick set of evergreen trees between our properties right now, between that space and our properties right now, because we're both trying to create privacy and done a good job of accomplishing that. But really the view that it would be obstructing would be kind of a area of our yard, of what is our front yard. And you know, that we're just not sure that's a huge detriment, really. And we think that the way it's going to be architected and the way it's going to look in the neighborhood, one is you're not going to really be able to see it from the street or anywhere else because it's we're going to have foliage all the way along, just as the home association stipulated. And we feel like anybody who can see it's just going to think it's just a really nice building that was built in 1921. And so we feel like we've really worked hard. We've made it smaller. We're tucking it way up to the northwest. And you know, there is the challenge of the 10 feet from an accessory building being 10 feet from the main property. So you know, the way the plan is now is it adheres to that as close as it possibly can. It's exactly 10 feet away. And so we've really tried hard to do everything we can do to address people's concerns.
One thing I'm thinking is when I look at this view from Westwood, and you look at the layout of the property, if you were to build a shed that was conforming with the code without requiring any variances, it seems like it would be actually quite visually obtrusive from Westwood.
Yeah, our neighbors right across the street would.
And looking at the picture, although it's technically a backyard, it looks like a front yard. So it feels to me that it would look actually more odd to put the shed in the place where code would allow than adding this variance. But those are just my thoughts.
Mm-hmm. I would agree with Jazz that the placement of the shed may be a little bit larger than what I would want it to be. But I feel the placement is good, and it feels like you've done a lot with the home already, Mr. Graves, that you don't want to ruin the aesthetics of the property. So, so.
I did hear you mention that you would be willing to reduce the size of the shed.
We have reduced the size.
You have already, okay.
The original size was 13 by 15.
Mhm.
We've reduced it down to 11 by 14, and the reason is it's kind of a multi-use. My wife's a big gardener, loves to garden, and she's got, all the things that she'd like to do in there, potting wise and everything else, and that's why we've made it that large. We would like to keep it that size. If I'm not sure what size is it, because I'm not sure how different 11 by 14 would be than 9 by 13 or something like that. I'm just not sure at what point it doesn't look actually more like it doesn't belong than it does, I guess, from a scale perspective with the house. If somebody were going to build this house in 1921, I think they probably would have made it somewhere near this size if they were going to do it.
Okay.
I also just can appreciate the fact that the applicant is putting up this retaining wall, 4-foot fence, foliage, doing seemingly everything to put in a good faith effort to make sure that this is as not visible from the street as possible, but
Yeah, I think it will only be, depending on how tall the trees grow, visible from the street, maybe 2 feet above the retaining wall plus the iron rod fence. That's about 8 feet. I'd be open to making a motion.
Okay, go ahead.
On
That's
case
right.
number 51.
Yep.
I make the motion to approve the variance and permit the accessory structure along with the in accordance to the staff report
And site plan.
and site plan.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
There's
Sorry.
two
There's two-
variances. One for the pool, I think, and one for the,
Yes,
Accessory
and
structure.
I move to approve the variance request A and variance request B in accordance to the staff report.
second.
Lawrence,
Aye.
Moran,
aye.
Wright,
Aye.
Hayes.
Aye.
Ebbets,
Nay.
motion passes.
You want to take a break, guys, for 15 minutes, and then we'll be right back. Hopefully the next cases will go quicker. Yeah, thank you.
There's always hope.
Yes, there's always hope.
I will, yeah. I wonder. One of them has been acting funny. That's why I was kind of. And so this is where you want to be all right. Good deal. Hopefully it'll stay that way. I feel so far away. That's why I was like. "Are you okay?"
Yeah, I know. I caught it.
Oh, good.
Thank you.
They were acting a little different this morning.
For our brief break. So we're back in session after our brief break. Sometimes we go through these cases quickly, sometimes not so quickly. Today looks like one of those days that we don't go through as quickly as we want to. So looking at today's docket and not wanting people to wait around all day just to have your case continued, we're going to call a stop after case 19. So I don't know if they go fast or slow, but just so you're not waiting around. Then on Friday, this coming Friday, your cases will be automatically continued with no fee to Friday. So if you're docket number 20 or above, we will see you at 9 a.m. virtually. We won't be here in person. And there are instructions with your cases how to log in. It's very easy, like we've seen other people do here. So, but if your case is 19 or below, we feel we will hear those today at this hearing. So with
All
that,
applicants will receive an email with these instructions as well as changes made to the website.
yep. Okay, so if your case 20 or above, you're free to go. If not, then we're going to take the next case, which is docket number 5.
Docket item number 5, this is case CD BZA 2024-50. This is a request to approve a variance to the interior side yard setback plus any other needed variances in the R6 zoning district, which is a residential zoning district, on about 0.24 acres, generally located at 806 West 60th Terrace. Stephanie Saldari is the staff planner associated with this case. If you are the applicant, please approach the desk or raise your hand in Zoom. Michael's online. This is also a reminder for anyone who wishes to provide public testimony on this case to also approach the microphone now or raise your hand in Zoom so we can promote you.
Miss Anna, we're having issues trying to find the staff report on this one case. There don't seem to be attachments that I see readily. Are you?
I found it.
Did you? Back up here. I'll try it again, sorry.
It's right there.
The staff report is attached to Compass KC. There are 9 exhibits associated with this case, and the applicant, Michael, is connected.
Good. All right. Do we have Mr. Blackledge online?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Please raise anyone else interested in this case that you see.
John Wind.
John, are you online as well? We'll swear you both in at the
Yes,
same
I am.
time. Raise your right hands. I'm sorry.
Applicant team or public testimony for John.
Okay. So please raise your right hands. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this hearing today?
I do. Yes.
Great. And state your name again for the court reporters, each of you, please, sir.
Michael Blackledge, Piper Wind Architects, 2121.
John Wind, Piper Wind Architects.
Okay, great. Who's speaking on the case today?
I'll take the lead, Michael Blackledge.
Okay, great. Thank you. There are lists of administrative exhibits labeled 1 to 9 that we need to admit for your case today. Do we have your permission to admit those?
Yes.
Thank you. One of those is a presentation by Ms. Soldari. Stephanie, tell us about the case.
All right, we got docket item number 5, CDBCA 2024-00050, located on 806 West 60th Terrace, zoned R-6, and the applicant is seeking a variance to the interior side setback on an infill lot to allow for a porte cochere at the side of the house. So the subject site is located on the southwest portion of Kansas City. Highlighted in yellow is the site. This is what the home looks like. This is the driveway over on the east side of the house, and there is a detached garage all the way in the rear yard and the porte cochere will go off to, it will be attached to the house. It'll be off to the side, as like a gateway to this garage. So here is the site plan. Here, on the left-hand side is the whole site. And then I zoomed it in here on the right side. And this are some drawings of what it will look like. We got the east side elevation, the south elevation, which would be the front of the house, the north elevation. And so the variance request is a variance of 1 foot to the infill residential side setback standards to permit an interior setback of 4 feet on the subject site. So this is again a 1 foot setback. Currently with infill lots, the max side setback is 5 feet. So a substantial change to the character of the neighborhood is not anticipated. The difficulty could be obviated by a change in design. It can be built with fire graded materials and keep the 4 foot setback without a variance. This only applies to infill lots. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you. Board members, any questions of Ms. Stephanie?
Yeah, does this mean we'd be creating a fire hazard if we approve this? If they can have 4 feet, but it requires fire graded materials?
Yeah, the variance would allow the addition to be closer to the property line. The building code is going to require that how the walls are constructed, that they're fire rated, so that there is not a fire hazard.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Sir, why should we approve your request?
Sure. So just start with the reason for the porte cochere addition originally. The homeowners, Johnstons, would like to age in place and stay in their home. And currently the detached garage is in the northeast corner and they have to walk from it over to the northwest corner of the house. And there's no protection from inclement weather and snowy and icy conditions. They've had a couple falls in recent history. So they would like to add a porte cochere on the east side to provide covered space and as to unload and load items from the car, especially during inclement weather. And part of this renovation will create a new door entrance on the room that's on the east side of the house, on the back side, so that porte cochere that you saw on the site plan, the roof would extend over the east wing on the back side of the house to provide that covered entrance and exit from the house directly to the vehicle. And kind of the math, the way it added up is we have a kind of narrow curb on the east side of the house to protect the driveway and vehicle from the house. And we have 13-foot wide driveway, which allows for 12-foot wide gates. And that space is just for a vehicle to be able to pull in and have adequate maneuvering space on both sides of the vehicle to get in and out and items in and out of the vehicle. And then that's kind of sets the columns on the east side of the porte cochere. And at the end of the day, that was 4 feet from the property line instead of 5 feet. It'll be designed kind of to look like a garden structure in the Georgian style architecture to match the house. So it'll blend in, it'll be open air and 1-story flat roof. So it's not going to be a imposing structure to the neighboring property. As you can see by the elevations, but that's the reason we're here for the variance is for that 1 foot, just for adequate maneuvering ability. And also you drive in forward to the existing garage and then you're going to be backing out. So again, we wanted to keep it as wide as we could to maintain the safety and the backing out as well, and not just coming in and dropping off and unloading. So if there's some other questions, I'm happy to answer those from the board.
Good.
Oh, and speaking of the separation of the other structure, the code requires a minimum of 10-foot separation And you can see on the drawings, we're 10.5 feet from the structure to the east, so we do meet code separation between the structures.
Perfect.
Well, no.
Board members, any other questions of Mr. Blackledge? Sir, did you get any neighbor opposition or comments on
Not-
this?
Sorry,
variance?
I haven't heard of any, no. And I don't know if Stephanie has had any.
No, I have
Um,
not received any.
Good.
I can tell you that I was told by the homeowner that the neighbor to the east endorses the project.
And that's the one most effective. Is that right, Mr.
That
Wynn?
is correct. That is correct, yes.
All right, board members, any other questions or comments and or motions?
I'll move on docket item number 5, case number 2024-50. I move that we grant the requested variance in accordance with the site plan and staff report.
I have a motion. Do I have a second for someone?
Second.
Thank you.
Goins,
Aye.
just you repeat yourself.
Aye.
Aye.
Go ahead.
Moran,
Aye.
Wright,
Aye.
Hayes.
Aye.
And Devitt.
Aye. Your project is approved. Good luck with that. Thank you.
Thank you,
Very
everyone.
much.
Okay. We have docket item number 6. This is case CD BZA 2024-53. This is a request to approve a special exception to permit a fence greater than 6 feet on a corner residential lot, plus any additional variances on about 1.52 acres, generally located at 5921 Ward Parkway. Connor Tomlin is the staff planner associated with this case. If you are the applicant team, please approach the desk or raise your hand on Zoom. This is also a reminder for anyone who wishes to provide public testimony on docket item 6 to please raise your hand on Zoom now or approach the microphone so we can note your participation for this case. Seeing none, Mr. Chair.
Are you Luke? Good morning to you. Please raise your right hand to be sworn in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this hearing today?
I, Luke Boyer, do.
Thank you very much. And Luke, there's a list of administrative exhibits we need to admit for your case today. They are labeled 1 to 10. Do we have your permission?
Yep.
Thank you. One of those is a presentation by Mr. Tomlin to your left. Connor, tell us about the case.
Okay, today we have CD BZA 2024-00053 at 5921 Ward Parkway, R6 zoning district. The applicant is seeking approval of a fence greater than 4 feet in height on a residential corner lot, plus any additional variances. This is the general location of the site. Closer look at the site itself along Ward Parkway. The site plan I was sent ended up going grayscale for some reason, so I tried to mark up where the original marks are, but if Luke needs to clarify after my presentation, those marks he can. This is the style of fence that is going to be going. The variance is going to be a variance of 2 feet, or I'm sorry, a special exception of 2 feet to the maximum height of a fence on a residential corner lot to permit a fence height of 6 feet on the subject site. A substantial change to the character of the neighborhood is anticipated. Most corner lots in the area don't exceed the 4-foot maximum for fences. The difficulty could be obviated through a change of design. And that concludes my presentation.
Okay. So, Mr. Luke, I'm sorry, questions of staff, anyone? Mr. Luke, why should we approve the request, Mr. Boyer?
So on this project, Mr. Tomlin, he kind of explained it pretty well. It's going to be a 5-foot tall fence. It's going to be a foot taller than the standard fence you guys allow. The people to the north and to the south right there along Ward Parkway, they both have the same style fence. It's an ornamental wrought iron look. And they're right along the sidewalk. And I mean, it's 2 houses to the south and 2 houses to the north. They both have it full property. And Mr. Zima at the Zima Family Trust right there, he's trying to do the same thing, and just, have a private perimeter around his property. He does all of his business at the Genesis Construction Company, and he was actually robbed by knife point, like less than 2 months ago, and he's in his 80s. And he just wants a secure property there. And then once we get this project done, we're gonna head to the office out there on Roanoke, and that'll be our next process. And I'll be back here again for the height variance for that one as well.
All right. And I'm trying to place that. So you're north of 59th Street, or is it south of 59th?
It is, I believe it's south, right there, south of 59th Terrace,
Okay. All right.
right on the east side.
Yep.
I had a question. He had mentioned, applicant mentioned that the height of the fence is 5 feet, but we have 6.
Yeah, that was a typo on my
Okay.
part. Yeah,
So it'll only be a 1 foot variance then.
that's correct. Yeah, if it's 5 feet, it's gonna be a 1 foot variance.
Okay.
And the neighbors you're talking about that already had these fences,
They
what,
have, they
what
have
height?
they have 6 foot tall ornamental fence. But the style that this homeowner wants, it's a lot more expensive to go 6 foot. I mean, it's a lot more expensive than just the standard classic. It's a rounded point, ornamental wrought iron. It's a warrior style, so it's all special ordered stuff, and 5 foot is about as much as he wanted to spend on the fence. But I mean, it was a little bit taller than the variance that is allowed, and then a little bit shorter than what's the neighbors have it anyways.
Do the neighbors have variances or?
I don't know. That wasn't part of my research on that. And when I was in Street View, it might have been a little outdated, so I might not have noticed that those fences were in.
Okay.
But as far as those other properties, I didn't do research on whether they received variances or not.
Okay, and those fences are along Ward Parkway also?
And there's the sidewalk on the, it would be the east side of this Ward Parkway right there. There's a sidewalk that runs parallel with the front of 5921. If you go one house north across 59th Terrace right there, that house right there, it's got stone columns and the black wrought iron along the sidewalk. And if you go one house to the south, it's got the same situation there. They've got that one there. And then go, I believe it's, you go one street further south, there's 2 more houses right there along the street that have the stone columns and ornamental fence. And theirs is all 6 foot tall with the automated gates.
Are you putting in gates, Mr. Boyer?
Eventually, that's the plan. But at the moment, they just they wanted to get the fence installed. And just to get everything approved before they go ahead and spend, the money on the gates, because they're almost $30,000 gates.
And I think there's 2 of them. Doesn't the curb cut go both ways?
On the curve, like you're talking about the parking right there.
Well, yes, in front of their home. I think that was the old Bishop House, as I
Yeah.
recall, but
Yep, it's a circle or half circle asphalt drive. And they're
Yes.
gonna have 2 sliding gates that go parallel with the fence.
Right.
Instead of, because it only allows 18 foot from where the fence will be.
Yes.
If it swings out towards the curb, it's gonna be obstructing the sidewalk view, putting people in danger that way. And then also, he wouldn't be able to pull in and then open the gate as well
Right.
too. So it's all safe anyways.
Thank you.
Portion.
I could ask this before, excuse me if I did. Any neighbor opposition?
As far as I know, no.
I haven't received anything.
Okay, thank you, Connor. All right, board members, further questions, comments, and or motion?
Can I request that a condition be added that we get a revised site plan to show the 5 feet instead of 6 feet?
Yes.
I know the scan
Is that
is
okay, Luke?
just-
So,
What do you mean by that?
Just the scan in the staff report, it's, I don't know what the right word is, the contrast is very high, so we can't tell the exact number. But if we're confirming that it's 5 feet instead of 6 feet, like on the staff report, we just
Yeah.
want to document it that way. So when the disposition letter is issued and the plans are stamped, it says 5 feet and not 6. Yeah.
it's fairly straightforward. You should be able to do that.
Okay, on docket item number 6, case number BZA 2024-53. I move that we grant the variance for a or the special exception for a 1 foot exception for a 5 feet tall fence. Is this in the front yard? It's
Yes.
considered the
Yeah.
front yard, okay.
Yes.
Whole perimeter.
In the front yard, with the condition that a revised site plan be submitted specifying the 5 foot fence.
I have a motion. Do you have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Gorens.
Lawrence,
Aye.
Moran,
Aye.
Wright,
Aye.
Hayes,
Aye.
and Ebbets.
Aye. The project is approved, and be sure you get the site plan in. You're good to go.
Good, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Now we're moving on to docket item 7. This is case CD BZA 2024-44. A request to approve a special exception to permit a fence to be greater than 4 feet in height in the front yard on a residential lot, plus any additional variances or special exceptions on about 0.18 acres, generally located at 601 East 81st Terrace. If you are the property owner applicant, please approach the desk or raise your hand in Zoom. This is also a reminder for anyone who wishes to provide public testimony to please approach the microphone or raise your hand in Zoom so we can list you for the public testimony portion.
So we have one gentleman there. Anything in the Zoom audience on it?
No one has raised their hand on Zoom.
Good morning. I'm going to swear you, all three of you in, sir, at the podium. Thank you. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this hearing today? Please state your names for the court reporter.
Logan Armovic, I do.
Thank you.
Eunice Armovic, I do.
Thank you.
Gerald Bressel.
General.
Gerald Bressel.
General Joseph Bressel. Thank you very much, Gerald. All right, there's a list of administrative exhibits we need to admit for your case today.
Your Honor, may I
Yeah.
interrupt you? I was late and emailed Connor this morning, and I'd like to move for some additional exhibits to be utilized by this board.
Okay, once we hear Connor's presentation, I'll ask you to come forward with your exhibits. Is that okay? Are they electronic or are they paper?
He emailed them to me. I have them in PowerPoint presentation on my flash.
Okay. Okay, so they'll,
We'll number them when.
yeah, we'll admit them as needed. Thank you, sir. All right. So we have your permission to admit those exhibits. One of those is a presentation by Mr. Tomlin. Thank you very much, Connor.
Set here. Okay, today we have CD BZA 2024-00044 located at 601 East 81st Terrace in an R6 zoning district. A request to approve a special exception to permit a fence to be greater than 4 feet in height in the front yard of a residential lot, plus any additional variances. This is the general location of the site. This is a closer look at the site itself. This is the site plan that was proposed to me. It's a little blurry, superimposed onto the PowerPoint, but the red indicates existing fence, green is the proposed fence. This is the style of fence that is being proposed. The variance request is 2 feet as a special exception to the maximum height of a fence on a residential lot. A substantial change to the character of the neighborhood is anticipated. Most fences in this area are not located in the front yard. The difficulty can be obviated through a change of design, and that is all I have for my presentation.
All right. Questions of Mr. Tomlin, board members? Seeing none. Either Logan or Eunice, who's going to speak on your case today?
I will.
Thank you, Eunice. Tell us why we should approve your request.
Yes, so as you could see, we have a very weird piece of property here. The backyard is pretty small. We have 2 dogs and a toddler. And having a fence in that side would be perfect for our toddler in terms of safety. She already plays in that side yard, and we would just like to have it fenced off and have privacy as much as possible. It's starting to become a busy street, so we would like to have a fence built.
All right. Questions of those guys? Anyone?
I have a question.
Yeah.
Sir. Are they, I'm sorry, I might have missed this, but both the same kind of fence?
Yes.
So it's gonna match?
Yes.
The red and green just had that question.
Yeah, shows what's
What's there? And yeah.
All right, Mr. Gerard, Connor, did you say there's exhibits that I need to admit?
Yes.
And that'll be the next one. I believe that's exhibit number 11.
The answer is yes, we would like Mr. Tomlin to allow those additional exhibits to be viewed by the board.
Okay. And Connor, I think you need to share your screen, I think. I'm not
Okay,
sure
so
it's
you-
going out on Zoom.
So you are admitting? that?
Yes, those
Okay.
are admitted.
Okay,
Yes.
gotcha. Just wanted to make sure.
Yep.
Okay, so these are additional images and I'll allow you to tell me to go to the next slide when you're ready.
All right, first of all, I'd like to, I know the board's aware that the special exemptions to be granted under 2711B requires 3 conditions. And those are the 3 conditions you must find that exist to grant the exemption. And let me point to you, the house that I own is on the White House. The part of the fence that's already been in the backyard, you can see in the back, and you can also see the additional fence that's next to the applicant's house. It would run all the way from the backyard all the way to the street. And if you'll notice, there's a fire hydrant there. Well, I have a question. How's the fire department going to get its hose? God forbid, there's a fire in the applicant's house. Let's move on to the next slide. This is a very important slide because nothing has been shown regarding the Hartman Elementary School. This is directly across the street from the applicant's house and from our house that shows the school boardwalk right there where kids come up and down, where cars come up and down. And to put up the size of the fence and the style of the fence that's being requested could block the view of cars, could endanger possible children walking. As the applicant themselves has stated, the street's becoming busier. And so we believe that would be a hazard to the health and safety of the public in general to allow that size fence with that type of construction where it's being requested. Let's go to the next slide, please. Well, this is just, again, showing the height of the fence that's already there. It's being asked to continue down where you see the markers on that picture. Next slide, please.
That's all I have. I
Right.
had 6 images. so-
I hope that illustrates the fact of the concern, and it will alter the neighborhood. It would block the entire view from the property I own to the west where the school is, where all the green space has been. We've lived there since 1956. I don't know if you can tell by my age, but that's quite a while. And so we believe in the interest of the public that that size fence should not be over the 4 feet that the ordinance requires. The ordinance is there for a reason. That's to prevent and to help with the safety of the public. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any consideration to maybe a 5-foot fence or less than 6, sir? And ma'am, Eunice?
5 foot would be fine. We just want, one of our dogs can scale a 4-foot fence because we used to have a chain link fence, and that's why we put the privacy in the backyard, and she could
Right.
do that. So that's part of the reason too.
And we did employ a surveyor to plot the property, and the fence will not be going to the street. There's a setback limit, and that's marked in our property as well. It's not going to interfere with the fire hydrant, that corner property pin.
How far back does that go from the hydrant, would you say? About?
I would say about 6,
Fence.
4, probably 5 feet back and shifted over to the side. So there's about an 8-foot strip of grass in our yard that is city right away. And that's where all those facilities are located on that we're not going to be impeding.
Do you have a gate in the front? I can't picture the front of your home right now, but.
Yeah, there will be along the side of the house and the fence really, just because it's an awkwardly shaped lot, is mostly in the side and front yard.
Right.
But just on that side, the larger grassed area.
I have a question for staff. Would some of this be allowed without a variance? I mean, it looks like some of it is behind the,
Yeah, so
line of the
everything
house.
in red is considered backyard. Everything in green is technically considered front yard.
okay, even the
Is there
part
no-
that's directly
no
north
side-
of the house.
There's no side yard consideration.
I don't believe so. I had
No.
spoken with other members of staff and where that red transitions to green just goes to the front yard, but Anna can correct me if I
Can
did.
you pull up, like page 4 of your staff report?
I don't have my staff report.
No, that's,
on hand.
no, that's the image. My apologies, that's the
Oh,
page that I
okay.
wanted. There's the radius, that is near those numbers. I'm just gonna have to stand up, I'm sorry.
The dotted black one.
Understand why.
Is it the dotted black line?
Yeah, that's the building setback line.
Is subject to the variance that it's referring to.
What did you say? Everything in green?
Everything in green ahead of the dotted building line.
Okay, so everything behind the dotted line, even though it's shown in green, would be allowed?
Yeah, the green just indicates that that's the new fence going in. Everything ahead
Okay.
of that dotted line is considered front yard.
So they could put a fence back there that ends at that dotted line
Yeah, technically if they wanted to.
and over to the house, and that would enclose that part of the yard and not go all the way out to the front?
Yeah, but
Is
that's,
that correct?
yeah, that's up to them if that's what they wanted to
Yeah,
pursue.
we
then.
wouldn't have brought this case up if that's what we were gonna do. We're interested in, there will be a fence in that part of the yard. The issue is just whether it will be a 6-foot, 5-foot, or 4-foot.
Could I ask that be repeated? Because I couldn't hear it.
What I said?
Yes.
Yes, I said we wouldn't have brought this case if we were just going to keep it within the rear and side yard. We brought it for the front yard variance. We know that we're going to be putting 6 feet up to the 30-foot building line laid out in the plat when the subdivision was originally created.
May I comment? It sounds to me like it's an all or nothing situation. I've even wanted to consider a different style of the fence. You could actually see through, like the metal fences we were seeing in the previous presentation. But the answer is no. The answer is the kind of fence that he wants to put up has been shown to you. You can't hardly see through it at all. Whether it's 4 foot would be enough. Maybe people could see over, but to be above that, they could create even the same problem that the 6-foot fence would create.
Well, 6 foot's obviously a lot taller, sir. So 5 foot, people can kind of look over. 6 foot, you don't know what's going on beyond that, beyond on the inside. That's why we don't like taller fences in the front yard.
Keep in mind, we're talking about traffic. This is really an intersection of 2 streets,
Right.
81st Terrace and Cherry.
Right.
And so we're looking for cars. Cars need that visibility. We don't want anybody hurt, especially when you have children going to school.
Right. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Can I say something about, so the corner of 81st Terrace there and Cherry where it goes down, I'm not good at my cardinal directions, but if you go down, the slope is graded down. So even if there's a 6-foot fence, people can still see going down to that street to Cherry if they really want to. And in terms of privacy, as with the style that we went for, as you can see, there's still light filtering. It's not a solid fencing. So if people really want to see what we're doing in our backyard, what my kid is doing, playing, then they can.
Right.
Yeah, it's not the people as much as it is the fire department, the police department that we think about.
Sure, that's why there's that setback. We're not going right to the, because the city right of way has their own easement, so we're not going past that.
Board members, further questions or comments?
I'm just remembering on previous cases similar to this, where if we did approve it, we asked for a 5 foot and we asked them to change up the design to have a little bit more spacing in between. If I was a neighbor, I would be concerned, knowing that some of that's gonna be blocked off for me and then even coming around that bend in that corner there. But I do see the need of wanting additional yard space, but I don't see, it being it's a preferred convenience as opposed to a need. Yeah.
Yeah, it seems like if you could drop it to 5 feet and if maybe you could set it back even further to kind of alleviate some of the concerns about blocking the traffic. I mean, even a couple feet more, it seems like would be better for I would think, for your concerns.
Well, I think the best resolution would be when you can actually see through. If
Right.
you pull up the picture of the fence again, and you see it front on, you really can't see through the fence.
Yeah.
And I think that's a major issue that needs to be considered.
Yeah, is that one of those shadow box
The
fences?
shadow box fence and the price point between that and a see-through wrought iron fence is pretty large, so we're not gonna be building a metal fence, it's gonna be a wood fence. Whether it's 4 feet, 5 feet, or 6 feet is why we're here seeking the special use.
How do you weigh the cost of a fence against the cost of a potential life? I mean, it's really simple.
Jerry, they just built new sidewalks around the entire school, so anyone that is walking, and there's no students because they're all dropped off on the front side, will be walking on the sidewalk regardless.
So the fence looks like this.
Yes.
Correct, yeah, it's separated out even farther than a typical shadow box. There's 5.5 inches of space between the slats as opposed to the typical 3.5 inches.
May I make a comment about the picture? If you look at the picture on the left, you're seeing it from an angle. If you look at the picture head on, the one further to the right, you don't see through those slats. So it's a matter of the perspective of the picture. This fence is going to be viewed head on as the picture on the right would show.
I was on a case 8 or 9 years ago on Gregory. And those people wanted that shadow-like fence. And we ended up granting one with spacing between the pickets, not shadow, but some spacing between the pickets. I think it was 6 inches, I think. But that was approved. I'm sensitive to the neighbors, but I'm also sensitive to what you're trying to do. So, I don't know.
Yeah, we had a sports player that wanted it the same way.
Yeah, down on 39th Street. That's right. Yeah.
Would you be willing to continue this for a month and talk to your neighbor and try to work something out?
No, I think we're kind of right at an impasse. That's why we're.
Okay,
we're here.
you've already done that?
And would you consider a fence redesign? Or do you only want the shadow box? Would you?
In terms of spacing?
Yes. Yeah, a 5-foot fence with some straight pickets, not
Correct.
where
yeah.
you can't really see through this one as much.
Yeah, as long as the spacing isn't enough for our terrier dog to get through. Because
You can do a picket fence with even 3 inches space and it still gives that, it's not that blockade look. You can, any kind of spacing I think helps.
I was just thinking to match the style of the backyard so it doesn't look off.
Right.
Right.
Yeah, I get that, but
And then any decision by this board would just be pertaining to the variance request portion of the fence, everything up to the setback.
Yes,
is
correct.
already
We don't.
included in the ordinance. Okay.
Right.
right, it's just the front yard
Yep.
part of it that we're concerned with.
And are you considering the front yard, the yard that runs in between our two houses, beyond that red mark, that green right there?
So this curved building, the dotted line there, anything ahead of that is the front yard. So here, anything in this section, they can build to 6 feet. By right, anything ahead of that dotted curved line there has to seek a variance to be over 4 feet.
Okay. All right. What's your thoughts?
I mean, yeah, I'd be open to spacing out and doing a single sided picket
Instead of a
at-
shadow box.
at 3 inches instead of a shadow box at 6 feet,
Okay.
or a 5 foot shadow box all the way around. And I think people have had some options.
So did I
Then to-
hear 3-inch spacing on a 5 foot?
No, 3 inch spacing on a 6 foot.
Okay.
It seems like 5 foot would, I don't know. I've had dogs that jump and I have a 5 foot fence and nobody can jump the 5 foot
Yeah.
fence. That would be a miracle dog who could jump a 5 foot fence. A lot of dogs can
Yeah.
jump 4, but
Yeah, then that, yeah, a 3 inch picket spacing on a 5 foot fence
Okay.
encompassing the entire front yard per the site plan.
Yeah,
that sounds like a decent compromise to
Yeah.
me.
I agree. You want to do it?
Sure. On docket item number 7, case number BZA 2024-44. I move that we grant the variance or the special exception for the fence height to allow a 5 foot spaced picket fence with at least 3 inches between the pickets, so there is some visibility through the fence in accordance with the staff report, and we'll have to have a revised site plan, right, to show that.
Have a motion? Do I have a second on that one?
Second.
Oh, thanks. Jazz.
5 foot fence, 3 inch spacing per revised site plan, just making sure my notes
Yes.
are correct. Okay. Lawrence,
Aye.
Moran,
Aye.
Wright,
Nay.
Wright, or excuse me, Hayes
Aye.
and Evans.
Aye.
Motion passes.
Thank you. Thank you for compromising also.
Yeah.
Okay, we're moving on to docket item 8. This is case CD BZA 2024-47. This is a request to rehear appeal case CD BZA 2023-143 on about 5.6 acres generally located at 12800 Holmes Road. The applicant team is in the room with us. This is a reminder for anyone who wishes to provide public testimony on this particular item to please approach the microphone now or raise your hand in Zoom. To note that there is a required quorum for this case. The individuals who originally heard CD BZA 2023-143. And so we're missing board member Mixdorf.
All right. So on case number 8,
That's what we're appointed, because okay, I should be saying this.
yes,
Our records show that you weren't present, but if you affirm on record that you were here for that meeting and our records are just wrong.
Yes, I was
then-
here.
Okay, then we do have 5 people.
all right. Mr. Rowe and person next to you, please
So
raise your,
can you formally move or state that we're
that we have. a quorum.
reestablishing the quorum
Yeah.
with Board Member Meyer?
Okay. So, Mr. Rowe, to confirm, hold on. We're establishing a quorum. You did have Ms. Mixdorf. She's not here today, but Mr. Meyer to our right has heard the case. So we're going to proceed forward.
Okay, and I wasn't, if Mr. Meyer was present for the entire case, then I think that'd be okay, because I think the alternative is to reconstitute the quorum.
Right.
You have to provide a transcript of that hearing. So if Mr.
Yes, I
Meyer
was
were
here. I was here for the entire. time.
That's okay. Then it's the equivalent of, he would have had a transcript, I guess.
Okay. All right. So we've established that. Thank you. Raise your right hands, guys. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this hearing today?
John Rowe, I do.
Thank you.
Christopher McMurray, I do.
Thank you. John and Christopher. Part of the,
Sorry, I'll pause you. This is unique where they're requesting a rehearing, so the applicant needs to
Yeah.
provide evidence for why you
Right,
should
yeah.
reestablish or rehear the case. And then we'll move forward with the exhibits if you choose to do that.
all right, so we're here to establish why we need to rehear the case, Mr. Rowe.
Yes, this is a hearing to see if we get a rehearing, I guess, is
Right.
another way to put it.
Right. Kindly reminded about the 15-minute time limit for you. And Mr. Christopher, if he needs to talk. So you're on.
88-575-11 is the code provision on rehearing. And it provides that a rehearing can be granted if we have new evidence to be presented that was not available at the time of the original hearing, or when the Board of Zoning Adjustment determines that good cause has been shown for a rehearing. And I think we have new evidence that constitutes good cause to grant a rehearing in this case. And, you know, just to set the stage, this is the case where Limeview, the developer, had a preliminary plat that was approved in January of 2023 that showed the sanitary sewer line on sheet C 1.30 as being outside the Holmes Road right-of-way. And subsequent to that, in April of 23, Limeview submitted its public sanitary sewer plans, construction plans, that changed the location of the sanitary sewer to be in the Holmes Road right-of-way. And the city's major street plan showed Holmes Road to be 4 lanes in the future. Right now, it's 1 lane each direction, north and south. And so the placement of that sewer line in the Holmes Road right-of-way would mean that at some point in the future, that sewer line would have to be relocated. And so our argument was that the unilateral change in the sewer line location from being outside the public right-of-way, as shown on the preliminary plat, to in the public right-of-way was a big enough deal that the developer should have to go back and apply for a new preliminary plat that showed that sewer line in the public right-of-way. And the support for that argument, just so it sets up the new and different evidence, the support for that argument was that the city's code talks about the Development Review Committee, and that the Development Review Committee has a job where they must identify potential problems and try and get those solved if they see them on a preliminary plat. Okay. Board did not agree with our argument and denied our appeal of that administrative decision. That occurred on February 13th. That was the BZA hearing on February 13th. 2 days after that hearing, in another case, very similar to this case we're talking about, the Development Review Committee issued its comment letter. So when an applicant comes in and you submit your plan, your development plan or preliminary plat, then it goes to the Development Review Committee, and usually there's generated a list of comments that staff wants the developer to do. So in this case, and I brought copies of this letter. So this is the new and different evidence that we think supports and provides good cause for rehearing our case. In this case, CD-CPC-2024-0009, 4 zeros and a 9, the developer, Mandolin Creek Residential Development, proposed to put their public sanitary sewer line that was going to serve their project in the right-of-way of Northwest 100th Street. It's up north, excuse me, up north. Northwest 100th Street is 1 lane each direction, just like Holmes is 1 lane each direction. The city's master street plan shows Northwest 100th Street to be 4 lanes in the future, just like it shows Holmes Road to be 4 lanes in the future. And here's the comment from the Development Review Committee to that developer about that sewer line.
There will be, it's item 16, and I'm going to turn this in and have this marked as an exhibit for our request for rehearing case. There will be a future widening of Northwest 100th Street that will require the box culvert to be extended to the south. Your plans propose to extend the public sanitary sewer in this area along Northwest 100th Street. To avoid future relocation of this proposed sewer by KC Water, you will need to reroute the public sewer extension to the south and connect to the public sewer along the east side of the creek. The decision of the board in this case on the 12800 Holmes Road case deprived the Development Review Committee of the ability to review what Limeview did by moving the sanitary sewer from outside the public right of way, where the Development Review Committee would, okay, we don't care. They put it in their construction plans in the public right of way, which is a date 4 months after the Development Review Committee saw the preliminary plat. So essentially what's going to happen is if this Limeview developer gets to do what he wants to do without having to go back and show it on a preliminary plat, is put that public sanitary sewer in the public right of way. And then in the future, when Holmes Road gets widened pursuant to the major street plan, then KC Water Department, using taxpayer money, so essentially the taxpayers of this city are going to have to pay to move that sanitary sewer line. And that was the whole point of our presentation last time. That this developer showed one thing to the Development Review Committee and then submitted construction plans to do something completely different. And my argument was, I want to appeal the decision of the code administrator that he should have to go back and get a new preliminary plat. If that's what you want to do, just show it on the preliminary plat. This board respectfully did not agree with me on that. And 2 days later, here in a very similar case, you could read what I just read to you about Northwest 100th Street and insert Holmes Road and it'd be the same thing. Let's do that. There will be a future widening of Holmes Road, where it says Northwest 100th, that will require the street to be widened. Your plans, insert preliminary plat, propose to extend the public sanitary sewer in this area along Holmes Road, where it says Northwest 100th Street. To avoid future relocation of this proposed sewer by KC Water, you will need to reroute the public sewer extension. In this case, it would be to the north, it says to the south, and connect to the public sewer along the east side of the creek. That's what happened. So if you're saying, Mr. Rowe, within your 15 minutes, why should we spent a long time on that case previously, why should we give you a rehearing? This is why. This proves what I was arguing the last time, that not requiring this developer to go back with a new preliminary plat and say, I want to move where my sewer line is into the public right of way, deprive the Development Review Committee of its opportunity to identify a problem. So if you want, I'm just saying, if we don't get a rehearing and at the rehearing, we don't send the developer back, this developer is going to put his sanitary sewer in the public right of way, and the taxpayers of this city, when Holmes Road gets widened, are going to have to foot the bill for moving that sewer line so it doesn't end up underneath the pavement of Holmes Road. That was our whole presentation. But thankfully, I just happened across this. I don't represent these people, but I saw it. And I said, that's exactly the point that I made during our case. This developer is going to put that water line in Holmes Road, and the public taxpayers are going to have to pay to remove it when you widen it. Because we know from the major street plan, Holmes Road is going to go from 2 lanes to 4, just like we know in this case that Northwest 100th Street is going to go from 2 lanes to 4, according to the major street plan.
When was
So I
that case,
respectfully-
when was that case released, sir? What's the-
This report is dated February 16th, 2024, and our BZA hearing was February 13th, 2024. And I'd like to have this marked. There's no staff report for the request for rehearing, so I don't know if we mark this as Exhibit 1 or you continue from the previous case, but I'd like to turn this in if I could.
May I speak?
Not yet.
Yeah,
Give me a second.
I think accepting of the exhibits is determined on if you
Want to hear the case. Right, yeah. So,
Well,
But I have some points to address, once you're done with. your-
okay.
I guess the only comment I'd make about that is my duty under the rehearing portion of the code is to identify new evidence to be presented that was not available or show that good cause is there for rehearing. That's my new evidence and that's my good cause. So I think it should be entered as part of as the exhibit in the request for rehearing case.
All right, sir, you want to make a comment?
Yeah, I just, thank you guys for taking your time today. A question would be is why is it okay for Limeview to do something that this developer cannot do? If you guys set your rules and regulations, they should go across the board for everyone, you know, that's doing any kind of development. It's not targeting any developer. We are just asking for the city request is what the rules are for this developer. Why does it change from somebody else? You know, why does it change? It should not change. The law should not change for each different developer. It should be a hard, law to go across the board for everybody because it sets a bad example. If I go and show the next developer, go, well, they let him do it here, but they did this developer, they're not. Why are we going picking and choosing who's can do this and who cannot do this? I mean, they're both major street plans. They're both trying to go in the city right away. This developer, and the reason why we're watching this because the developer is already, he went in, they shut him down because there says no land disturbance on this property. It's been not approved. He went in there and tore hundreds and hundreds of trees down with excavator. What did he do? And finally, the city went in and shut him down and said, hey, you can't do that. 2 days later, he comes back and starts doing it again. It says on the parcel, it says no land disturbance. He's trying to pull fast ones here. And he's had other cases that he's done the same thing. You can look this developer up. He was supposed to build 2 houses on a lot. He built for 3. Somebody with the city got in trouble for it. It's on the partial viewer of his houses on Grand Street, 80th and Grand that he built. He's notorious for this, and that's why all the neighborhoods are watching. I have a lot of elderly people around me. I have a signed petition. I went around door to door. They don't know what to do. They're scared. They're like, we lived here for 40 years. I'm willing to help because I'm young and I can do that, but it's cost me a lot of money to try to help oversee this. And the Woodbridge neighborhoods, standing with me and my neighbor across the street that owns several acres, we've tried to tell him, hey, let's come to an agreement. He won't show his face. He doesn't want to talk. We're willing to work with him to try to make something work. The sanitary sewer's on my property. He's never came to me and said, hey, what would it take for me to tie into here? No communication at all. We've invited him to the 3 Trail Side Center to our district meetings down there. We've invited him, no show. Several times. Carol Winter Road, I don't know if you guys know who she is, but she has invited him. Nobody will ever show, no return phone calls or anything. We've tried to work with him to try to talk to him, but just no response.
Well,
And I feel that we're not asking for anything that the city hasn't already put into place for other developers. I feel like if we don't award us to have a rehearing to look at this, that we are just exposing that any developer it just depends on which developer it is and who can do what.
Mr. Chairman.
Thank you for your time.
It may help, just by way of reminder, one of the exhibits I turned in the previous case was a copy of the Development Review Committee Ordinance 88605-02. Just going to read 2 sentences out of it. The Development Review Committee is established for the primary purpose of assisting the City Planning and Development Department and the City Plan Commission in the subdivision and site plan or development plan review process. And that's what Limeview is doing. They're subdividing this property into 19 lots. Under duties, which is -OE, each committee member may submit comments and recommendations in writing and must indicate additions to or revisions of the plat and identify problem areas to be resolved prior to filing for final plat approval. They didn't get an opportunity to do what they must do under the ordinance, which is indicate additions to or revisions of the plat and identify problem areas to be resolved prior to filing the final plat. Limeview you might recall, just prior to our hearing, filed for final plat approval. So they've already got their final plat approval submitted through Compass KC. But the Development Review Committee didn't get to do what they did to Mandolin. See, Mandolin showed the sewer in the public right of way, and the Development Review Committee had an opportunity to see that and say, well, looking at our major street plan, that road's going to be widened. We don't want to have to pay to move that. You move the sewer line.
Right.
This guy showed the sewer line on private property, and then when the dust settled, moved it on his construction plans. That's the problem.
Thank you. Anna, you had some comments.
Yep. Okay, so the property in question, the 12800 Holmes Road, that's a subdivision related of around 19 homes versus the case they're referring to is 136. So yes, reviewers are applying the same ordinance to all properties, but there are different triggers. For example, who can have a septic tank versus being connected to sanitary sewer? One home versus, 50 homes. Those are arbitrary numbers. I'm just using it as an example of when certain standards apply to certain situations, which could explain public works and water services reviews versus these two sites. As well as the major street plan comment. In this section, Holmes Road is listed as a local link. And if Public Works has intends to widen those streets, then they would inform the property owners of that through a review process like this. But I'm not seeing a condition on this case, about widening the street.
Right.
And we also need to keep in mind versus what the original appeal was and these comments about water service reviews and the public works reviews. If there was a large change that happened between the preliminary plat and the final plat, and the people who serve on DRC are the same people, Development Review Committee are the same reviewers that get sent reviews on a final plat. And if the changes triggered anything for those particular reviews, they would note that and send it back to have a preliminary plat amendment, excuse me.
Yeah, see, my issue is we rely on staff for these technical things. We're not experts on sewers and have no idea when Holmes Road is going to be widened. Even though it's on the major street plan, it could be planned to be widened in 50 years, 100 years. Whereas this road up north, 100th Terrace or whatever it was, could be something there because there's great growth going on up there. They could be planning on widening it in 2 years. So, I don't think that's evidence that this was wrong, and we rely on staff to make these decisions. I mean, you're concerned about the water department's cost to move this.
Excuse me, it's a sewer. It's not the water, it's the sewer.
Well, our water department has our sewers and, but I mean, I think the water department would come to us if they had that concern. Wait a minute, they're very guarded about their costs and not allowing developers to do something that's going to cost them a lot of money. And so is Public Works. So we have to rely on staff to tell us this. So I don't see that as new evidence that would warrant a rehearing for me.
Mr. Chairman, may I respond to Ms. Nanoski's comments and to Ms. Moran's comments, please?
Sure.
Very briefly, the major street plan, which was an exhibit in the prior case, shows Holmes Road as colored in purple, and the legend for purple is 4 lanes, 2 lanes each direction. The typology, which is a second type of consideration in the major street plan, shows Holmes Road to have, I believe, 100-foot right-of-way. And the condition of approval for Limeview was to dedicate additional right-of-way for Holmes Road so that they would meet that. So 50 feet on either side of the center line. So this was contemplated. 3, let's not forget one little peculiarity here, particularly where Board Member Moran is saying we rely on staff. The person reviewing the sanitary sewer plan for Limeview is not a city employee. It's a third party, Garrett Lust. So somebody on the Development Review Committee is not looking at the construction plans. So the person looking at the construction plans showing the sewer line in the public right of way has no knowledge or had no knowledge that the preliminary plat showed the sewer line on private property. So there's a little disconnect there. And last but not least, I would respectfully say that we don't know when these streets are going to get widened. A lot depends on funding. Maybe all of a sudden we get a big federal grant next year and all this stuff gets done. I don't know. But the point is are we going to stick the taxpayer with the cost of removing this sewer line because we're going to let it sit in Holmes Road, whether that's next year, 5 years, or 50 years from now, or are we going to get the taxpayers off the hook like the Development Review Committee did up on Northwest 100th Street? And it doesn't matter when the road's going to get widened. It's a question of, should you be putting it in the public right of way without showing it to the Development Review Committee first? That's the point.
And also, they're already widening. They're gonna widen from Blue Ridge to 135th Street. So 7 blocks away, they're widening Home Street. They're gonna widen that to 4 lanes with the turn lane from Jack Stack and Martin City coming down to Quick Trip at Blue Ridge and Holmes. I mean, that's already going. If nobody thinks that they're gonna keep going, I mean, they just built all those apartments behind Jack Stack and everything there. They took the Nigros golf store down that was a paintball. They've demolished all that. That's all gonna turn into apartments there. I mean, all that stuff's in the works. All that traffic's gonna be coming down Holmes. They're gonna widen Holmes Road sooner than later. I mean, the traffic flow is astronomical there now. You know, if there's any kind of backup, I mean, I could wait 10 minutes to get my driveway in on rush hour. I mean, it's gonna happen. That's why the city's already from 7 blocks down the street from 128th to 135th Street. Well, actually, it's not even that. That's the far south end. Blue Ridge is 3 blocks.
Right.
And they're already widening it. It's in the plan. It's in the works. They've already got funding for it. I mean, one of the city staff had came to the 3 Trails to present that to the south, you know, to say that that's going to be happening.
I guess the bottom line is I don't understand why the developer isn't required to show where his sewer line, where he wants to construct the sewer line. Why did he show it on private property and then construction plans, public property? If that's what he wants to do, show it to the city. Make your best pitch to the Development Review Committee that it's okay to put it there. Maybe they approve it. I doubt it because Manlin doesn't get to do it. And the other thing, not every street in the city is proposed to be widened in the major street plan. So this isn't one of those, this case sets a precedent type thing. This is a very narrow niche. If you're going to put your sewer in the public right of way, and that public right of way is a street that's going to be widened under the major street plan, then I think the Development Review Committee needs to know that so they can tell you, we don't want to have to pay to move that when the street gets widened. And all we're saying is this developer should be required to go through that process. That's it. It's that simple.
But it appears the city doesn't care.
The city didn't do it. There's a third party.
I know the
engineering
third
firm.
part, Mr. Lust, but
Yeah.
he was hired by the city
Correct.
to review these things. And I don't know.
But what,
And the
I've
city
got to leave it to
approved
my
the
fellow
final
board
plat,
members.
but what he
so-
did online was when we were watching the online case, he put not approved the sanitary sewer that was coming onto my property to tie in. So how do we know that he was looking at the one that they already sent second time? Because if you go to the review on the case online, he says not approved, and he's going off of the one that showed the sanitary sewer being connected outside of the city right of way, which is on my property. I mean, and nothing's adding up here. It's just, I mean, this guy knows he's notorious for this. That's why we're watching him, because he knows that he's working the system. He's just working the system to how he can do it to finagle to make this work.
And
That's
is
my
your-
assumption.
Is your intent to try to stop this development?
So what we asked him to do was not to build 19 homes. He's building row homes. You know, in South, every house around there is R7.5. We tried to get him just to build maybe 10 houses rather than 19.
And how would sending the sewer issue back to DRC, that's not going to stop.
Yeah, they're gonna tear all the trees in front of my house down. All the trees that come across my property, all gonna be gone.
I
The
get that,
sewer-
but that's not what you're
Yes,
arguing about the sewer.
Yes, the sewer is coming, they're gonna go in the city right away and destroy all my privacy that's across the front of my property because they have to dig 14 feet deep. Well, you can't dig 14 feet deep like this. You have to be able to expose out or do shoring. So all my mature trees down Holmes Road are gonna be destroyed now. Because the root balls, I mean, the root ball of your tree, I already talked to horticulturist, is the outside circumference of this. All my stuff's gone.
Yeah, see, again, I just think we've got to rely on staff for all this stuff. It's just not in our area of expertise and we don't make policy decisions.
And I don't want to argue, guys. I mean, I appreciate your time. I just, what we're reading here, 100th Street is nothing like Holmes. There's 3 roads that run south from South Kansas City, State Line, Warnell, and Holmes. Holmes is the only one that goes all the way through. Holmes Road's gonna be widened at some point. And when they widen it, they're gonna move it to the east.
If
because
we
that's-
reheard this case based on that, we'd have to open up that case, open up this whole project again.
I mean, the bottom line is
So, hold on a sec. I have a suggestion. This maybe somebody calls this high stakes poker. I don't think so. We're respectfully asking for a rehearing of the case. The rehearing is granted. This board has the ability to subpoena people. Let's add, the person who wrote this comment on the Mandolin Creek Northwest 100th Street is Lucas Casper. That's the person who generally writes those comments when they see preliminary plats and development plans. That's the person for the water services department. Let's get a hold of Mr. Casper and just ask the simple question. Had this preliminary plat shown the public sewer in the Holmes Road right of way, what would your comment have been? And did you know that had been changed?
I'm kind of with Miss Moran. It's beyond my expertise, Mr. Rowe.
I'd be willing to make a motion.
So let board members give a few more
Okay.
random thoughts. Mr. Gorens, Ms. Wright, do you have any more thoughts on this before?
I understand where he's coming from. I'm not sure it's in our
Not in our realm.
authorization to do that.
Yeah, and again, listening to staff, we have to understand what the merits of that previous case was and if this is even legitimate enough evidence to even reopen it. And so my motion would be to no, not to rehear it.
Well, Jazz is going to make.
I'll go ahead,
wha-
Jazz.
Whatever you want to say, Jazz.
Yeah, on docket item 8, case number CD BZA 2024-00047, I move that we deny the request to rehear appeal case CD BZA 2023-00143.
A motion, is there a second?
Second.
Gorence,
Aye.
Moran,
Aye.
Wright,
Aye.
Hayes,
Aye.
Meyer,
Aye.
and, I'm so sorry. I should not have called Gorence's name. That is my fault. So it's just Moran, Wright, Hayes, Meyer, and Ebbets.
Evans is, so aye. So
The
not to
motion
rehear.
passes, no rehearing.
Thank you for coming before us, John.
Thank you.
Where are we at?
Okay,
12:50.
lunch has been delivered. If
Okay.
you want to take another break.
All right, so 30 minutes, right? Is that about right? So 30 minutes, we'll be back at
40.
Yeah, 12:40. Thank you.
I wasn't here.
Nope, you weren't here. I shouldn't have called your name. I apologize. Given my robot motion. I caught myself.
We will go through all 19 cases. I mean, till docket number 19. We go to a maximum of 3:45. No, sir, that was the
Yep, it's on there.
Okay. All right, we are, the afternoon session is in progress of the Board of Zoning Adjustment for June 12th, 2024. Please call our next case.
Next case to be heard is docket item number 9. This is case CD SUP 2024-12. This is a request to approve a special use permit to allow for a drive-through facility for an eating and drinking establishment and a drive-through in District DC-15 on about 0.8 acres, generally located at Grand Boulevard and East 12th Street. Andrew Clark is the staff planner associated with this case, and the applicant team is in the room with us. This is a reminder for anyone who wishes to provide public testimony on this case to please raise their hand now. I will ask Bailey and Luke to also, you need to be sworn in as city staff for this case. Public testimony, please approach the microphone. And there are several people online that will note for the public hearing as well.
Okay. Thank you, gentlemen. Please raise your right hands to be sworn in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, nothing but the truth in this hearing today? Let's identify yourselves for the court reporter. Let's start over there. You. Pardon me?
Aaron Messmer.
Oh, Aaron, okay.
Colin Dwyer.
Thank you, Colin.
David Waters, I do.
Thank you.
And could you have the first person restate their name into the microphone?
Aaron Messmer.
Let's see, sorry, over there.
Into the microphone. Bailey Waters in Public Works.
And you say I do? Yes. Thank you. Next.
Mark Moberly, Sunflower Development Group, I do.
Thank you.
Luke Rinker, Long Range Planning, I do.
Thank you. Okay.
Okay, and those online?
Oh, yeah. Okay, who we got on the line?
Josh Bain.
Anybody else? Josh?
Josh Bame, I do.
Okay, great. And we had
Peter Carnicelli, I do.
Matt.
Hello, Matt Staub. I do.
Thank you. All right. Got to get to a certain point here. Give me a second. Who's going to be speaking on your behalf?
I will be leading.
Okay, thank you. That was David, right?
David, yes, sir.
Thank you.
David Waters.
Okay, we have a list of administrative exhibits labeled 1 to 9 we need to hear for your case today. Do we have your permission to admit them?
Absolutely.
Thank you. One of those is a presentation by Mr. Clark to your left. Andrew, tell us about the case.
Okay. Before I share my screen and begin the case, I do want to put on the record that staff issued the incorrect CPC disposition letter. It shows 3 conditions under my name. It should only be 2 conditions. And I do have the revised disposition letter with me that I can bring to the board.
Okay. Just one copy, or do you have?
I printed one for each.
Yeah,
one
so
for each of you.
multiple. Okay,
Yes.
that's great. Bring them on up.
The first 2 other ones, the third one is deleted.
The third one was deleted.
So noted, and if you can bring those around, just to,
Thank you.
thank you, Andrew.
Okay, that was the first order of business, and I hope you had lunch and went to the restroom. This case, I have quite a few slides for you. So just a warning right now. I will begin. I am Andrew Clark with City Planning and Development. I'm in the Development Management Division. And before you today is docket number 9, CD SUP 2024-12. This is for a special use permit at 1125 Grand Boulevard. It is located within the downtown loop in the 4th Council District. As you can see here outlined in yellow, the property is on the northeast corner of East 12th Street and Grand Boulevard. Because the property is adjacent to and within 150 feet of a boulevard, any drive-through use requires the approval of a special use permit. Some context for you: view looking east from Grand Boulevard. A view looking south from Grand. This is important. You can see the improvements that have been made for pedestrians and cyclists along Grand Boulevard. Here is a site plan highlighted in yellow. The applicant is proposing a drive-through facility that would also serve a restaurant or eating and drinking establishment within the ground floor of 1125 Grand. Here is the ingress. There are 2 ATMs, a total of 3 lanes. This lane has not been in use and according to the code, lost its nonconformance. Ingress to the area with the 3 drive-through lanes is from McGee. Egress is onto Grand Boulevard. And as you can see here, when you have the egress, you are immediately going to put your vehicle into the sidewalk or into the bike lane. Again, egress onto Grand. I did ask 2 city staff members that did review this plan and both recommended denial on this plan to be here today. A special use permit does ask if it complies with all of the zoning code. Within the zoning code, we refer to the area plan and our comprehensive plan, the Casey Spirit Playbook. So I do have Mr. Luke Ranker from the Long Range Planning Division, since this is his expertise, to explain why this plan does not comply with either of those approved plans.
Hello, again, I'm Luke Ranker. I'm the Long Range Planner for the 4th Council District. So when I was looking at 1125 Grand, I spent a lot of time with our Greater Downtown Area Plan, which contemplates auto-focused businesses and drive-throughs specifically quite a bit. And that happens really early on in the plan with the guiding principles. One of the guiding principles of the plan is to create walkable, bikeable, dense neighborhoods. To do that, it says that existing auto-oriented businesses or areas should be gradually transitioned to walkable uses. And 1125 Grand's a great example of that because it used to be a drive-through at the Feller spot and now it's not. There's currently a drive-through for the ATMs, but we can gradually transition that to a walkable format. Excuse me. And we can see that happens several times in the plan for active areas like the downtown, and then drive-throughs uses and service parking lots should be discouraged. That phrase occurs twice in the plan, at the development form guidelines and again at the design guidelines. And then vehicular access should be limited on drive-throughs where they might impede pedestrian activity, which is going to happen there on Grand. Sorry. Anyway, next slide. So we see this again with the goal supporting criteria and the global design guidelines, where we are trying to create a walkable, bikeable, dense area. And this use was not that to begin with. It was auto-oriented. But now we have the opportunity to kind of think about the future and what we want there. And the current use as a drive-through or the proposed use as a drive-through would be out of line with our long-term plans. And I think that's what we have.
And then I am not the expert on Vision Zero, so I have our mobility director from Public Works here, Bailey Waters, who reviewed this plan as well and had great concern with this proposed use.
Thank you, Andy. Again, yes, Bailey Waters from Public Works. And the city has established a goal of Vision Zero, which is our goal to have 0 traffic fatalities or serious injury crashes on our streets by 2030. Currently, meeting that goal, part of that is looking at limiting access at different points in different places. For example, in a downtown environment, having multiple access points along a road, it causes more danger for pedestrians throughout. And so in particular, there's concern over the egress onto Grand Boulevard, where the people would be exiting the drive-through onto Grand. And Grand is a very multimodal corridor. It has many different bus lines. I don't know how many, but I know it's more than 2 or 3. So it's a heavy transit corridor. It's a heavy pedestrian corridor, and it's also a bike corridor. And we have separated bike lanes right there in front of that exit on that street as well. And so there is concern over increasing the number of vehicles exiting onto Grand there by adding a more heavy use of a drive-through. I guess there's already the ATM, but anticipated increased use by the proposed use And so there's concern over safety at that egress and the ability to meet our Vision Zero goals and to stay on track on what kinds of developments we're approving, and especially in the downtown area where there's a high pedestrian network.
All right. Thank you, Bailey. These are the experts. I am not. I focus on Chapter 88 of the Zoning and Development Code. A quick timeline on this site. Prior to 2018, it was a commercial use only, offices. And in 2015, the Boulevard and Parkway standards were approved by council. That is what is requiring the special use permit. In 2016, construction begins to renovate the former Traders on Grand into the mixed use building it is today, with residential and plan for ground floor retail. The drive-through during this time, and you'll see in my slides, became abandoned according to the way the code is written when it's under construction for more than 12 months. At the same time, there is Plan CRCO 2017-10525. This was a renovation plan that went through city planning and development. This is for a building. It was not entitlement. It was not a special use permit. Building only. Here are some screenshots of important items from that plan. As I said, no entitlement was approved with this plan. Something that's very interesting about this, that on the left side, it says zoning issues. We don't approve plans that say zoning issues if they're not resolved. The applicant is saying that it was approved for a drive-through because it shows a drive-through on the plans, but we simply can't approve a plan from entitlement perspective if there are zoning issues. It's also important to look at the project summary. It does not mention anything about a drive-through facility at all. It says first floor will continue to serve as the main entry lobby and connected retail spaces. And then it moves on to the second floor and higher. I just wanted to put this on the record that the reason why we're here today is a special use permit is required, again, because it's within 150 feet and adjacent to a boulevard. When it is a special use permit, you must follow the approval criteria, which many of you have seen, and staff's professional opinion and recommendation, along with Mr. Ranker and Ms. Waters, is that this plan does not meet the approval criteria. That's what makes a special use permit special, is the standards are staff reviewing it with our professional recommendation. Some examples of why it does not comply with the special use standards: doesn't comply with the downtown development standards, which I will get into, does not comply with the greater downtown area plan, which asks for a reduction of drive-throughs. It's in conflict with the Vision Zero program. It's not compatible with the surrounding area. The adjacent coffee shop does not have a drive-through. There are tons of restaurant retail uses without drive-throughs adjacent to this. It is in total conflict with pedestrians and cyclists. And most importantly, it sets a precedent that more drive-through facilities are okay in a transit-oriented district. It's all about context. Again, reference of the site plan in yellow is where they are proposing a drive-through facility along with a restaurant or eating and drinking establishment, which serves coffee. This drive-through did lose its non-conforming status during the construction period. And even if the plans were approved for a drive-through in 2018, it's still been empty since 2018, this specific lane. So it is lost its non-conforming status. 2016, you can see the ATMs were removed. And it is important that this drive-through was added in 1983 when downtown was catering to automobiles and the great exodus of downtown. May 2017, there is apparently no drive-through activity. May 2018, there is no drive-through activity. March 2019, no ATMs, no drive-through activity. 2023, 2024, no drive-through activity, specifically in this lane that's being proposed. The applicant does have the option to ask this board to allow for a nonconformity to go back on this site because this building is on the National Register of Historic Places. But the Board of Zoning Adjustment, it states in the last sentence, must follow the special use procedures of 88-525, which staff believes this plan does not meet. So there are downtown development standards in this area within the downtown loop. And it simply states, one of the criteria staff believes this does not meet is that a drive-through facility shall not be a principal use of the parcel, but rather be accessory. This is all about interpretation, and staff's interpretation here is that this would be an additional principal use. When you go to the definition of principal use, it says an activity or combination of activities of chief importance on the lot. The applicant's going to tell you how important this drive-through is for their business. A drive-through is a structure on this lot, and staff's determination is that this is a principal use. It's also important to look at the use table. A drive-through facility is listed by itself. So when we have development plans, you will often see we're approving a drive-through facility and an eating and drinking establishment. Because what could happen is they could close the inside lobby and then it's only drive-through goods if you approve this special use permit. Again, I believe this is a principal use. In the definitions, drive-through facility is listed under use groups and categories. It is a eating and drinking establishment and a drive-through facility. Also, I believe this is a use, a drive-through, a principal use, because we have use standards for drive-throughs. We also have use standards for drive-throughs in a downtown development district. So that's why I do not view this as accessory, because we would not have so many standards. And again, this pushes the question for the board to discuss today and determine is this use a principal use or an accessory use? And staff's interpretation is that this would be approving another principal use, which the downtown standards simply state you cannot have a drive-through as a principal use. And this would be pushing the question of a use variance. Also within the downtown development standards, it states that ingress and egress lanes shall only be from a side street or alley. And unless approved through a development plan, which is by city council, or through a site plan, which is the Board of Zoning Adjustment. But remember, I said, if you allow this use to go back or you deem it as accessory, staff does not believe it meets the criteria of a special use permit. And then I wanted to show examples of why it says ingress and egress should be from an alley or side street. It's discussing uses that are entirely within a parking garage. For example, when it was MoBank and now BOK Financial, they have drive-throughs that are entirely within the garage. It eliminates the conflict with pedestrians and high traffic counts being at the public right-of-way. Another great example is I don't have a picture of it. I have a picture of the garage at Crown Center. There is a car wash that is entirely within a garage. The ingress and egress are not having significant impacts on cyclists or pedestrians. That is why the code is written like that in my interpretation. If the BZA approves the drive-through use, staff is requesting that it's continued to allow the applicant and, most importantly, the property owner time to coordinate with public works staff and city planning staff of how to make this safer. This was a correction that Public Works stated. If this was approved by the BZA, Public Works is asking that it restrict left turn access because of the bike lane, and that more delineators, the plastic cones are added, and that the exit drive-through lane be reduced to a more narrow area to reduce conflict issues. Again, there's still outstanding corrections. It does not safely or adamant or there's not enough details on the site plan to show us how it complies with the pedestrian standards. does not show us the egress lane. As you saw, was 2 ATMs in this proposed lane. That exceeds how wide an egress lane can be. Pedestrian walkways and crossings, these have not been addressed to make them safer. And again, as I mentioned, if approved, we would like time to continue working with the property owner to make this safer. As I mentioned from the very beginning, staff, Andrew Clark, made an error in attaching the incorrect disposition letter. It is only these two conditions from staff that the signage shall comply with code. And the City Plan Commission recommended that the drive-through facility be allowed not to exceed 3 years without being renewed. And then when it comes to resubmittals and how the process works with the applicant saw the corrections from planning staff and from Public Works, but said they do not believe many of these are applicable for their request, stating that their drive-through will not have an impact, that staff believes it will. And it's too expensive and the plans are not appropriate submittals. Staff disagrees. We have to work together to figure out how to make this safe if the board decides to approve it. The applicant did provide a notarized letter of support from the Downtown Council. And city staff did receive a notarized letter from the Downtown Neighborhood Association, which is very concerned about this proposed use. Staff's recommendation is denial. The City Plan Commission last week did recommend approval with conditions. And thank you for listening.
Thank you, Mr. Clark. Questions of Mr. Clark or the other people?
Yeah, I have a question. You said that the downtown development standards don't allow drive-throughs as principal uses, but they do allow them as accessories, what you're saying?
Exactly. And this is, of course, before my time when they were written, and I would love to know.
But it says that in there, they can be allowed as an accessory.
If it's determined, yes, it says a drive-through facility shall not be a principal use of the parcel, but rather shall be accessory to a principal building on the parcel.
Okay.
And it's the staff's opinion that it's a principal use in this case, but it is possible that this board could determine that it's an accessory use.
Staff's interpretation.
Correct.
Thank you. Mr. Waters.
I have a question.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
If approved, you made a comment that if approved, you asked for more time to work with the ownership to make it safer. Do you believe there is a way to make this safer or not?
From the very beginning, before the applicant even submitted their application, the only way where staff could maybe offer a recommendation of no recommendation was narrowing that drive and allowing a right turn only. And just because Grand has 2 bike lanes, so it's common for it to follow the traffic flow. Those were our only 2 ask, and to really leave it onto the board to determine whether or not this is the precedent we want to set. But Public Works has sincerely requested that the property owner work to make this safer. The applicant is saying they don't have the money, or it shouldn't be on them to make these improvements. It should be on the property owner.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Anyone else? Mr. Waters.
Thank you very much and good afternoon, members of the Board of Zoning Adjustment. David Waters with the Spencer Fane Law Firm. I'm here on behalf of the applicant Prefix Coffee. Let me just also add, in addition to my daytime role as this, I also serve as the mayor of Westwood, Kansas. And prior to that, I was on my own planning commission and Board of Zoning Appeals for 8 years. So I do understand and appreciate the role that you play in this process. Thank you for your service, and I'm happy to be here to speak with you today. We did hear a lot of new stuff today that we did not hear last week, so I'll do my best to try to address some of those things. But let me start by just introducing you to Prefix Coffee as I get moving on here. So Prefix was officially launched in 2021.
And be sure you share your screen. Thank you. Sorry. Go ahead, David, in just a second.
I just want to make sure I get positioned where I'm at.
There we go. You're good.
Okay. Prefix acquired 2 new locations in 2023, one in the Midtown on 31st Street and one in the Lightwell Building at 1100 Main. So they're very invested in downtown Kansas City. And in 2024 here, they're excited to be opening up this new project at 1125 Grand, helping reinvigorate this area. And that's why we're here requesting your support today. Just a few pictures for you. This is the Lightwell building at 1100 Main, where Prefix has an establishment. This is their Midtown location on 31st Street. And here we have the new project at 1125 Grand. We strongly believe that this project is really going to be a key part in revitalizing this part of the area, aid in the redevelopment of the downtown core, and provide a good amenity both to the residents of the Grand, but also to anybody that comes by and travels in this area. As you know, the Grand has been a key redevelopment part of this area, bringing new residents while restoring a historic property, multi-million-dollar investment in the area. There are a lot of slides and details here. We think this request is really pretty simple. Prefix would like to continue using the existing drive-through lane located on the north side of the building in order to serve its coffee. We appreciate that the Plan Commission recommended approval of this application to you. There is no new construction here. There are no new lanes being constructed. The only work being done is some tenant finish work on the window and on the inside of the building. The drive-through lanes, as stated, already exist and have existed for a very long time. As was noted at an earlier time, the existing window served as a bank teller window. As I kind of joked at the Plan Commission meeting last week, what Prefix would simply like to do is instead of handing out envelopes of money from that window, hand out a cup of coffee from that window. We certainly understand and appreciate staff's concerns regarding drive-throughs. We would disagree with quite a bit of it, and here are just a few of the reasons why. Again, as for this application, again, these lanes already exist. As was noted, there are ATM lanes there that are utilized and available. And simply put, we feel this use is essentially already existing here. These long-standing existing lanes have not caused the concerns with traffic impacts that staff has alleged. We've not been able to locate any showing that there have been any accidents from these uses, from the existing use of these lanes for the ATM purposes. Again, Prefix's plan does not add any lanes. There's no additional construction of any substance. We'd simply like to use what is already there. And we do believe it would be somewhat wasteful to not allow this small business to use this existing facility, a small business that's already shown a dedication to downtown Kansas City. We also note that this is exit only onto Grand. There is no ingress from Grand. As noted, the ingress in the site comes from a city block away on McGee. So all concerns about stacking and ingress and such, it all comes in, and there's a long line of lanes there that brings this in. Couple more pictures here. You can see that this is where this was a pre-existing feature of the property. And again, the applications really convert this from a bank window into a coffee shop window. And I've said it before, there's really nothing else new here. The city, as was pointed out, does have performance standards for drive-throughs. We believe we've been able to show staff that we have been able to meet every single one of those 24 standards. I'll speak a little bit more to this in a bit, but this is clearly an accessory use to the building. This is a 15, 16, 17 story tall, 20 story tall, residential building. This is just a minor thing off to the side of it. This is clearly not a principal use of the Grand. It has the required porte cochere structure already in place. That's required by code. We have that. We don't need to build a new one. It's already there. The length of the drives, again, a city block. They meet all stacking requirements that are already in place. Distances from the street, including the distance of the windows from Grand. And one of the code requirements is also that traffic be one way, and traffic is one way. Again, you enter from McGee and you come out that way. So there are 24 different standards there. We've met every single one of them. And that makes sense because, again, these are existing facilities. These have been in place for years. In fact, we do take the position that the existence and the use of these lanes was already approved by the city. as indicated by these stamped plans. That wasn't the picture that staff showed, but that's the stamp of approval that's on the existing plans for the overall grand project that retained the islands and the lanes and everything else. So I certainly know that this is causing a bit of confusion and concern with the developer group of the grant, and they're here today and we'll speak a little bit. That now the city seems to be saying that this use requires a special use permit and that the city can approve plans and then take away those approvals after the fact by perhaps, laying down essentially some paint in front of the building. We do worry that staff's interpretation and their report reflects the tail wagging the dog here. The downtown development standards and the city's multimodal transportation improvements are supposed to serve the community and to serve the businesses, to find new ways of bringing people downtown and bringing people to existing businesses. It's not supposed to be the other way around, that thank goodness we have transportation options that can bring people to businesses that can't open. It's not supposed to work that way. In fact, the manager of the Grand, since our last meeting, went back and reviewed camera footage to count the bicycle traffic during what would be Prefix Coffee's peak coffee shop hours, and discovered the following. In 1 week that they looked back in the last month, 6 a.m. to 9 a.m., 7 bicycle riders over 3 hours. That's for the week. That's 1 a day. For the second week that was measured, 7 a.m. to 9 a.m., 5 bicycle riders over 2 hours. Again, that's 1 week. That's less than 1. So we strongly believe that the concerns of staff raised here are really being overstated. And I don't want this to get lost, that even without this special use permit for Prefix Coffee, vehicles are already allowed to use these lanes and to exit onto Grand. Meaning denial of this special use permit does not mean that vehicles will not be permitted to use these already existing lanes. All denial does is hurt a small business and send a message that the investment of millions of dollars in renovations here, all with city approval, was not really all that welcome. What we think is that the community is better served by allowing Prefix Coffee to use its existing infrastructure to help support and grow its small business and provide a level of downtown engagement that simply does not exist. We understand that some in staff might prefer different uses. We heard some things, well, maybe you couldn't close it and turn it into a patio or something like that. Prefix Coffee is a tenant of the building. We have existing contractual relationships with these ATMs that we cannot do those things. So even though there might be the wishes of that, that's simply not going to be feasible or a possibility at this site. These lanes are going to exist. They have to stay open. And for just a denial of an existing lane that's won't be going anywhere, just so that they aren't allowed to hand a cup of coffee out, we seems to be a little bit short-sighted. We have, of course, engaged with the public on this. Of key importance, we note that we did have a neighborhood meeting. 1 resident attended. That woman was quite supportive after meeting her. We sat around for quite a while and 1 resident showed up. After she heard from us, she was supportive of the application. And we certainly believe that this reflects the general community and neighborhood support for this application. Staff mentioned, kind of without going over it a little bit, that we have the support of the Downtown Council. You should have on your screens an excerpt from the letter, and the full letter should be in your packet. And they point out quite a bit about how 12th and Grand has several challenges. The vacant Palace building at the intersection being a cause of crime and blight. Really supportive of this application at this location, again, as a way to reinvigorate and revitalize the area. So in addition to the Plan Commission support, we're very pleased to have the Downtown Council's support. I do want to at least take this opportunity to raise a few of the quasi-legal points. I will try not to get too much into this being a courtroom of evidence and such, but I want to try to address some of the points raised by staff. There's a citation to city code in the report that the proposition that the proposed drive-through use for a restaurant is in violation of the downtown development standards. That is simply not true in our interpretation to phrase it that way. The code section clearly states a drive-through facility shall not be a principal use of the parcel, but rather shall be an accessory to the principal building on the street. It's not a violation to have a drive-through. They are allowed. Code then defines an accessory use as this: a use that is subordinate in area, extent, and purpose to the principal use on the zoning lot, and that is customarily found in conjunction with a permitted principal use. This drive-through is the very definition of accessory to this building. This is a 20-some story residential building with a small little coffee shop on the first floor. Principal use, I suppose, the old joke that staff and I might put emphasis on different syllables. The way we read it, as the principal use is defined as an activity or combination of chief importance on the lot. That's the term. What is chief importance on this lot? It's been the redevelopment of this historic building for residential uses, bringing people to downtown. The main purposes for which the land is put to use. That's what the code defines as the principal use. As stated at the Plan Commission meeting, staff's position again appears to be this drive-through is a second principal use of the entire parcel. We believe that this is completely inconsistent and nonsensical with city code. There's no such thing as that. If staff's interpretation was that every drive-through was a principal use and therefore prohibited, then why would your city code have a list of 24 factors to review as to having drive-throughs on the property? A drive-through can be and is an accessory use. If it was a principal use, then your code, there'd be no reason for that laundry list of code factors about drive-throughs. And we have gone through all of those and we've met every single one of those. Related to this, the staff reports appears to take the position that, again, every drive-through is a second principal use such that it would be an illegal use variance under Missouri law. We believe that this position misunderstands variances. Variances operate as authorized violations of the city code. You're in violation, but we're going to authorize you to have a violation anyways. This is not a variance. This is something that is permitted in code with a special use permit. So it cannot be a variance. Otherwise, why did we even start working with staff months ago for a special use permit in the first place? Special use permits are permitted for drive-throughs. They are not use variances. Thankfully, we had an opportunity to present before the City Plan Commission. They recommended approval, and we, again, appreciate that. And finally, I would point out the same thing that staff did for you here, the revisions on the Board of Zoning Adjustment being authorized to continue non-conforming uses here. As you probably know, the Traders National Bank building, and that's the entirety of the property, including the drive-throughs, was listed in the National Register of Historic Places on May 10th, 2016. The owner of the property, Sunflower Development, we have representatives here today. They worked closely with the National Park Service, with the city itself in renovating the property in conformity with all the requirements of this historic designation. That explains why the city had previously stamped for approval multiple sets of drawings showing these. These drive-throughs were not erroneously approved. They were approved because the city and the developer and the Park Service were working hand in hand to designate this property as historic. All those plans went through. They had, a lot of work had to be done to comply with those historic designations, including work in this area of the property. We believe for the city now to state otherwise really does kind of challenge that. That's my presentation day. We have with us Colin Dwyer with Prefix Coffee and Aaron Mesmer with Avail. I know Aaron might like to say a few words if you indulge him at some point as well, but I will stop for now since the buzzing went on.
Yes. Do we have any questions, Mr. Waters?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, go ahead.
You have a lot of traffic downtown. I mean, how many people live in that bank building alone?
Can I introduce Aaron Mesmer to answer some of those questions?
Thank you. We have 201 units, and that ratio of 1.5 per unit probably means about 300 people live in the building. In addition, we have 11,000 square feet of commercial space. About 8,000 of that is already occupied. Part of that is by Sunflower Development Group, who is our partner in the project. I'm Aaron Mesmer with Block Real Estate Services. The other part of that is occupied by a law firm who regularly has their clients coming in and out of the building. One of the things that hasn't been discussed by staff or by Mr. Waters is that In addition to the ATM drive-throughs, this drive-through actually serves as the drive-through for our guest parking. There are about a dozen spaces in this drive-through that if you are a prospective resident or if you are a client of a law firm, most of the time you're parking there and coming through. So in addition to the drive-through being an accessory to a mixed-use building with more than 200,000 rentable square feet, it is an accessory to two other existing drive-throughs that are already driving through this space.
Thank you. Where do the tenants park?
The tenants park in three different locations. One is a 100-plus unit space garage that is immediately adjacent to the Grand. The other is a 75 unit, 75 space surface lot that is immediately across the street from the Grand. And the other is we actually acquired 207 spaces in the Wall Street Tower parking garage. So we actually have probably 150 more spaces than we need today. And we lease those out to third parties.
I would think you'd be real busy with just the people who live down there. Not only the ones that live upstairs, but the ones that live in the downtown area, but.
Well,
The
yeah, I
the
mean, it just-
drive-through is actually not connected to the parking structure. So if you live there, you come in and out on McGee
Right.
without actually ever touching the drive-through area.
Yeah.
And then these people who drive through to get on the other street, you won't be affecting that? I mean, if they're the ones that just drive through to go to Grand or.
So if you want to drive through to go to Grand, if you're driving through to go to the ATM or you're driving through because you're a guest in our parking lot, then you still will exit onto Grand.
And you're entered from McGee, but there's no connection between the parking garage itself
And-
shuttling cars into these lanes.
Yeah, there's a separate garage door that you would come in if you're a resident into the garage and out of the garage on McGee. So none of those folks exit onto Grand.
Okay.
Is McGee a one-way?
No, McGee is two ways at the entrance to both the drive-through and the parking garage.
To Mr. Gorens's comment, so you get cut-throughs, people trying to get from McGee to Grand?
You really don't because the, one, you can go to 11th Street
right there.
and go down there. But really too, because you do have cars that are regularly, my car is parked there right now. You have cars that are regularly parked in the drive-through that are guests of the building, guests of the law firm. And so it's not really, it doesn't signal you to go fast through there. It's not faster to cut through there. And then you also have these islands that sit in the middle of the drive-through, and perhaps we could pull up
That's
the
good enough. Aaron.
plan.
That's
But
fine.
there's a lot, and you have the garage that's on top of you. So again, when you think about being in a downtown environment, you have four walls of concrete that surround you as you're coming through this particular drive-through. There's nothing telling a driver, hey, you need to lay on the gas here.
Plus the ATM concrete islands and the posts that go along with those.
Yeah, you're either going to hit someone getting out of their cars that's in the drive-through, or you're going to have
Smash
an
into
issue
an
with the
ATM.
ATM. Yeah.
We had some, any other questions? I go to the people online.
Would I be able to make it?
One
there?
lane?
Can we?
Go ahead.
Is this just one drive-through lane?
This would be, the existing lane closest to the building would be used. The other lanes are served by the ATM machines.
And you're gonna tear those down?
No, those are staying. Everything
Oh.
is staying, regardless of whether you issue this SUP or not, these lanes are all staying.
Okay.
There-
I guess
there's
it says
nothing new
remove and
here.
reinstall.
Pardon?
They're gonna be ATM lanes
They are already there.
Can we pull the
being
site plan
used
up?
as ATM?
Oh, yes, yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
Mr. Chair.
Okay, I saw the remove. I missed the reinstall, so, okay.
That might have been an old part of the plan, these plans were from the original, if you're looking at those are part of the original construction.
Oh, okay, okay.
So,
Aaron, if you want to make some comments, please keep them brief.
I will. I'll try not to say anything that hasn't been said already, but as the developer of the project in partnership with Sunflower, I wanted to just provide a little bit of context and background to how this came about, because there's a lot happening here that is overlapping during the time frame. But I can tell you that we worked with the city staff for 2 years to get these plans approved. These are very complicated projects. You have 3 staff members here today to cover a drive-through. I can promise you that for a 201 unit mixed-use building, there was a lot of effort put in by not only your staff, but by the NPS and by the State Historic Preservation Office, because this is a historic structure. This drive-through's been here for decades and decades. And one of the things that came out of that conversation is that the State Historic Preservation Office and the feds specifically said that drive-through needs to go back in. I didn't particularly want it. And what happened was we, as opposed to just kind of making it plain Jane, we actually spent hundreds of thousands of dollars to reinforce the structure, and we built a dog park on top of this that has become a resident amenity and an amenity for our commercial users. So after being told we didn't have an option, we decided if we're going to have it, let's go all in, right? We're going to make this the best drive-through it can be. We spent $67 million renovating this building. And I will tell you that that plan, including the drive-through, was supported by Kansas City, Missouri, not just with full approvals and entitlements, but with your tax dollars. There is a tax incentive in place that the city council approved to help revitalize this part of downtown. It is also incentivized by historic tax credits. So the only time that this drive-through has not been operational has been during construction. Immediately upon construction completion, the guest spaces opened up. Shortly thereafter, Enterprise put their ITMs now, they're interactive teller machines. So you can actually see somebody in the camera and talk to somebody. But really what happened since that time is the lanes were added for bikes. The other improvements were made along Grand to change the appearance of Grand. And I know that staff has said they're concerned about precedent. My concern with precedent is that you're creating a precedent of someone coming in with your full-throated support and incentives, spending $67 million, and then having the use modified after the fact. And to me, there's just something that doesn't ring true about that. I also believe that there's been some discussion about the accessory use. It's 201 units, 11,000 square feet with 2 other drive-throughs. This is an accessory to the accessory at this point, guys. Like, we already have this use. We already have a massive primary use that sits in 21-story building next door. And so I firmly believe it's an accessory. I think this is a unique case. You don't set a precedent by approving a drive-through that's already a drive-through, that's been a drive-through for decades and decades on a historic structure that you required to be a drive-through. That's not a bad precedent, and I think it's defensible in any other case that anybody else could bring before you with a request for a drive-through. We are bound by our agreements with not only the drive-through ATMs, but we are bound by our agreements with the law firm and the apartments for guest parking. And so the idea of changing this to a ride-only or reducing the driveway throughout when you already have 2 other drive-throughs coming through here doesn't make sense from a practical standpoint. We will offer to put in, I believe, paint, mirrors, and things like that we've approved for the applicant. But we simply can't do some of the other things that staff are asking for. So from that standpoint, I just simply don't think that it's fair to request additional time to do that. There's been no documented safety concerns here. We went back and watched the cameras for the last 2 weeks. There's more people on the dais than that drive by this building on a bike every day. So, or in a whole week. So I think to that standard, again, we're talking about real data. We're talking about real precedent. We're talking about the things that matter most. And we're talking about a small business that is trying to help, not hurt our downtown at a time when we really need it from a recovery from COVID. So for all those reasons, obviously, we're very supportive of their business. We want to see them succeed here. We would love to see this be an amenity, not just for our building, but for the community, and appreciate your support.
Thank you, Mr. Messman.
May I make one final, just 1 minute?
Sure.
Aaron mentioned this. This was not part of the Plan Commission's approval. It was not a condition on it, but as Aaron mentioned here, we would still offer that we did agree to, that we would construct, you call it a speed table or something along those lines to provide an indication of, as you're exiting, that, hey, you're about to enter into a zone. That is still something that we would offer, even though it was not a condition of the Plan Commission's motion. But we did speak with them about that and offered it then. They didn't incorporate it in a motion, but I would offer it again tonight.
Any type of audio or visual warning system to the pedestrians coming out that you have a vehicle trying to exit?
We had spoken at the Plan Commission meeting that we would work with staff if where there's a signage of whether it's watch for pedestrians or something like that. That was something that we spoke about at the Plan Commission meeting as well. That seemed to be well received. We don't have a design on that. We'd be happy to work with staff on what that might be able to look like. Again, that was not incorporated into the Plan Commission's motion, but it was something that we did discuss and I can offer again here today.
A flashing light or something.
Something along those lines. Yeah, we mentioned one of those, I don't know what they're called, the big circle mirrors that you guys see. That came up as well. So those were the three things that we offered. Plan Commission didn't take us up on it, but again, since I did offer it there, I'll offer it here.
Staff has also requested that it be right turn only. Do you have,
We're not able to do that. Mr. Mesmer spoke to the agreements we have with the ATM users, in that area.
And the law
And law
firm
firms.
and everybody else who uses the building. So we have,
they
have,
specifically deal with how you can turn out of the,
if you're a bank that's putting in $100,000 ATMs, yeah, you're very much specifically going to require that we're not going to voluntarily change their access.
Okay.
Yeah, 100%.
So right now, sir, you allow left turns coming out of the ATM to go left on Grand, crossing the northbound lanes to go south.
Yes, sir. As do the garages, entrances, and exits on the other side of the street.
Everywhere
go either
along
way.
here has the same condition.
Interesting. Last comment, BOK's got a location at 17th and Grand. Do they allow a drive-through? Are you
I'm
familiar
not
with that?
familiar with the indices of that site.
I know.
The coffee guy? Did you get down on Grand? Okay.
I mean, there's, is it UMB down the street has.
They've been there
lanes, but
forever. Yeah,
well,
but,
so have we,
but BOK's new.
but I'm not familiar with
Sure.
that one.
Chairman Ebbets, that was approved by a SUP. It was only ingress into that because they're tucked in the back and it does not exit onto the boulevard.
17th or whatever.
Exactly.
Okay, thank you.
Whereas this would be only egress.
Okay.
Oh.
All right. Where are we at?
For testimony.
Public testimony.
Yeah, testimony. So, you're here live. Come on up. I think your name was Mark, or am I wrong? Sorry.
You got it. Mark Moberly
Okay.
with Sunflower Development Group. So wearing a couple hats here. We are owner developer of the building with Aaron. We're actually a tenant of the building. We moved our office into the second floor. We wanted to office in one of our own buildings and we got the opportunity to do that here. There's probably not another person that walks in front of this drive-through more than me. I do my morning walk when I'm on the phone. I walk to Spokes to get lunch. We actually did the Ambassador Hotel next door 13 years ago. We probably spend more time at happy hour there than we would care to admit. So I'm walking constantly back and forth from the Grand in front of this drive-through egress. I have never once had a concern of safety, both for myself, from the people that I look at, from our conference room, from the rare bicyclist that does come by. I would tell you that if this was ingress off of Grand, I might be a little bit more concerned. People coming and not stopping because they're trying to beat a car and whipping in, not looking at the periphery. If you're coming out egress, there is a clear stop. It happens every single time when someone goes through our alley, leaves the ITM, they stop. They know they're entering onto Grand Boulevard and they look both ways. I see it literally every day. So just from a pedestrian, from a downtown resident, a downtown business owner, we just never have had a concern with this. So it's a little bit surprising that it's gone this way. As I think about BOK and going down to 17th and Grand, then I come all the way back up to 10th Street, the number of parking lots that are ingress and egress only, it's literally one every block, save for maybe T-Mobile Arena where there's not that. However, Two Light has that same situation. Bicyclists are not in danger. They're not flying down Grand Boulevard. They have to stop at 12th, either to look both ways from the buses that frequent 12th Street, to come off of the street and go around the bus shelter. They're not going 45 miles, 50 miles an hour like you might see in a suburban situation. So I just don't see the concern from our side from a safety perspective, and then add on the things we have agreed to do to make it even more safe. Everything else has been said by Aaron from a developer's perspective, so I'll save it and thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mark. Let's go to the audience, the virtual audience. I see a Brett, I believe, in no particular order. Brett, is that right?
Josh.
Oh, Josh. Josh, go ahead and give us your comments, please.
Hello, my name is Josh Boehm. I'm a downtown resident who lives on Grand, and I'm on the Downtown Neighborhood Association board. The Downtown Neighborhood Association represents the perspective of downtown residents, which is different from the Downtown Council. We are people who walk and bike on the sidewalks and streets downtown every day, And we choose to live downtown for many reasons, but the number one reason we choose downtown is because it's a place where we can walk, bike, roll, or take transit to most of our daily destinations. And that's one thing that all downtown residents value. I'm here today to testify against the establishment of a drive-through coffee shop at this location. The DNA has sent a letter outlining our concerns with this use at this location. And to be clear, this case wouldn't be before you if it were simply a walk-up coffee shop. We love those. They're all over the place downtown. Prefix has one downtown, and it's a great coffee shop. The real issue is with this new drive-through use for a food service establishment. I would say that, Grand Boulevard, especially the corner of 12th and Grand, is very critically important to the downtown neighborhood. The Making Grand plan and 12th Street Streetscape Corridor 12th Street Streetscape plan underscore how important these streets are to both downtown's image, not just downtown as a place where we're moving traffic, but its image as a place that's worth coming to, but also to the circulatory function of our neighborhood. The few blocks of Grand from 14th Street or Truman to about 10th Street, those are our only north-south protected bike lanes in all of the Downtown Neighborhood Association area. And so if you're going north-south, this is a very precious amenity. Obviously, we wouldn't expect to see a ton of biking traffic without safe protected facilities that were more ubiquitous throughout the downtown neighborhood, throughout the downtown area. But we hope to change that in the future. That's been a big focus of DNA's advocacy. Despite downtown improving its walkability in recent years, downtown residents face many safety hazards in walking, biking, rolling, or driving. Many of us face near misses every day. You all know about the reckless driving and speeding that you see on TikTok and on social media, but that's not the key concern that I have. The key concern I have is the typical garden variety actions of everyday drivers running errands or going to work, getting a coffee, who aren't paying attention because they've got so many distractions in front of them and roadways that are really not designed to prioritize pedestrians above those other uses. So DNA has been advocating for slower, calmer downtown streets to make it safer for everyone to coexist downtown. While there was a drive-through lane at this location, there's an ATM and people do use this drive access. The proposed use is fundamentally different from the bank use. According to the ITE trip generation manual, a drive-through coffee shop will generate about 5 times the amount of traffic. And I haven't heard that point been brought up. Everyone is talking about this drive-through as it exists today. You're talking about 5 times the amount of traffic that you see today. And that's about 8 times the amount of traffic during the peak AM hours from 7 to 9 a.m. This increase in traffic means more vehicles paying attention to their coffee or pastry order than the pedestrian or bicyclist right in front of them. We don't have metal cages or airbags that protect us from cars. And so it's very important that we get this right. We know from empirical studies that driveways, particularly active commercial drive-throughs, can increase the frequency of crashes. And according to crash modification factors from the 2018 Transportation Research Board study, a commercial drive-through has about twice the crashes of an ordinary commercial driveway. And so this is a real documented safety issue. Our neighborhood's priority has been to improve the safety and comfort of people walking, biking, and taking transit because we know that downtown couldn't function as a vibrant community if everyone chose to drive. And so these little chips in the armor, these little exceptions to the rules make it much more difficult to walk and bike. And that's a substantial concern to all of us. This is a fundamental reason why downtown with its unique zoning district, that permit many uses. We're very permissive of all kinds of uses downtown. It's not like a single family residential use, but this is the reason that this is a special use in the use table. It's because it should not be ordinary throughout downtown. And
thank you very much. Sir. I think
I also
express your point.
Yeah.
Thank
okay.
you. Let's go to the next person.
I had one more point to make. If I could just.
You've got maybe 20 seconds.
Sure. Could I would just like to reiterate the review criteria of the special use permit.
Sure.
52509D and E.
Gosh,
these have an impact on pedestrian safety. Thank you.
Next.
Max,
tell us something new and different we haven't heard already.
Yes, good afternoon. I'll be brief. And I want to express my appreciation to the board and to the professional staff, particularly for your presentation that captured a lot of our concerns. My name is Matt Staub. I'm a resident of 200 Main Street in downtown, where I've lived for almost 20 years. And it wouldn't be hyperbole to say that one of the reasons I've chosen to make downtown Kansas City my home for the last 20 years is because of the greater downtown area plan. So I just want to add a really brief layer of perspective to the GDAP, as we call it, that wasn't captured. GDAP is just one of the many points of conflict about this plan. but one of my formative experiences as in civic engagement was being on the committee that initially made the GDAP. The GDAP has since been reaffirmed on 3 separate occasions through public processes. That process included stakeholders from all walks of life. Not everyone got what they wanted, but we came together over multiple months to set our priorities and set that commitment to one another about what we wanted downtown to be. And as Steph mentioned, that drive-through was a relic of an 80s era of downtown. We were not building a plan for what existed. We were building a plan, a vision for what we want downtown to be. That's why it's explicit in that plan that we don't prioritize drive-through uses. And so there's nothing new I will add about all the ways this is incompatible. I would just ask that you honor that commitment, that promise we made to each other, those long hours and compromises to come up with a vision by making that plan meaningful and honoring its explicit guidelines on what it means to have drive-through uses in an area that we aspire to make one of the most livable and human-centered places. And we'd be happy to celebrate over coffee that we safely walked or biked to or drove to one of the many parking structures and got out to reaffirm those values. And so thank you for your time and your consideration.
Thank you for your testimony. Who do we have next?
Peter?
Peter. Tell us
Hi.
something new and different.
Hi, my name is Peter Carnicelli, and I'm the president of the Downtown Neighborhood Association. And I'm speaking today to oppose the special use permit because it's a drive-through on a busy spot of Grand, leading onto a sidewalk and bike lane, as you heard, causing unnecessary collision points, and it puts already vulnerable people at risk of harm. And how I see it, drivers exiting a drive-through tend to be more distracted. They're putting their coffee away, their wallet away, and the risk of collision with a pedestrian or bicycle rider is much increased. I myself do walk and bike there pretty frequently, and I'm concerned about being struck by a driver or having a frightening close call. I wanted to point out the applicant says that the drive-through is critical to the viability of their business, and that clearly means that there will be a substantial amount of traffic being added. There are already plenty of potential customers downtown that can walk into a coffee shop without needing a drive-through. I don't believe the special use permit is warranted, and I'm very concerned about the precedent that would set that would undo a lot of our advocacy to allow other drive-throughs downtown. This project should be pedestrian focused rather than car focused. I understand that the structure for this drive-through already exists, but that doesn't change anything for me because we'd be adding additional traffic that is not there today. A drive-through here is against the downtown area plan, against our safety goals of our city and our organization. So I ask you to listen to the city staff's recommendation of denial and the neighborhood association's recommendation of denial. I agree with what Josh said about how we welcome coffee shops downtown, and most of them don't have drive-throughs. And I think this one can do the same thing and not have a drive-through. And also agree with what Josh said about the special use permit review criteria. It mentions that will not have a significant adverse impact on pedestrians, safety or comfort, and being compatible with the character of the surrounding area. So finally, I just wanted to point out that the character of a walkable downtown environment is strictly not car focused, and drive-throughs are not compatible with that. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Peter. Board members, any questions of the testimony from people? Mr. Waters, 1 second here. Go ahead.
I do have a question for staff. So the reason that this is in front of us is not because it's downtown per se, but because it's off of a boulevard, right?
That's correct.
So if this were on a boulevard in the Northland, we'd get the same case.
You would have the same case and we would take the context into perspective.
Exactly.
If it's on Berry Road, for example, that does not, as auto-oriented, that's the context.
Right. So the purpose of a special use permit is to say, like, this isn't like off limits per se, but we need to go through this process to consider all of that squishy stuff of the community input, like the neighborhood association or the area plan that, you know, we've put hours and hours and hours of volunteer neighborhood, you know, people showing up to meetings, telling them what we want, staff hours put into that. Yeah, I think it would just be, I think the whole point of a special use permit here is to just take into consideration those nuances, and it just does not feel right that we would have a drive-through in downtown on a boulevard. That's, if there were ever to be a time to deny, it would be in the heart of downtown.
Right. Other board members, then we'll give Mr. Waters a chance here.
I had a question. What is the hours of operation?
It'll be like a normal coffee shop, 7 to 5, or, you know, whatever works best within that.
So it will go to 5 PM?
It depends. Lots of times things cut off. Some of our locations we cut off at 3. I think we're just gonna play it by ear. It's after the busy coffee hours, it really slows down anyway. So it just, is it worth it to stay open during then? Maybe with the tenants, it'll be different. We'll kind of figure that out, but in that window, yeah.
And do you have a walk-up or walk-in access as well?
Like into the building?
Yeah, where you serve customers if they walk up and walk in? Okay.
Anyone else? Mr. Waters, you have the last word.
Thank you. Just a few points on responding to some of what we heard here. You know, I understand the Downtown Neighborhood Association, you know, wants to speak for the residents. There are residents of the Grand as well, and we've provided a letter of support from a number of residents. I don't know if it made it into your packet or not, but we have sent that to Mr. Clark as well. They are also your residents in downtown. They're fully in favor of this project. Speaking as to people, you know, can still maybe access on the inside. They're going to be using these lanes to park their car and come in on the inside if they're in a car. So there's going to be a lot of that. There would be that existing as well. And finally, there's, you know, the comment was made about honor the commitment made to downtown on the plans. We think it's equally, if not more so important, that the city honor the commitment it made to those who are investing and reinvesting in downtown in this way, whether it's the developer who invested $67 million or the small coffee shop that's taking a chance and trying to provide some services to this area that, as the Downtown Council noted, is in dire need of it. So I'd close with, you know, a lot of this was considered by the City Plan Commission. They recommended approval of this, and we would ask that you follow the Plan Commission's recommendation as well in this case.
Okay, thank you.
And Mr. Chair, if city staff could also have a chance to clarify some items as well.
Okay, please, go ahead.
I will be as brief as possible and thank you. I just wanted to follow a few comments that were made by the applicant's team. They continue to use the word existing. I showed you 88-610. The drive-through is not existing. It has not been used for more than 12 months. It is an entirely different use from financial service establishment, a bank, compared to eating and drinking establishment. Those are different intensities, different social behavior, different driving behavior. And that's why they don't have the incidence of pedestrians or cyclists, even if it is only one a week, because there's not that much intensity occurring. This use also, they could close down again the inside of the shop and any drive-through could go through if this is approved.
I have a question.
Yes.
What hasn't been used for years? They said the ATM, ITM, I don't know the difference, are still being used?
I believe staff is drawing a distinction between lanes. There
So
are,
it's just this one lane that hasn't been used.
Yeah, the drive-through was used immediately after construction. It was used all the way up until the start of construction and immediately after the construction. But to
So there's 2 lanes
renovate a
being
building this
used.
size takes 2 years.
One that hasn't been.
Correct.
Okay, I'm just trying to.
Yes.
really
And the
push the
other,
facts here.
that's why I showed that building plan that was reviewed. If those ATMs were going through, even if city staff was supportive of this redevelopment project with the National Park Service, the National Park Service does not trump the Board of Zoning adjustment. Those ATMs should have gone through entitlement through the City Plan Commission and Board of Zoning adjustment. That's why I stated in my staff report that those were erroneously approved. So we continue hearing existing uses that should not have been approved. And again, this is almost a similar argument that we hear with pole signs, how fundamental they are for someone's business. If this drive-through is not the principal use, why is it so fundamental?
And I did want to ask on principal use, and I don't know if it's up to interpretation. it's the principal use of the business establishment, not of the building itself, right? Is that what the code is supposed to read?
I'll pull up that slide. And it states activities. I will pull it up.
Well, it's of that lot, right? The principal use of a lot.
Any activity or combination of activities of chief importance on the lot.
Can I address the comment about the erroneous approval? Because that's something new.
It's been in the staff report and was discussed.
It was never an error. It was absolutely recommended by your governing body, the city council, and every other planner that came before this group in the planning sessions that we had for 2 years. There was no error. There was no question about what this was going to be. There was never a time or a place where this was going to be anything but a drive-through.
Real quick, can I?
Financial drive-through, sir. Mr. Messmer. Financial. drive-through.
Actually not. So to actually go into that point further, there's the space that Prefix will be in is about 500 feet. It's a very, very small space. It was very much planned for a coffee shop from the very beginning. When we developed this, it sits on its own side of the corridor. When you come in through the doors, you can take a left right into the space. And when we planned this space, the idea was we're going to put a bank with the ATM drive-throughs because you no longer need the bank space. We asked US Bank if they wanted the bank back, and they said, no, they don't want the bank. So we asked Enterprise if they wanted the bank space with the 500 feet and the drive-throughs. And they very specifically said, no, we only want the ATMs because now that we have ITMs where we can virtually talk to someone on a screen like this, we only need the drive-throughs. And so when we went through the planning process, we actually changed the plumbing in that space to provide water and sewer that would accommodate this type of use specifically for that in those conversations from the very beginning of the historic deal. So it was not intended to be financial use. It was intended to be financial use on the outer 2 lanes and a coffee shop on the inner lane.
Thank you, sir.
And just from my owner's understanding, the current use right now is 2 ITMs, guest parking, and access to a garage.
There is no
There's
access to
no
the
access to
garage in the drive-through.
There's guest parking, the ATM uses, and then if somebody maybe misses a turn, I suppose, or something, but.
The outcome here, guys, is that someone parks in the drive-through in the lane that we're talking about, walks around the building to get their coffee, gets back in their car and drives out the same way that they're going to do under this plan. I mean, that's what happens if you guys don't approve this. And that happens in 8 minutes or less, where it's not like it's practical to ticket them or tow them or anything else. This is going to be where they go, where they park, where they go get their coffee, and where they leave on to Grand. It's just a question of how.
So if this lane opens, there'll be less guest parking. This will take the place of some guest parking.
The lane's already open. It's not guest parking. The guest parking is further back in the drive aisle.
Again, this whole thing is a city block long.
Yeah. So if you have a long line, would guests be blocked in?
No, because again, there are multiple lanes. Again, the stacking is
That's where the
beyond.
discussion about changing the width was something that we did not agree with staff on, because you have to have the ability to bypass someone who's sitting there.
But the stacking is going to be, it's way beyond what the code requires on this as well.
Thank you. All right. We've had about an hour and a half almost. What do you guys think? Any other questions, comments? Do you have any other comments, Mr. Clark?
If the board does decide to approve this, I would still very much caution that the current egress exceeds what is permitted in 88-338. So they would need a variance to allow for the existing drive. And I'm still extremely concerned that they would not want to work with Public Works on Vision Zero and not being a partner for a safer downtown.
I think that's completely unfair. I mean, number one, variance is the first we've heard of this. Number two, we offer to this plan commission and you tonight that we would take those steps such as the speed table, the signage and stuff. So to say that we're just unwilling to work with staff is a completely unfair thing to say.
No detailed plans were submitted.
Thus, his request for a continuance so we can have a revised site plan.
All right, board members.
I'm still confused about the accessory and principal use. That only goes to the downtown construction standards. That doesn't have anything to do with the park standards or the downtown area plan?
nothing to do with the area plan. The use table determines a drive-through facility as its own use. The interpretation of whether or not that use is accessory or principal is, in staff's opinion, a principal use. In staff's opinion, it's confusing why it would be considered an accessory if it has its own spot in the use table.
And if it was not accessory, then you wouldn't have 24 standards because it says you can't have it as a principal use. That's why you have 24 standards, because it says when it's an accessory use, these are the standards.
And the standards are there to make it extremely difficult to have any more drive-throughs, since the whole point of the downtown development standards is to
We'll agree with the
eliminate more
difficulty.
drive-throughs.
We
And
had
again,
we had a similar case, Mr. Clark and Mr. Waters, with a restaurant at 31st and Main Street. Now, that was on the trolley car line, but the same principles applied about accessory use and principal use of a drive-through. They wanted to expand the drive-through. Suddenly that became the principal use because most people do drive-through at that particular restaurant.
Yeah.
So we denied it because of that. We didn't think it was right to do on the, because the trolley car system has a very certain set of standards we must apply to. Not that your coffee shop is part of those standards. I'm just trying to tell you that the accessory use and the principal use sometimes get muddled for us. All right, board members, let's move on.
Mr.
Oh,
Chair,
sorry.
I have, if we approve it, I think it should be on a timeline where we look at it again to see if it's caused any.
I think
The
that
SCPC
Yeah,
said
we have a
3
3-year
years, yeah.
condition and we agreed
We-
to that with the CPC.
Oh, I was thinking a year.
You could reduce it down to 2, Mr. Gorence, if you or someone else makes the motion. I think 1 year's a little stiff, but I also think the right turn's the right idea, and I think a warning system like they have a 2 light and 3 light is appropriate. Where a pedestrian walking down 14th Street will see a warning message that says car exiting. Not just a mirror, parabolic mirror.
And I
they're
think
called.
that was included in what we've discussed with the plan commission as an option that we'd be happy
Right.
to work with staff on.
But I'm not
Yeah.
the motion, I'm not the maker of the motions here. These guys are.
It almost sounds to me we need a continuance so they can kind of submit a new plan. Because the issue is still gonna be the traffic situation and pedestrian and bikes. And it's still unclear to me exactly what they're agreeing to do, because it is what they're saying and not what's written, what they're going to do. And I think it needs to be written, what you're going to do, so we can know what we're voting on. 'Cause that seems to be kind of around my board members here, that's the same. We're still unclear exactly. We're saying lights, you're saying mirrors, we're saying this, you're saying that.
We'd be happy to work that out.
Yeah,
with you right
I
now.
think a continuance.
Right now
might
is
be
not the
needed.
time to do it.
No, I think you
We'll
gotta,
want it in writing, not.
yeah.
oral.
I think that makes sense. I'd like to see, I mean, I'm kind of inclined to approve this, even though I don't think it's generally appropriate for downtown because of all the things you've said, the existing nature of this. I'm inclined to approve it, but I do worry about the safety. That's the biggest thing. So getting a proposal from you all on whether it's an electronic warning to pedestrians, mirrors, speed table, I'd like to see what you're willing to do. Mhm.
As the building owner, I think we would agree to a stipulation that includes a speed table, mirrors, and the flashing lights. If you want.
Well, on the right turn only. I don't like a left turn. On Grand.
I can't change the turn.
I know you can't change that. I'm just saying. For the coffee. All right, do we hear, board members, do I hear consensus to have them come back in 1 month? It'll be quick. It should be quick and easy. We'll see their proposal. Or we can also not do that and vote on it now.
Or could we do a Friday? I mean, if they're,
That's quick. Jesus.
yeah, I don't know if you could
I
come up
don't.
with it by Friday, but
Okay.
I mean, if we could do it in like
Would it-
10 minutes, not Friday, because we're not gonna have much time.
We only have on Friday our rollover session. We're good from 9 to 1 only. These other cases will come before you, sir. The ones that are being postponed. So,
So maybe we could try to do it Friday if we have
Yeah,
time,
Friday.
but no guarantee,
That's
and then it'll
Staff, are
go
you
to
okay
next
with
month.
that or no?
If they could submit a revised site plan, you know, by then.
By tomorrow.
Do we need a site plan? Because I think it's really speed table, mirrors and flashing lights, similar to what
Well, not
they-
necessarily the mirror.
Description of
I
them.
think flashing lights warns people, but
we can have
I
both.
mean-
We'll buy a mirror too.
I mean, yeah, we
Fine.
can do that, but I think putting a full site plan when this has been a project that has been gone through years of site plan development work.
Yeah, maybe a list of
Is-
pedestrian
Yeah.
safety.
It needs to be
Yeah.
in writing.
Yeah, we can
Provisions.
certainly put that in writing.
all right, let's, board members could have a motion to that effect. We continue the case till Friday. And let the applicant come back with a better representation on better handle on pedestrian safety.
On docket item number 9, case SUP 2024-12, I move that we continue this till Friday. If the developer submits the proposed list of safety provisions to staff by tomorrow. And if not, or if we can't get to this on Friday, then it'll be continued to the next month.
9:00 AM, is that?
9 AM on Friday. I think you're gonna be one of the later cases, though, sir. That's on Friday, June 14th.
And it's Fridays on Zoom. We're not going to meet in person.
All right, we have a motion. Do I have a second, someone?
Second,
Thank you, Mr. Gorens.
Lawrence,
I,
Moran,
Aye.
Wright,
Aye.
Hayes,
Aye.
and Devitt.
Aye. Okay, we'll see you on Friday. Thank you. Thank you for your time.
thank you guys.
That's the schedule.
101 on Friday.
Yeah. Yeah, we're getting the kill switch.
19 was starting to
You're
look
so funny.
ambitious.
I'm sorry, I blew it.
Alright.
Right. And it didn't.
Okay, you ready?
Yeah, let's go.
We have docket item 10. This is case CD SUP 2024-16. This is a request to approve a special use permit for an event venue serving as a community center in District R-6, which is a residential zoning district on about 0.28 acres, generally located at southwest corner of West 26th Street and Bellevue Avenue. Larissa Chambi is the staff planner associated with this case, and I see the applicant is in the room with us. This is a reminder for anyone who wishes to provide public testimony on docket item number 10 to please raise their hand on Zoom now or approach the microphone so we can identify you for the public hearing. Seeing none.
Great. Good afternoon, sir. Sorry for the delay today. Sorry, give me a second here. We have a list of administrative exhibits labeled 1 to 9 that we need to admit for your case today, sir. Do we have your permission to admit them?
Yes.
Thank you. One of those is a presentation by Miss Larissa on your case.
Okay, as was mentioned, this is a special use permit for 2600 Bellevue Avenue. Let me share, right. This is the general location of the subject property. And here you can see it at the southwest corner of West 26th Street and Bellevue Avenue. It's currently zoned R6. There was a permit that was approved in 1988 that had the use listed as a senior community center. In between that approval and the most recent years, it was changed to be a substance abuse center. The applicant would like to go back to being an event center for a community center for senior residents in the area. In order to do that, they're required to go through the special use permit process. So that's why you're seeing this project today. Here is the layout of the site. The applicant is proposing this drop-off area on Bellevue Avenue to add to the convenience of the site, and then back in ADA parking along Bellevue as well. They're not increasing the amount of parking on the site, and so the parking that you see here along this alley will remain the same. And they are providing landscaping in compliance with the zoning and development code. They are required a certain amount of parking stalls for this use, and so they will apply for an alternative compliance parking plan. They're working with Boulevard, which is just to the north, and so that will be required prior to a certificate of occupancy. These are the renderings that they provided for their application. It's a majority of stucco with wood accents. The police department did mention that this west elevation that contains that gate will need to be revised just so that the design of the gate provides for more safety for the courtyard area. And that's also prior to certificate of occupancy. And then here's the north and east side renderings of the structure. Again, there's the approval criteria for the special use permit. It is compatible with the character of the surrounding area in terms of site planning. They're using the existing footprint of the building. Their operating hours are a few hours a day, and it will not have a significant adverse impact on pedestrian comfort because they will be providing an easement next to that drop-off area. And then here are just some pictures. This is from Bellevue Avenue of the existing Guadalupe Center building. And then from the back, you can see that alley access and the parking. And then just from that corner of Bellevue Avenue and West 26th Street. The City Plan Commission did recommend approval with conditions. However, they did recommend removing condition 3, which is the expiration date, or sorry, the renewal date for the special use permit. It was conditioned to be for 3 years. They recommended removing it, so it is in perpetuity on the site. And I can answer any questions if you have them.
Mr. Kroll, I don't think I swore you in yet, did I?
No.
Right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this hearing today?
I do.
Thank you. And you're reminded that you did approve the approval of to load the exhibits.
Yes.
Thank you.
Larissa, can you share your screen?
Yeah.
Questions of Ms. Larissa? From staff? Or excuse me, from board members? Sir, why should we approve your request today?
Sure. Again, my name is Barrett Kroll. I'm with Urban Prairie Architectural Collaborative, representing the Guadalupe Center today. This building was originally built and permitted for the use of senior service, or excuse me, senior center for the Guadalupe Center, part of their community center program. In recent history, it was used as their substance abuse counseling center. They would like to go back to the original permitted use, and in doing that, completely renovate the building to make it more beautiful than it is. The existing metal building obviously is not the most friendly appearing building. And as part of this project, they would completely renovate the exterior as well as the site. Part of the reason to do that is to create a space for the seniors in the community that feels more like home to them, feels a little more friendly, more welcoming. But also to sort of enrich this corner of this West Side neighborhood. It is not a attractive corner today, and they would like to make it a much more attractive space tomorrow. So that's why we're here.
Any comments from the neighbors, either for or against?
We during our public engagement, we had several neighbors show up that were in favor. They love to see this corner site redeveloped. There really was no opposition to the project.
Okay, thank you. Board members, questions of Mr. Kroll?
What size events would be at this location?
So it's not really events. That's kind of the language that the special use permit uses, but it's really just a senior center. So what they do is they have basically between the hours of, 10 mid-morning to mid-afternoon, the seniors come. It's just a social gathering space. They play cards, they watch TV, they can get lunch there. There's no special events necessarily that are programmed for the space.
Okay, thank you.
Board members, any other questions, comments, and or motions?
I'll offer a motion.
Thank you.
On
Yes.
docket item 10, case number CD SUP 2024-00016, I move that we grant the request we approve the request for a special use permit for an event venue serving as a community center in District R6 on about 0.2 acres.
Yes.
Blah, blah, blah.
And remember, you want to remove the special condition for a unlimited status on the property, number, instead of 3 years.
Yeah.
Other conditions? Because we don't have a staff report on this one, so.
There should be a staff report on there. There's 7, just by city planning and development, and then, there's a total of 18 that were attached to the case.
18 conditions?
18 conditions.
Then my motion also includes the 18 conditions laid out in the staff report.
Perfect. I have a motion
Minus the
minus
3 year.
the.
Okay.
Minus the 3-year requirement.
Very good, Jazz. You got it. Do you have a second to that one?
A second.
Thank you, Ms. Wright.
Lawrence,
Aye.
Moran,
Aye.
Wright,
Aye.
Hayes.
Aye.
And Devitt.
Aye.
Motion passes.
Your request is approved. Under docket number 12.
Can someone go
Oh.
get Alan?
Oh, yeah.
Thanks, Mike.
2:30 break. You guys are close 2:30?
When are we stopping?
3:45.
Yep.
Okay.
I probably need a break.
Yeah.
Sure.
Sorry, too much water.
Me too.
Sure.
Okay.
We're not,
Uh,
I'm like you, Jan.
One case before a little short break. Docket item 12, case CD BZA 2024-42. This is a request to approve a variance of, to the rear yard setbacks abutting a residential district, plus any additional variances on about 0.248 acres, generally located at 1729 West Penway. Alec Gustafson is the staff planner associated with this case. If you are the property owner or part of the applicant team, please approach the desk. They are in the room with us. This is a reminder that if anyone else wants to provide public testimony on this particular item, docket item 12, to please approach the microphone or raise your hand in Zoom so we can list you as part of this public testimony.
See,
We have
none.
one person,
Good.
Ashley.
She's part of the applicant team, I
Oh.
think. Ashley Foland.
She sure is.
Ashley, you online with us yet? Turn on your camera and microphone to be sworn in.
Hello.
Hi there, please. Oh, you got 2 people in there.
Yes.
Okay, so let's see, Justin, raise your right hand. Ashley and your other person in there, please raise your right hands to be sworn. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this hearing today?
I do.
State your name for the court reporter.
Justin Tanner, I do. Oh, sorry.
There we go.
Justin Tanner.
Great. And ladies,
Ashley Folin. Amy Gray.
do you say I do, I do?
I do, I do. I do, I do.
Okay, thank you. All right, Justin looks like he may be speaking on your behalf today. We'll get your comments later. Justin, we have a list of administrative exhibits labeled 1 to 9 we need to admit for your case today. Is that okay?
Yep.
Thank you. One of those is a presentation by Mr. Alec,
First timer. So I'm not
and
sure.
he'll tell us all about your case. Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon, board members. Nice to be up front with you guys.
Yeah.
So today we have docket item number 12. There you go. We have docket item number 12, CD BZA 2024-42 at 1729 West Penway. The site is generally located just southwest of the downtown loop on West Penway. Here's the site plan with the lot dimensions on West Penway. There's a concrete alley in between the B1 zoning district, which is what the site is zoned, and then there's residential abutting the alley. Essentially, what we're here today to talk about is just a setback variance. So in a B1 zoning district, abutting a residential district, the setback is 25% of the lot depth for rear setback. This building was already pre-existing as non-conforming. It was actively sitting at 15.2 feet rather than the allotted 28.9 foot setback, which is what 25% of the lot depth is. I will say that the lot depth here is calculated by taking the average of the two property lines and finding 25% of that. So that would be the 28.9 foot setback. The building was built at 15.2, and then there was a second story added on top, which is what triggered the need for the variance with the setback. So I can go forward. There's our architects team, our applicant team provided us with very, very thorough site plans. So we have the second story that is added that we are looking at for the setback, and then that will also encompass the main building that was previously there. This is where kind of a real image of the site with the added area on top. And our variance request basically is a variance of 13.7 feet to the rear yard setback in a B1 zoning district abutting a residential district to permit a 15.2 foot rear yard setback on the subject site. Like I said, 25% of the lot depth is 28.9 feet and the variance is for 15.2 feet. So that would be a 47% decrease from the rear setback standards. There's not really too much of a substantial change to the character of the neighborhood. It could be obviated by a change of design, but like I said, the building was already there, non-conforming, and the addition of the second story is what is triggering this variance today. And with that, I'm happy to take any questions you may have. And I believe Justin or Ashley and Amy would also do the same.
Thank you. Board members, any questions? Mr. Alec? Okay. So, Mr. Tanner, why should we approve your request today?
Ooh, I don't know. I mean, obviously I would like to get it approved. We're just, I purchased a building about 2 years ago. We've just been kind of working on it as we progress. And like he said, the second floor is kind of what triggered the variance request, which I'm kind of new to this whole commercial flip situation. It's not really a flip. It's more of a property I've wanted probably for the last 15 to 20 years. And I kind of always told myself when the building came for sale that I would love to purchase it. And a couple years ago, that chance finally happened, and I was thankful enough to pick up the building and purchase it. And we're just trying to just make the building look great and kind of keep it around and keep it in my family for a long time. So the second floor is going to be used for mainly like a little art studio for one of my friends. And then the downstairs or the downtown or main portion of the building that's been there, like he was talking about, is going to be a local donut shop. And there's a drive-through, or there's a driveway behind the building now, which I think is what the setback is, because there's, I don't know how many feet exactly. Did you say 15 feet? I think there's about
15.2.
15 feet from the end of the building to the driveway. And it's like a big alleyway that these homeowners on the backside use. And when I purchased the building, and pretty much throughout every single month, I have good conversations with the owners, and they're well aware of kind of what we're putting in the space, and they're super happy that somebody came in and purchased the building and made it look good, because it was whoever owned the building previous to us for about 50 years did not take very good care of it. So we kind of turned everything around and replaced everything inside of it and made it look very pretty. So we're just looking to bring a good little small business to the community. It's on the west side of town, if you're not aware. So just a good part of town.
Right.
Yep.
Thank you. Board members, questions of Mr. Tanner? I'm going to ask for Amy and Ashley. Amy, Ashley, do you want to have any comments? You're on your microphone. I see the red light. There you go.
Hi, yeah, I just wanted to just quickly bring up, we talked about the view being, having that second story, and him talking to all the neighbors has been very helpful. The views are all still intact, and so I think it's gonna be a great asset to the area.
Great. Is that Amy or Ashley?
That's Ashley.
Amy, do you have anything to say?
No, I would just piggyback on that. I mean, the existing footprint was a non-conforming, when they revised the zoning in that area. So I think there was just some misunderstanding that the existing footprint would not fall within the existing guidelines. So, no, we appreciate your consideration and request approval of the variance.
Perfect. Thank you. Board members, questions of anyone? If not,
Neighborhood-
motions?
Neighborhood feedback at all?
Oh, yeah. Did you have any neighborhood comments, Mr. Tanner?
I mean, I've spoke to everybody
Yeah.
I mean, I think I probably spoke to 30 people. Mainly just the people kind of directly behind us, because when we first purchased the building, we were making a lot of noise, and I tried to not start early and, clean up as soon as possible, but I just wanted to let them know what we were doing. And I honestly, I don't even know if they would have cared what we were putting in the building. They were just happy that we were making it look nice again, because it was probably the worst looking building on the west side, if I'm being honest. It was like a printing company for probably 50 years, and I think maybe in the early 1900s, it was like a gas station. And people just, I think over the years, just didn't take good care of it.
Right.
Yeah, and the reason why we put the second story up is because when the roof needed replaced, because the old owners had just been stacking new roof upon new roof
Yep.
over the years, and when we took it off, it looked like at some point in time, they were trying to raise it up to a second floor, so that's what we did, and me not knowing any better put me in this position, and here we are, we're hoping for a variance request just for making a building look nice again, so.
Thank you.
Yep.
Board members, comments, questions, motion?
I have a motion on docket item number 12, case number BZA 2024-42. I move that we grant the requested variance in accordance with the site plan and the staff report.
Have a motion? Is there a second from someone?
A second.
Thank you, Ms. Wright.
Lawrence,
Aye.
Moran,
Aye.
Wright,
Aye.
Hayes.
Aye.
Evans.
Aye. Good luck with your project, Mr. Tanner.
Thank you. I appreciate
Thank you, ladies, for
Yep.
coming on with us.
Thank you.
Okay, we're
Thank
gonna
you so much for your time. Thank you.
We're gonna take a 15-minute break.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
15-minute break. We'll be back at 20 till.
Picking up speed.
No.
Hey, are you there? Okay, are they there?
Yeah, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, yeah, I was gonna tell you, they said they were gonna come at 12:20 or 2:20, so. Okay, thanks. Just, they said they need to measure the, I don't know, outside and ductwork, and I don't know if they need to go upstairs just to give us an estimate on replacing, I guess, the air conditioning unit, and I don't know whether they, that includes the front of the site, I don't know. You might ask them those questions. Like, is it just the AC that needs to be replaced, or? And don't make any commitment, just tell them we need an estimate, and, I talked to Sean last night. He's gonna come over, I think, tomorrow and look at it. Cause I wasn't feeling real confident in what the guy yesterday told me, so. Okay.
When you go up to the. They said-
All right, we're back for our final session here. Let's go to docket number 13, I think.
Yes, docket item 13.
What point?
This is case oh my God. CPC and BZA. CD BZA 2024-60, a request to approve multiple variances for the Boulevard and Parkway standards to allow for the construction of a mixed-use building in District MPD, which is the Master Plan Development District, on about 2.12 acres, generally located at East Riverfront Road and Berkeley Parkway. Andrew Clark is the staff planner associated with this case, and the development team is in the room with us. This is a reminder for anyone who is interested in speaking on this case to please raise your hand on Zoom now or approach the microphone so we can list you for the public hearing.
Okay, we'll sort everyone in here in just a second. I've got to get caught up to you. Just be a second. Okay, so we have anyone in the virtual audience?
One person virtually.
Okay, so everyone's going to raise their right hand to be sworn in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this hearing today? As you say your name, say I do and your name. Let's start up here at the front left.
Brian Porker, I do.
Thank you, Brian.
Kelsey Morgan, I do.
Thank you, Kelsey.
Brian Benjamin, I do.
Another Brian. Okay.
Joe Perry, I do.
Thank you, Joe. And who do we have out in the virtual world?
Teresa.
Teresa? Turn on your microphone. Teresa, you got to turn on your microphone so we can hear you say, I do. There you go. Almost. One more time, Teresa.
Teresa Curtis, I do.
Okay, great. And please state your name again for the court reporter. Teresa.
Teresa Sipe Curtis.
Okay, thank you very much. Who's speaking at the table on your behalf on the?
I will be, and Kelsey to my right here.
Okay, Brian, thank you. There are lists of administrative exhibits labeled 1 to 10 usually. 1 to 9, I'll be right there.
9 on this.
9 of, thank you. Will you allow us to admit those to hear your case today?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. One of those exhibits is Andrew talking about your case. Andrew, please tell us about it.
All right. Thank you, Chairman Ebbets and fellow board members. Thank you for being here today. I'm Andrew Clark with City Planning and Development in the Development Management Division. And before you today is docket number 13, CD BZA 2024-60. This is for several variances at 599 East Riverfront Road. The site is located on the Berkeley Riverfront within the Berkeley Riverfront Master Plan Development District. The site is outlined in yellow, and I refer to it as the eyelid site within the Berkeley Riverfront development. So it's very irregular in shape. Here is a view. The subject property is just north of Poor Development, which the applicant developed years ago. This project today would be phase 2 on what is currently a rough gravel parking area. Here's a view from from Berkeley Parkway looking east. Berkeley Parkway is technically a boulevard according to the major street plan, and that is why this case is before you today. Here is the overall site plan, and due to site constraints, which will be brought up momentarily, the applicant is proposing a parking area adjacent to the boulevard, and that is why the case is here, is due to the boulevard and parkway standards and one landscape standard that is related to the boulevard. It is listed in the staff report, and I'm sure the applicant will go over the statement of practical difficulty. There are contaminated soils on this site. As I said immediately at the beginning, it's irregular in shape. There are existing utilities, including sewer and Evergy. And it's also within the levee critical zone, which impacts how deep the applicant can dig. Here are the proposed elevations. And again, the elevations, these are the north elevations. So this is what you would see as you ride the streetcar into the Berkeley Riverfront development. I will start with variance A. It is to the Boulevard and Parkway standards. The applicant is seeking a 100% variance. And my screen here is a 100% variance to allow a vehicular use area between the structure and the boulevard is variance A. It could be obviated through a different design. And it does create a substantial change to the character of the neighborhood for not complying with the greater downtown area plan recommendations. The variance B is a variance of 350% to the maximum setback of 70 feet. Again, this is because the parking area will be adjacent to the boulevard, and the variance could be obviated through a different design. Variance C is a 100% variance to allow, again, a vehicular use area in front of the building on the subject site. Variance D is a variance of 100% to permit the frontage of the structure to be entirely a vehicular use area on the subject site. Variance E is a variance of 100% to allow parking along the street frontage of the site. Variance F is of a variance of 100% to allow parking spaces located immediately adjacent to the boulevard. Variance G is a variance of 100% to allow the minimum transparency on the ground level facade be reduced to below 60%. This building sits on 2 stories of parking. And there's an additional variance. It was sent to staff via an email and fax during our technical outage. And the applicant reminded me of this before the hearing today. So this would be variance number 8, and it is a 100% variance from a continuous visual screen of evergreen shrubs to providing at least 2 rows of street trees. This is in the landscape requirements of the zoning and development code. But because this is a boulevard, they are using street trees instead of the evergreen. We're also trying, the applicant, because of the construction of the streetcar, is why they're using a different street tree. So this request came from the Streetcar Authority. As you swore him in earlier, Mr. Joe Perry with the Port Authority is here today. Here is the letter of support that was submitted on behalf of John Stevens. It is notarized. And that does conclude my presentation for the 8 variances.
Okay, thank you. Questions of Mr. Clark? So Andrew, some of these are 100%ers. So is that because it's by the streetcar line? Why?
It's because Grand, also known as Berkeley Parkway, is a boulevard. Okay. And as you can tell, the boulevard and parkway standards were written in a way to not allow parking lots next to a boulevard.
Right.
So they tried to cover their bases every way possible. That is why there are so many variances, because the parking lot is next to the boulevard.
Okay.
Staff did work with the applicant. This MPD final plan, if these variances are approved, goes to the City Plan Commission next week. Staff has been working with the applicant, and it's in their presentation. Because of the grade of Grand Viaduct, landscaping will really help screen this parking area.
Mm-hmm.
But due to their site constraints, staff understood their physical hardships here.
Okay. Mr. Joe from Port Authority, you want to say anything or?
I'll be brief. when we started on the riverfront, the first thing we did, even before we got the zoning overlay, was get an agreement between the Parks and Recreation Department, Public Works, and the Port Authority that everyone would suspend the Boulevard and Parkway standards until the last piece was platted. And since then, there was an ordinance passed that necessitated this, that basically superseded that old agreement. So I am delighted with the city staff response of looking at these issues over time, the park staff and the planning staff, and coming and working with the developer to come with something, because it's really critical for us right now on the riverfront with the activity we have to get the additional square footage of speculative retail that they're putting in the ground floor of this building. And the additional units will really help us with our economic activity taxes and other things. So for the common sense solutions that have been offered, we're delighted in working with the city staff on this and to see this be approved today. And I'll just end with saying that the units that were put in first by CORE, that was our second vertical building. This will be our third, and in a few weeks, the City Plan Commission will hear about a fourth multifamily building on the riverfront. So all of that to say how important that has been to Kansas City's front yard. And we think that this is a great project in a great location. And we're going to benefit on the riverfront on this one area with a private drive having the same owner on both sides. So selfishly, we hope that you will see your way to approving this today. Thank you.
Thank you. Brian and Kelsey, why should we approve your project today?
So we do have a presentation run through. We'll keep it brief.
That'll be exhibit number 10 in our list of exhibits today.
Okay, well, thank you again for considering the application. My name is Brian Benjamin with North Point Development, and here to kind of cover some more of the details that Mr. Clark kind of primed for us here. So Mr. Clark already did cover the boundaries of the MPD district, but just as a refresher, we are on the far west end of the district. The first phase of core is as is seen on this overlay here, and then the vacant lot will be to the north. This is an image looking south towards the city. This is the first phase. So core was a $60 million investment in the city. We broke ground in 2020 and welcomed our first residents in 2022. We now have nearly 500 residents calling the riverfront home, and in combination with the previous vertical development that Mr. Perry mentioned, we have over 1,000 residents living down there. Like he said, the momentum has been excellent. We look to continue that by adding even more density right at the front door of the riverfront here. And then this is, I know Mr. Clark did cover the existing conditions, but just another perspective here. This is the existing gravel surface lot. It has been pretty much used in that capacity for the better part of the past 10 years. The first development, at least on this side of the riverfront, was Barquet, the dog park and food and beverage establishment on the west side. This has primarily been a parking lot for them. It has been kind of an overflow lot for other riverfront activities, but currently just wanted to highlight that it is used as a surface parking lot. We already covered this as well too, but this is just gets you an idea in a better resolution of where the proposed second phase sits in relation to the first phase. Again, Mr. Clark did cover the site plan, a couple high-level additional items I wanted to share here. This will bring 153 residential units. It will be a ground floor parking with a pass-through area on the ground floor to get to the surface lot on the north end of the lot. We will also have 2 retail spaces totaling roughly 5,000 square feet on the far east end. And then just east of that, in the outdoor area, there is a pedestrian plaza that will be open to the public. We'll provide some open green space, and we'll provide a connection point both for the 10-foot wide public use trail along the parkway and also for the access along the private drive to the west to Barquet and the Heart of America Bridge. We've already covered the elevations, but just a refresher, they will be similar in finishes to the first phase, with the only difference really being that this will be a taller structure. We have 1 level of ground floor structured parking with 5 stories of units above it. And then as far as the site hardships, which we did want to briefly go into a little bit of detail with you, I will introduce Kelsey Morgan from our team, and she'll run through those with you.
Yeah, thank you. So this site does have several constraining features that make development challenging and inhibits us from meeting all of the Boulevard and Parkway standards. These hardships, like Andy mentioned, are the irregular parcel shape, having public utilities on site, being within the levee critical zone, contaminated soils, the future Grand Boulevard pedestrian bridge connection, and a steep grade differential between Berkeley Parkway and our site. Our team has put together a few exhibits to help demonstrate these hardships a little more clearly. Next slide. First, the parcel itself is curved along the entire frontage where adjacent to Berkeley Parkway. The next is there are several existing utilities within this parcel. There is public stormwater, sanitary, water, gas, and power as highlighted in this exhibit. The next is the site is entirely within the levee critical zone, and we have contaminated soils that are about 12 to 15 feet deep. So I highlight this as a hardship as it inhibits us from doing a major subsurface development like an underground parking garage. The next one is there is a future public pedestrian project that will expand the trail system, and it actually, the easements for that project impede our site over on the west end as highlighted in yellow. And then the last hardship are those steep slopes. Berkeley Parkway is actually a viaduct over on the west end where it's transitioning from a bridge down to a typical street section. So the grade difference is about 12 feet along that west side. And we have a quick little video that will help orient you again to our site. Berkeley Parkway is on your left. The existing trail that will be improved is right there in the middle, and then our site is on the right, that gravel parking lot. If we could go back to the last slide for just 1 second.
Yep.
So as you can see, there are a lot of hardships and constraints that we're working with. And so our team has studied these, and we have decided to try to place our building between the pedestrian trail easements and the public utility easements. And we tried to use the space as effectively as we could and be thoughtful in how we place that building. So I have one more thing to talk about before I jump into the variances a little bit more in detail. This development is primarily a residential project. We are proposing 153 units, but in addition to those units, we do have those 2 small retail spaces that were mentioned before. They total about 5,000 square feet of space. Those 2 retail spaces will all be on the first floor over on the east end of the site as highlighted in blue on this exhibit. We are building these spaces at the request of Port KC and the belief that there's a high demand for retail use given all the new residents down in the Berkeley riverfront area. And so although this retail component is only about 2% of the overall building square footage, it brings in all of the non-residential Boulevard and Parkway standards into this project since it's now a mixed-use development. If this development was strictly a residential use, we would be requesting 2 variances from this board, but because we have that retail space, we are requesting a total of 8 variances. So the first one, and I apologize, mine are in a different order than Andy outlined. I believe this is B on your list. The first is a non-residential boulevard standard that states if your site is adjacent to a boulevard, the principal building shall be a maximum of 20 feet from the right-of-way, and we are unable to stay within that 20 feet due to the curvature of the parcel. It's very challenging to design and build something that stays within that sharp radius of the curve. Those existing public easements are actually wider than 20 feet on some ends of the site. And lastly is that pedestrian trail, which impedes the west end. And so for those reasons, we're requesting that the maximum setback be increased to 70 feet. Now, the next 4 variances are all very similar in nature and all talking about the use along the boulevard. The standards are written that the primary building should be along the street frontage with any vehicular use areas to the side or the rear of the site. And due to the extensive site hardships that we already went through, like the grade differential, the easements, the pedestrian trail, and the curve of the parcel itself, pushing the building up to the street frontage while maintaining code minimum parking ratios is not feasible. Code requires that you have 1 stall per unit, and we are proposing 1.05 stalls per unit on this project. So I'll run through these really quick. These first three are all non-residential parts of the code. The retail part of the site do meet these standards, but we have to apply the code to the whole building. So this first one states if you're adjacent to a boulevard, parking must be located to the side or the rear of the building. We're requesting a variance to allow vehicular use area in front of the building. The second one states the ground level street frontage must be improved with retail, office, or residential use. We are proposing a variance to allow parking adjacent to the street frontage. The third one states that no ground level parking shall be located immediately adjacent to the boulevard and that all spaces be concealed behind an improved space. We are requesting a variance to allow parking immediately adjacent to the boulevard. And then this last one is a part of the residential portion of the code, and it also states that no vehicular use areas be permitted between the structure and the boulevard. So we're requesting a variance to allow parking between the structure and the boulevard. This next variance, I believe, is D on your list. It is also in regards to use along the street frontage, and it states that no more than 30% of the site's frontage adjacent to the boulevard can be used for vehicular use areas. Again, due to our extensive hardships, we are requesting that up to 70% of the site's frontage be allowed for vehicular use areas as demonstrated in this exhibit. All right, so the next variance that we want to cover is in regard to building facade. The code states that if you're adjacent to a boulevard, structures shall provide a minimum of 60% transparency on the ground level facade facing the boulevard. The elevation shown in this exhibit is the elevation that will face Berkeley Parkway. On the left side is the retail space, and on the right side is the proposed parking garage with the residential units above. Because we have to include the parking garage portion as part of that transparency calculation, we are requesting that the minimum transparency be reduced down to 10% for the building. This last variance is our landscape variance request. The code states that if you have a vehicular use area adjacent to the right-of-way outside of the downtown loop, you must provide a landscape strip with a continuous screen of evergreen shrubs. City staff and our team believe that planting these shrubs could cause a safety concern due to the high pedestrian traffic in this area. Planting shrubs that will be at least 3 feet tall will not keep clear lines of sight that comply with CPTED, which is the crime prevention through environmental design criteria for safe spaces. And we understand that this parcel is really important and it'll be one of the first things people see when they come down the future streetcar track. So we do want to accentuate the streetscape and provide thorough landscaping. So instead of doing the continuous evergreen shrubs, we are proposing to do at least 2 rows of street trees in lieu of that. So as you can see, all of these variances are really tied to orienting our site with the parking lot between Berkeley Parkway and the principal building. And that was due to the large number of hardships that this piece of property has. These next few exhibits quickly illustrate our landscape design and demonstrates the public benefit we are providing with the development of the site. This exhibit further demonstrates those rows of street trees between the street and our parking lot. Additionally, on the east side, you can see the public pocket park we are building to help open up the space and then make everything more connected for pedestrians. We also have increased pedestrian connectivity between Berkeley Parkway, Barkay, and the core apartments with this. So we have a couple elevation views just to give you a different perspective. This one is up on the viaduct, so on the kind of the left side or west side of our site. You can see that Berkeley Parkway sits above the project, and we'll have those trails between it. And then this is right here in the middle of our site. You can see how we're planting street trees to help accentuate the streetscape further. And I'll turn it back to Brian to wrap us up.
Yeah,
Thank
no
you,
other
Jesse.
further comments, but happy to answer any questions, and thank you again for your time today considering this application.
Lots of 100% variances, but I do kind of understand them in this particular location. Ryan, on the end, you didn't say much. You want to say anything?
We just appreciate you guys listening to our case, and we're here to answer any questions.
Great.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
I do have a question for staff. So the parking adjacent to a boulevard, what is allowing them to have the parking? So the current use of the property is a parking lot, right? What is allowing, is that because it was, has that use before, prior to the boulevard?
Prior to the Boulevard and Parkway standards.
Okay, yeah. Yep, okay, that makes sense.
Anyone else? What's the occupancy down there now?
We've remained stabilized for almost 2 years at this point. We have about 478 residents in our building, and between our building and Union down there, we're over 1,000 residents. But yeah, we've remained over 94%.
What's the percent? Oh, over 94%.
Yep.
Okay, very good.
Is Teresa on your team?
Yes.
Okay, just making sure that we weren't missing any public testimony. That's all.
Yep. She was only here if there were any architectural related questions.
All right. Board members, comments, questions, motions?
I just want to say thank you guys for taking the early risk. I mean, you guys really played a major role in transforming that entire district. So thank you for doing that.
Absolutely.
Kelsey, what is the contamination on the soils? Just curious.
I can probably speak a little bit to that. It's been a few years now since we were really deep into the weeds on it, but it was formerly used as a gas manufacturing plant, I believe many years ago. Starting in, I think, 2007, Port KC oversaw a many years long cleanup.
Okay.
And prepared everything for development. But there is, for your occasional, we ran into it a bit with our sewer line connection. There is some contamination 12 to 15 feet and deeper below grade.
Okay, thank you. All right, board members?
Is this the last phase of this development?
This would be.
This would be, okay. Perfect. Even though the variances are high, I do understand it. It is a special shaped lot with a lot of easements, and having to move those easements would be costly. And then again, as Board Member Meyer mentioned that, they've already made a lot of investment that has spearheaded more opportunities going forward. So I wouldn't mind making a motion in docket number 13, case number 60. I move that we approve all 8 of the variances to support the final phase of development at this location. In accordance with the staff report.
Thank you.
Second.
Okay, second, Ms. Moran?
Torrance.
Aye.
Moran. Aye. Wright.
Aye.
Hayes.
Aye.
And Debbitz.
Aye. Project's approved. Good luck with it. Thank you very much.
Very much. Appreciate it.
Yep.
You have the ones on Armor Road, North Kansas City. It was yours.
That is not North Point, but
They're looking alike. Same.
Similar.
Yeah. Thank you, guys.
Thank you very much. All right.
Docket item 14, we have a CD BZA 2024-45. This is a request to approve a special exception, technically a variance, for a fence to be greater than 4 feet on a vacant lot, plus any additional variances on about 0.12 acres, generally located at 4432 Troost Avenue. Connor Tomlin is the staff planner associated with this case. The applicant is online. I am promoting them. This is a reminder for anyone else who wishes to provide public testimony to please approach the microphone now or raise your hand in Zoom so we can identify you for the public hearing.
Seeing anyone?
Yep.
Okay.
The applicant has been connected, and then we have a Butch and someone on an iPhone.
Okay.
But Ernest is the applicant.
Okay. Ernest, you have on your camera and microphone?
Yes.
Okay, great. We're going to swear everyone in at the same time. Is it Butch Rigby? It's not Rigby, is it?
Butch Rigby.
It is?
Yes.
Wow. Butch, you got your camera on and microphone?
Let's do that. How's that?
That's very good, sir. Thank you for coming online with us.
And someone on an iPhone.
Okay, and iPhone person? Whoever that is. Camera and microphone. I see your picture, but I don't see a microphone on.
It should be on.
There to go. Perfect.
Okay.
Which, let me raise your right hands. The three of you all, and do you solemnly swear to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this hearing today?
I do.
And say,
Yes.
as you say each name, say I do. So the first person,
Ernest.
Ernest,
Ernest Weedoff, I do.
thank you. Butch,
Butch Rigby, I do.
okay.
Chris Koch, I do.
Thank you, Chris. Who's speaking on your case today, by the way? Ernest?
Yeah, I'm speaking on it.
Okay, great. Sir, there's a list of administrative exhibits labeled 1 to 9 that we need to admit for your case today. Do we have your approval to admit those?
Yes.
Great. One of those is a presentation by Mr. Tomlin. He's going to tell us about the case. Thank you, Connor.
Oh, and we need 10 exhibits. We need a 10th exhibit for the Truce Corridor Overlay District on this one as well, Mr. Chair.
Okay, so that will be admitted, the 10th exhibit.
Okay, so today we have CD BZA 2024-00045 at 4432 Troost Avenue. It's in a B3-2 zoning district within the Troost overlay. The applicant is seeking approval of, that says special exception. It's supposed to be a variance to the height and opacity of the fence within the Troost overlay itself. So you're going to be hearing on a variance to the Troost overlay standards rather than your standard special exceptions. This is the general location of the site. This is a closer look at the site itself, outlined in yellow. That house directly to the south is common ownership. These are the site plans that were submitted. These are pictures of the current conditions. I will allow the applicant to speak to this fence. I'm not sure if that's on site or if that's another location. The first of two variances, a variance of 2 feet to the maximum height of a fence when that fence is within 20 feet of Troost Avenue within the Troost overlay, to permit that fence to be 6 feet within that given range of Troost Avenue. A substantial change to the character of the neighborhood is anticipated. Vacant lots in this area generally don't have a 6-foot opaque fence around them. The difficulty could be obviated through a change of design. Variance request B is a variance of complete deviation to the minimum transparency of a fence when that fence is within 20 feet of Troost Avenue inside the Troost overlay, to permit that fence at 0% transparency within that given range. A substantial change to the character of the neighborhood is anticipated. Vacant lots in this area generally meet transparency requirements. The difficulty could be obviated through a change of design. And I will add that I believe this originally came up from a zoning compliance case, but I'll allow the applicant to speak to that if that's accurate.
Okay. Wait a second.
I have
hold on. Ernest, or not, yeah, Ernest, stand by just for a second.
Sure.
Any questions of staff?
Yeah, I'm not sure that I've heard a case about the Troost overlay before, but normally the 6-foot fences are have to do with the front face of the property. This is a
Right.
different case with the Troost overlay. Is that
Yeah,
okay?
so the Troost overlay trumps the standard zoning code. It's you've got along Troost, you've got along Main Street, different areas within the city where it has these special rules that were developed by the neighborhood, approved through city council, and they have standards that are different from our typical zoning code.
So it just basically moves it from the front face of the home to 20 feet no matter what.
Yeah, so yeah, you'd be accurate in saying that.
All right, Ernest, sorry, why should we approve your request today, sir?
Well, I have a PowerPoint presentation, if that's all right. I could show you, or if
Sure,
that's
that's fine. We can approve that as an exhibit. That'll be exhibit number 11.
All right, thank you. And then
Be sure you share your,
Okay.
there you go. Good job.
all right. So I purchased the house at 4436 Troost Avenue in August of 2015. And since then, I've been fixing it up and also trying to like improve the whole property, not just the house, but this is how it looked when I bought it, and this is how it looks today. I basically like just by waiting tables, like all of my free time and all of my money has gone into this, and like it's just been really difficult because the adjacent properties have like all these weeds growing on them, like trees of heaven, invasive species that I'm trying to maintain, but it's like growing into the foundation. And so the lot next door to me had been this used car lot. You can kind of see some of it in this image. From that aerial photo, you could see all the used cars during the Connor Tomlin's presentation. But it was the driveway was an easement, and that had really deteriorated and needed to be replaced. And then the entire lot was enclosed by a chain link fence with barbed wire that was overgrown, and it was effectively an opaque fence with vegetation. And I'm sure there's a record of all the 311 complaints about that lot, about the dilapidated cars with vines growing through them. And it got to the point where these are a few more photos, and you can see those cars in back. The Aurora and the Sebring were there till the very end. This was taken in 2015, and I got those cars removed after buying the lot in 2023. Those cars never moved in those 9 years, and they might have been there longer. That's just when I bought the property. And this is how it looks now from those same angles. There'd been that fence line already, and it was all paved over, and all I could really afford to do after purchasing the lot was to do this wooden fence, and all on the same fence line. And again, like it was replacing effectively like a 6 foot tall opaque fence, just a dilapidated chain link and barbed wire fence with this fence. The previous owner would store trash behind, like out of view from the street, but you can kind of see on the photo on the right, you can see more of like how overgrown those two cars had gotten. But I had already removed so much of the weeds in the photo of the left. But I kind of feel like I got extorted into buying this property because the only way it was going to get fixed up or become anything from but a used car lot was for me to buy it. And in buying it, I kind of extended myself enough that like the only thing I could really do to secure the property was to put up this fence. And this is a bullet hole in the hood of my car that happened on my property. And then a police report for my fiance's tires getting slashed the time she parked on Troost. So like security is definitely an issue. And I can tell you every day on Troost, there's someone like yelling, like either substance abuse or some kind of mental issue, walking down the street, or someone like pushing a shopping cart full of like scrap metal. This is the current character of my neighborhood. These are the two homes across my street. This was taken today. When you can see those trees that have been growing, I think these homes may be condemned. So the reason I included that one wooden fence, it's not on my property, but it was constructed since the Troost overlay and is in a very similar situation to my opaque 6-foot tall fence. It's a 6-foot tall wooden opaque fence that's at the firehouse, 1 block south of me. And then there was a fire in the place of the building, and this is the bottom photo. They replaced that with an 8-foot tall chain link fence. That's, I guess, also in violation for the standards of the Troost overlay, but it's chain link and 8 feet tall. And then the one directly across the street from me is 6 feet tall. And I don't have a problem with any of these fences. It's just, this is what informed like my decision to make that, to put up the fence that I did, just based on other fences that had been put in since I bought the property. And lastly, just the fence and securing my family. It's just the neighborhood's not ready yet. And I would love to put in like a more transparent fence, but I have 2 dogs that can jump anything under 6 feet. Staffordshire Bull Terriers have to have a 6-foot fence. I have a 3-year-old grandson that I don't want the people on Troost being able to see, and also my family and the photo that all lives here. But the grandbaby's here a lot, and I just worry about security. And like after the Super Bowl, like 3 doors down, I had a guy firing off a handgun. Like, I mean, like, I love Kansas City. Like, I put my entire life into making it better, and like, I can't move the fence line because the whole lot's paved, and it costs more than it costs to put up the fence. So I just really hope you guys like understand. Okay, that's all I got.
Thank you, Ernest, for your comments. I appreciate it. Mr. Rigby, are you for or against this motion?
I am for the motion. I'm for him getting a variance. I am a neighbor down the street. I'm renovating 3740 Troost, the former Safeway building right across from De La Salle. And I, just for full transparency, I know Ernest. I know him from the restaurant where he works, and he mentioned this to me, but I was already impressed with the fact that he invested the money along Troost. I'm very familiar with the Troost Overlay District because I own 4 buildings along Troost, and we are committed to making renovations along that street, but we also know that it's going to be very important for small business and local residents to make those decisions to invest along Troost Avenue. When I looked at the fence and when I looked at the parking lot I had, I understood, you know, we don't want at our property, we don't want to or need a 6-foot privacy fence, because in commercial applications, cars can go in, people can go in. It's not as safe as if you can be seen from the street. But when it comes to residential, there is, you know, a need for some privacy, for some family. And when I looked at it, I recognized the fact that what we're really not, you know, when we talk about an opaque versus, you know, a transparent fence, a 4-foot fence versus a 6-foot fence, what we're really talking about here is a 4-foot difference in the setback. Had he been back 4 feet from here, he would have had no problems because he would have met the overlay district. I don't think the dangers presented or the rationale for a transparent fence applied, and I didn't believe that the height restriction would apply. And so when I look at Troost, I'm not saying this because I'm a friend of, Ernst. I'm saying this because what I saw was not only a terrific improvement and something within the spirit of what he did here, but I see an honest, investment of capital. And I've been in the real estate business 30 years, and I will tell you the $5,300 fence bid to go with a solid, sturdy metal fence, based on the valuations of property at this point in time, would present an extreme hardship. And from our perspective, people like Ernst working and making investments in the property here and actually taking some of those residential houses and making them substantially better, and taking empty lots and making them substantially better, are nothing but a vast improvement, and in my opinion, fall within the spirit of the Troost Overlay District. If this were a used car lot and they put up a fence like this, it would probably be a different point of view from my perspective. But as a developer along Troost and a developer all over the city, what we're really talking about here is the valuation of 4 feet of extra grass, which, we don't love it, but on Troost Avenue with those particular challenges, we have homeless people and people living on our, in the front of our building. It just gives them that much more room. So I support his application. I think it would be a tremendous hardship financially and effectively on his investment in Troost Avenue. And quite frankly, I'm thrilled to see young people, younger than me at least, making an investment on Troost Avenue. It certainly encourages myself and some of the other small business developers to keep working to make Troost Avenue better. And I think that is the spirit and intent of the district. So
thank you
very much.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Chris, you're the next on. What's your comments? Excuse me. Your microphone's not on, sir. There you
Sorry
go.
about that. Chris Koch, Hyde Park Neighborhood Association President, on behalf of the Hyde Park Neighborhood Association, in opposition of this case, obviously, for pretty much every other reason why I attend these meetings is for similar cases, for variance requests. We always feel that adding a privacy fence in the front yard is in deviation to the characteristic of the neighborhood we're trying to uphold. That's also why these lot and building standards are in place, and even more so the Troost overlay, which is even more important for this situation. I do want to clarify some less than factual information that was just shared. That fence is actually built right on the property line. It has a 0 foot setback currently from Troost. There is a grass swath between the fence and the sidewalk that's actually public right away. So there is a 0 foot setback currently in its existing configuration. It's also worth noting that the whole lot is now paved and gravel. I believe the gravel was added recently based on just my quick Google aerial search today. And so that means that lot is now 100% impervious, which is also not allowed per Troost overlay or the infill lot and building standards. I know that's irrelevant to the case, but part of additional deviations that aren't being requested at this time, but worth noting. And that lot was recently repaved, at least looking at the image I'm viewing online today. It looks like it's been repaved in the last 6 or 8 months. So it's fully impervious at this time, which is not allowed. So we ask that the BZA upholds the typical requirements. And if not that, at least the Troost overlay, which requires a 20-foot setback, and the transparency requirements, which wouldn't allow a privacy fence in the front yard of this property. And then in relation to the firehouse fence that was shown, that image, we're unaware of that dumpster enclosure that's been added. So that's something that the owner of that property did without approval by the city or notification of the neighborhood. So I can't really speak on that other than that appears to be not in compliance with the Troost overlay. The temporary construction fence that's added for Outlook KC, which is a development in the 4500 block, that's a temporary construction fence to keep people out of that property of the building that was previously burned. We were aware of that. For this case specifically, we received no notification from the homeowner or the applicant that they were seeking a variance. The only reason we knew about this case was the letter that we received in the mail. So I don't have a lot of background and no contact with the resident whatsoever was made to us, and based on the information the BZA or the city can share with us, they're never allowed to share the contact information of the applicant. So that it's kind of a constant struggle we have with trying to reach out to the applicant, is that contact information isn't shared with us. So we couldn't even reach out to start that conversation unless they reach out to us, which didn't happen. So that's all I wanted to share.
All right, thank you, Chris. Board members, questions, and to perhaps Ernest or others?
I do, for staff, so this 20-foot thing, the text on here says 20 feet from Troost. It seems unclear to me as to whether it's the street itself, the sidewalk, or the right of way.
I believe it would be the right of way, but Anna can clarify if needed.
I think that would be from the street. From like the curb,
The
the
first
20 feet.
20 feet of the property line, or from the front property line.
Okay.
Yeah. From the right of way, as Connor mentioned.
Okay. So he could be compliant if he just moved the front face of that fence 20 feet back.
So there's a couple of things. There's the height of the fence and the transparency of the fence. The 20 feet cannot be taller than 4 feet, and it has to be at least 80% transparent.
Okay.
It also says that no fence over 6 feet shall be erected on any lot within the district. I mean, we've traditionally held that standard that all fences have to be below 6 feet on Troost Avenue.
Okay. Whether front, backside.
Correct.
Okay.
So even if you move the fence back 20 feet,
The whole thing is not.
it's still
compliant.
not compliant.
Yeah.
And that's where the typical fence guidelines would allow for, I think, more privacy, like what the applicant is looking for, in which case it could be located in line with the front face of the house, although the Troost overlay doesn't even allow for that, because privacy fences aren't allowed within that Troost overlay.
Mm-hmm.
It requires the 80% transparency, which is essentially a metal fence or a chain link fence. But I can't recall if chain link fences are prohibited within the Troost overlay.
So to put it simply, like privacy fences are banned in the Troost overlay.
Yes.
Okay.
Essentially, yes. The neighborhood association doesn't have an issue with this location, with it being residential, if it met the typical fence standards, which would be the 6-foot fence can't be forward of the front face of the house. Again, that's for the city to determine if that would be even okay with the city. But from a neighborhood perspective, we don't have an issue with adhering to the typical standards of this location, given that this entire block is residential as opposed to commercial, like the majority of Troost Avenue.
Well, and when I did mention the 20 feet, I was looking at the case report that was filed, and it showed a line that said 16 feet where the fence is now, and 20 feet would be normal, would be the reason. That's where I cited that after having reviewed the report. Now, if that case report is not correct, then, I stand corrected. But, from my perspective, and I guess I did not understand that within the Troost overlay district, everything I've read says within 20 feet of Troost. Now, I certainly am not an expert on that, but again, we understand the differences along Troost Avenue for commercial versus privacy use, and it's pretty, obviously chain link is and I do believe you're correct. I don't believe chain link is an option that you can use under current zoning, but certainly I would find it challenging. I do believe they did say 20 feet as opposed to front of the house, with the idea that Troost has a different character and nature, but that's where I was coming from.
All I would say is that it's not exact, it's a side lot. I don't know if it matters if I get the like property lines redrawn, but it's not in front of the house. It's on the side of it. And the lot was already paved. We just had it resurfaced. And that's the problem is like I had to follow the previous fence line because otherwise you'd have to go through the asphalt. And that like to go through the asphalt is more expensive than like the entire cost of the fence was.
Right. Well. Hmm.
Chris, I wanted to ask, just so from my own understanding, the neighborhood would be fine if there was transparency in the front, or is the height of the fence the issue also?
If transparency is achieved, that 75 to 80%, we have no issue with the height or location of the fence. And I would also be okay with the deviation from the Troost overlay. But as I mentioned, I think with this being more of a residential block, the neighborhood feels that it would be more appropriate to look at this fence in a residential, like the typical fence guidelines, as opposed to the Troost overlay, which is definitely more strict. But if transparency was achieved, there's no issue. And the neighborhood's been supportive of fences of that nature in the past. And being taller than 4 feet.
It seems similar to the previous case that we had earlier, where they were essentially wanting the same thing. And we gave them the option of going 5 feet and with 3 inches in between each slate.
Would that work? Would 5 feet with 3 inches?
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't meet the Troost overlay requirements of the 70%. I think with a 3-inch spacing, you get maybe 25% of openness.
I can't afford the material to do the wrought iron. And from like a safety standpoint, it just doesn't offer like the same security. Like a wooden fence will diffuse a bullet, but a wrought iron one won't.
Right.
And I think that's kind of where we go back to the precedent that's been set over the past several years in these meetings with these fence variances. And that if a privacy fence is truly what's wanted, that it be kept within the typical standards and locations of that fence which would be the front face of the house. In which there's really no need to put a privacy fence across a front yard. Yeah, I think even
But
the
it's
case
not a
earlier
front
today.
yard, that's the thing. It's on the side of the house.
Yeah, and as this has been discussed in previous cases, as well as along in this neighborhood, that when there's 2 conjoined lots, they're looked at as one singular condition, although it's 2 separate parcels. The regulations of the fence standard is as though it were one. And I believe that changed with the infill lot and development standards code that was adopted.
But then there's also, I mean, the fact that this was already a paved lot, it's like if I move the fence back, you're just gonna have this like, it's gonna look terrible. It's gonna look worse than it looks right now because you're just gonna have this like paved, like whatever
So
that
Ernest,
is, like 20 feet of.
Ernest, I'm just one board member, but the 5-foot height at its existing location on the front facing Troost and maybe a 3 to 4 inch spacing between the pickets, I'm very open to that. At least I'm just one board member, but
I would be fine with that.
80%.
yeah, I know. They don't get the transparency. Excuse me. They don't get another board member is asking you, you're not really getting the transparency. That's correct. But I think it's enough of something to show goodwill. And that neighborhood, I'm not trying to be mean, but I
think it sets a dangerous precedent in not following the Troost overlay and then also rewarding construction without approval and then coming later after the fact for forgiveness, basically, and being able to deviate from the standards just because something's already been built. I think that sets a dangerous precedent for not only our neighborhood, but the entire city.
But Chris, we are making him redo the fence. We're cutting it down and we're asking him to put in 4, maybe 3 to 4 inch spacing between the pickets. So he's not really getting a free ride. At least that's my opinion, sir.
Sure, and I understand that if we're going through that length, then why not at least get it down to the 4-foot height, which would then not need the variance in height.
Right. I'm just he's got a couple dogs that like to jump fences, and a 4-foot fence is not, I would think, might be easier to jump for that size dog than a 5-foot would be. And like I said, Chris, I'm just trying to come across a compromise.
Yeah, and part of the struggle here is that we've never had this conversation yet with the owners. We haven't had the opportunity to meet. So this is the first time we're talking. And I don't know if that warrants a continuance so that we can have these conversations offline to where we come to, I don't think it's going to result in anything different from the neighborhood's perspective, is that we're never going to be okay with a privacy fence in a front yard that's more than 4 feet tall.
I'll say that I think as long as the applicant is willing to work, whether it's 3 inches or whatever have you, as long as the applicant's willing to work something out with the neighborhood association, we can do a continuance.
Yeah, sure. You want to do it till Friday? You want to do it till next week?
If the applicant is willing to.
Yeah, I don't want to speak on behalf of them by any means.
Oh, I think the neighborhood association representative just said there's no way they could ever approve it anyway. Right?
We've had letters of opposition. I mean, we've had dozens and dozens of these cases in the past, and it's always in opposition. So why would we come now with a different case, especially in the Troost overlay, which is even more critical for us because there's 2 sets of zoning guidelines. It just sets a dangerous precedent for us and the city.
I would like to say one thing as a neighbor on Troost, and as a former Hyde Park resident, and as a person who admires people who give their time to be in neighborhood associations, because it's a hard job, just like serving on this board is. But I would say that there is a dynamic difference between Hyde Park on Troost and almost all of the rest of Hyde Park, and I certainly respect it, and I respect the fact that if we are talking about the hardship imposed upon Ernest, then I think that hardship would be a balance. And, trimming down a wood fence and removing pickets is something that a carpenter could do with a very reasonable amount of, effort. And I do agree that, we put up fences on some of our commercial property, and the difference between a 5-foot and a 6-foot, a 4-foot and a 5-foot is pretty substantial. 6-foot is our preferred, but the Troost overlay districts are very important to me too. I think it has so many great benefits and balances, but I think this is just like anything else. Look for a little compromise. And I'm saying this now because I won't be able to attend Friday on any kind of a hearing on this, but I do want to say that
I've more creative, especially if he's only asking for 80% on the front facing of the fence.
Well, you can't achieve that without putting up a heavy metal fence that is $5,300. And I don't know what percentage of the value of that property it is, but it's substantial.
And that's a fair assessment. That you have to achieve the 80%. You've got to have a metal, and that's usually out of the budget of most homeowners. Which is why we would typically say that privacy fences should be kept to the typical standards and not putting privacy fences in front yards.
See if they can work something out or what he can propose.
This is
so the discussion up here now, Ernest, is to table this for 1 month, come back in July and see if you can come back with another proposal for us that would be more amicable than what you're asking for today. And like I said, I'm just one board member, but I know a metal fence is way expensive, but we want to work with you, Ernest, at least I do, to see if we can get some resolution. It sounds like Mr. Rigby's supportive of you as well. And,
I am.
And unfortunately, Chris can't be supportive because he represents Hyde Park.
Yeah.
So,
I guess I would just be cautious of the precedent it sets, like, like, when someone's trying to improve the neighborhood, which, I mean, that's honestly, like, that is bottom line, all I was trying to do. And the only way I could see making that not a car lot was to buy it. It would still have those cars rotting there. And it's a unique situation because it was already paved. So really moving the fence line is gonna be really expensive. And then, I mean, I'm happy to modify it, but like, it has to be wood. Otherwise, I don't think I'd be able to.
Ernest, come back in a month, all right?
Okay.
The city
gotta
staff
move- I've gotta
on
move
this
everybody
project
along.
has my contact information. Can you share that with the applicant? At least then he can reach out to us and we can have we can actually get to meet and talk about this in person.
Sure,
Yeah, I think staff can do that.
staff can do that,
Thank you. 'Cause I don't think you're allowed to share their information, but at least you can share mine.
right.
All right.
Okay, we good?
Thank you.
So
Yeah.
could I have a motion to continue this for 1 month, please?
Yeah, on docket item 14, case number CD BZA 2024-00045, I move that we hold the case until our July meeting,
July,
July 10th.
our meeting on
July
July 10th.
I have a motion and second from Mr. Gorens.
Lawrence,
Aye.
Moran,
Aye.
Wright,
Aye.
Hayes,
Aye.
and Ebbets.
Aye. See you in a month. Thank you, Ernest.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right,
Okay.
can we go a little bit longer?
Can we at least try to hear the ones these
Yeah.
folks are here
We
for?
have. Ready for the next docket item?
Sure, why not?
Okay, docket item 16. This is case CD.
Should we find out what they're here for? Because
Which dockets are you here for? Oh, you're just reporting. Okay. Let's move to 8. Let's do 8. Oh, God, it's the tow lot.
Yeah.
Yikes.
zoning violations, so.
Yeah, yeah.
Are you Alan or Nick? Alan, okay.
All right, I'm just trying to look at something here pretty quick. So we've got
4 more.
4 cases and we've got maybe, 15 minutes, maybe 20 at the most. So some of these have got to move. So he's here on 18, the tow lot. I think we take the tow lot guy and that may be the last one of the day.
Call it.
Are you okay with that, Jazz?
Yeah, I'm okay with that.
Yeah. I say Jazz because he looks over at me and I said, I guess so. Not that you can't be.
You close to 435,
I'm sorry, sir?
5631, is that close to 435?
No, sir. 5631 East US Highway 40 is located at Van Brunt and 40 Highway. Kind of in between the McDonald's and that old Arrowhead Inn Hotel. It's
Yeah.
on the south side of the road. It was an abandoned trailer park that, I mean, was really, really bad.
Stop, can't say anything else.
I need to open up the case first.
Okay.
Docket item 18, this is case CD BZA 2024-31. This is a request to appeal zoning violations related to a gravel parking area on about 2.3 acres, generally located at 5631 East US 40 Highway. I am the staff planner, Anna Nanisky, associated with this case, and the property owner is in the room with us.
Anyone else online?
Oh, that's right. This is a reminder for anyone who wishes to provide public testimony on this particular case to please raise their hand now or approach the microphone. So we can list you in for the public hearing. And the individual raising their hand right now is the applicant that was just about to be called, so.
Okay.
They'll lower their hand. Seeing none.
All right. I missed your name when you came in.
Alan Bloodworth.
Thank you, Alan. Please raise your right hand to be sworn in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this hearing today?
I do.
Please state your name again for the court reporter.
My name is Alan Bloodworth.
Thank you. Part of your case today is a list of administrative exhibits we must admit for those. Those are labeled 1 to 9. Do we have your permission to admit those?
Yes.
Thank you. Those are admitted. One of those is a presentation by the lady on your left, Anna, and she's going to tell us about your case.
Okay. As mentioned before, this is case CD BZA 2024-31. Site in question, 5631 East US 40 Highway. The property is currently zoned M1-5, which is an industrial zoning district, and we are here to discuss an appeal related to zoning violations connected to a gravel parking lot. The site is located in the eastern portion of Kansas City as you're driving out towards Independence. This is the site in question at the corner of Topping and what is also 40 Highway. You can see the site highlighted in yellow. The notice of violation states that the owner did maintain a premises which is being used for an unapproved parking service, which is gravel in the district M1-5, and that this particular type of graving lot is first allowed in an M district. This is a photo from one of the inspections that was conducted. We can see that the site is being used to store vehicles. And this is a closer look at the gravel parking. More photos from the inspection, lots of gravel, lots of cars. And when applicants file for their appeal case, there are lots of questions that are asked. And this segment comes from that appeal report, which asks them specifically what determination are they looking to appeal. And they discuss that this gravel parking lot has been approved because the property owner received a business license with no variance. And I want to note that a business license does not permit the use of a gravel lot. A business license does not permit any type of design or specific construction. It just says, yes, this type of business is permitted in this zoning district at this particular property. And that also, like, the zoning clearance that was required for this business license also does not specifically mention a gravel parking lot on site. Per 88-420-15C, all vehicular use areas that are established at a certain time, 1951, they must be paved, either with asphalt, permanent pavers, concrete, etc. So this vehicular use area was established after 1951, so it is not like a quote unquote grandfathered or non-conforming gravel parking lot. And as previously mentioned, the vehicle storage is permitted. That is allowed to be there, but the surface for the vehicles to be parked on must be paved. Thus, the 88-420-15C says that all vehicular use areas must be paved, and the review criteria associated with an appeal case, 88-57509, says that an appeal may be sustained if the BZA finds that the administrative official erred. In this case, that's the zoning compliant city staff, and we do not believe that they made an error in applying the code to this particular lot. That concludes my presentation. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Do we have any questions of Anna?
Can we go back to the picture with the lot? Yeah, with the one with the cars on it. Okay. Where do these cars come from?
The vehicles were impounded off private property at the direction of property owners. I own an impound facility directly across the street from this lot that I've been operating for 15 years.
It looks
That-
like all the stuff in the cars are thrown out the back.
Well, that's all trash that was on the property when we purchased it. I I've taken 42 dumpsters, 40-yard dumpsters of trash off the property. I mean, we have significantly modified the property from 2020 to 2024, there was over 15 bodies dumped on the property. It's, you know, it's a trailer park that was abandoned, that was taken over by homeless. There's, you know, it's been a real problem property for everybody. We purchased the property with the understanding that we would be able to store vehicles there on an approved service that my understanding was gravel. Obviously, I may have erred in that area. Every other lot up and down 40 highway is gravel. Lots of them are brand new. The cost to pave the lot would be approximately $500,000, which obviously I don't have to do. They picked the only spot in the entire lot where you can see in from outside, and it's simply because I haven't finished it. If you look at the photo, you see to the right-hand side where all the trash is actually picked up. We've been picking up trash for a long time over there. Our current facility is completely full of vehicles, which I will go ahead and mention now is gravel. Seemed like it was a smart business move to move them across the street to an abandoned piece of property. So we extended the business license across the street. My understanding was that gave us a zoning approval. If you read the actual, you know, what it says on the page, that's what I understood it to be. I've been operating in the gravel lot for the past 15 years, conforming to all of the rules. We've improved the property drastically. I mean, I've done 50 loads of gravel over there. We've initiated a request for a variance. And, you know, depending upon what happens here, I guess it's what the appropriate course of action is for me to take. We're just a small business. I'm trying to make it like everybody else. I thought we were doing everything correctly. I don't see how I can be required to spend $500,000 to pave a parking lot that is surrounded by. If we go back to one of the other photos, you'll see that to the north is a tow lot, which is me, that is gravel. To the east is a salvage yard, which is gravel. To the south is a salvage yard, which is gravel. And then to the east are all houses that have gravel driveways. All of the neighbors on Topping or for me being there. The other neighbors are salvage yards and myself, which are all for this. You know, the community is in agreement with me that this is a positive project for the neighborhood.
So the lot across the streets, I see cars parked on the area view. That's gravel, and that's where you've been operating for 15 years?
Yes, ma'am. That's 5631 East 31st Street.
Okay,
We're talking about 5631 East 40 Highway.
got it.
Is the property in question.
That's your business across the street.
Yes, sir.
On the map, on the picture that we're seeing there.
Where all the cars are lined up and
Yes.
everything on the north side of the road. Yes, sir.
And that's gravelled or is that paved?
It's all gravel, sir. They're all gravel.
Was there a variance requested there?
I think in 2003, prior to me having the property, I know that horse-drawn carriages were stored on that property all the way back to the 1900s.
So the issue here, the violation is because a variance was never granted to do gravel.
Honestly, I really didn't understand the violation.
Okay.
My understanding is gravel would be allowed if it's M3 through 5, which were M1 through 5.
Oh, okay.
There's no opposition to this from anybody except for the city.
Yeah, I mean, I can appreciate that you fixed up the property, and can appreciate your business, making sense here. One thing I'm struggling with is the fact that, just in these appeal cases, like what, as a board, we're supposed to assess is whether or not staff erred. I'm not sure that they, I'm not seeing anything that says that they have. But that's not to say that there's not some sort of other remedy like rezoning or something like that the applicant could go through. But in terms of the merits of the case, I don't see how staff erred.
On it, are some of these properties around there that are using gravel, are they zoned M3?
I can check. And then we'll admit the parcel viewer map once we get it pulled up as another exhibit.
And also has this board ever granted a variance to allow gravel parking lot?
It has been done before in unique circumstances.
Okay. I mean, it sounds like the best thing would be to rezone the property, but I know that's difficult.
Isn't M1, that's a pretty severe zoning anyway, isn't it?
That's light.
1 through 5.
Light and.
It's M1-5.
1-5.
It is all zoned M1-5.
His current property to the north of it, what is it zoned as?
M1-5.
Okay.
And this is also zoned M1-5. And honestly looks paved.
Borders auto salvage. It's not paved. It's chipped concrete that's in worse condition than the surface of the trailer park.
Concrete would be considered paved, but
And you said you have applied for a variance already?
We did, and we were told we needed to go through this process.
they only applied about a week or two ago.
Okay.
So if we were to hold this, a variance could show up next.
It's docketed for July. If,
So we
Okay.
we could delay this for a couple months and then let the docket, and then this would kind
Okay.
of go away, I think. Is that right, Anna? So if we delayed this case for 2 months and his case comes up in July for approval, a variance,
Then this could
this
be
case would
dismissed.
kind of.
it could be
would
dismissed now or after the
Right.
variance at your discretion.
Yeah, I'd be open to a continuance.
Yeah.
Hey, kids.
No fees.
Yeah.
Yeah,
This
2
one?
months. Okay, 2 months
Yeah.
because his is coming up in
Looks like
July.
there was
Yeah.
variances.
Yeah.
That'd be his best bet.
Sure. On docket number 18, case number CD BZA 2024-00031, I move that we continue the case until our August 14th meeting.
A second.
I have a motion and a second. And by the way, that your parcel viewer was exhibit 11 or exhibit 10.
Hi.
Sure.
Okay, so Hayes motioned. And I'm sorry.
Right, seconded.
Right, seconded. I am so sorry. Okay, Gorance,
Hi.
Moran,
Aye.
Wright,
Aye.
Hayes,
Aye.
and Evans.
Aye. So we'll see you in a month and maybe in August, maybe.
Maybe.
No problem. Thank you, guys. I appreciate your time.
Sure, thank you. Well, we've approached the witching hour, so we will delay the rest of the cases. And Anna, you're going to kind of come in the same order, aren't you? Like, when we meet on Friday, we're going to start with
We can get to
16,
know.
Yep.
right?
Yep.
Good.
So then we need to
Copy,
formally
get the
continue
code.
16, 17, and then 19 through 32 that haven't already been previously continued to
Right.
We're not
Friday.
hearing 19 today. My applicant's in the call, but we're not hearing it today.
Oh.
Well, we weren't anyway. Well, we could. but- yeah, he's in the hall.
In the call.
Oh, in the, yeah.
Team's call.
Yeah.
I mean, it's ultimately up to you guys. I'm just trying to make sure I understand.
What's your thoughts? Let's go. Then. Right
It's the
here.
same.
Yeah.
I'm good if we want to.
What do you want to do? Here?
I'm here.
Okay, we're due to take the last one. Connor.
It's a marathon.
Where'd you go? Sorry. You're a good man, Charlie Brown.
But you skipped 16 and
Yes.
17.
Right.
And they're online as well.
Well, then
Oh, well,
we can't do that.
no.
So I'm sorry.
we
kids.
hold.
Okay, we're moving everything to Friday.
Yeah, you have to motion and.
Okay. Moving cases 16, 17, 19 and beyond to the
Okay,
July or June 14th meeting.
The first ones.
I move that docket item number 16, 17, 19 through 32, because 33 has already been through 32 are be continued until our
June 14th.
June
Unless
14th,
previously continued.
June 14th unless previously continued.
July,
Otherwise.
July.
No, June. These are Friday deals. This coming
Oh,
Friday.
that's right.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, I have a motion. Somebody second?
Second.
Second from Ms. Wright.
Gorance,
Aye.
Moran.
Aye.
Wright.
Aye.
Hayes.
Aye.
Ebbets.
Aye. See you on TV on Friday, boys and girls. We are adjourned. Tommy, take home your board of, take it home so we have it on Friday.
Okay.
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 How you doing over there, Margaret? You sleeping?
No.
You're a good timer.
Oh, well, sometimes unless I scare myself.
I saw when one of the